Canadian Weather Live live stream. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. This is day 7 now of live streaming weather across Canada, so hopefully everybody's having a good day. We're going to jump right into it. We have a couple of severe thunderstorms out in southern Ontario. We are covering Ontario, Alberta, and Saskatchewan today, obviously in kind of phases. We're expecting a little bit more later on out west, but we'll check at that. We also have some possible areas in Quebec as well, so we're going to try and cover as much as we can here and get things going for you folks. So I'm going to jump right into it. We'll jump into the radar first. So these are the storms that are firing near the GTA. So to the north, we also have one coming into St. Catharines, so I'll give a quick rundown on that, and then we'll take a look at additional things from there, just an outlook overview, and then we'll cover the rest of the areas and see where storms are firing, what's happening, and all that stuff. So right now, storm that triggered this severe thunderstorm warning is right over the radar, essentially, or reaching over to the radar. This would be from Bradford down to kind of around the Newmarket area, Kettleby, Aurora, and moving eastward. So we have heavy precipitation in that area with obviously some lightning. Going to take a look at some wind profiles. Now that's right on top of the radar, so it does look a little bit different than it normally would, and I'll show you guys how this is progressing this afternoon. We are expecting severe thunderstorms, and I'll show you guys what the parameters are for that. So again, we will review it and we will figure it out from there. So again, moving kind of in a southeast pattern, coming from Lake Huron and initiating around the Shelburne area and then moving off through the GTA. So that's what we have going on right now. There are a couple more storms back to the west. These ones here near Shelburne and Orangeville. These are moderate to moderate heavy rain with some lightning in them. Again, no real wind velocities that are concerning, just straight winds in that would be normal to thunderstorm, but not anything severe. And then we have a storm to the east of Whitby and to the northwest of Whitby. These are going to move out into Lake Ontario at this point, and they just updated the severe warning. They've pushed it out for the 401 corridor along there, and obviously Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, and in all those areas along that corridor, and then through the 407 as well. So right now, the biggest storm that's of concern in southern Ontario is the storm right over the radar, basically King City radar, sitting right here in the center. That's why you see the circle, and it is moving southeast. So we'll watch that. I'll update you. St. Catharines storm is just off the water here to the north, so you can see how it kind of popped or initiated just east of Hamilton, and it's sitting there. So it will skirt, it'll come over, land here off the water, Niagara on the lake, and then it's immediately go into New York. And we do have one storm down by Dunnville, not severe warned, heavy precipitation in the center of the core with only a couple of lightning bolts as well. So just going to look at our winds right now. Nothing too concerning in that as well. So that is the southern Ontario area. We do have the watch out, and I'll pull up the watch for the area, saying that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. 100-kilometer-hour maximum wind gusts, ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain with amounts exceeding 30 millimeters through this afternoon and evening. So that's kind of where we're at right now, and for southern Ontario. So we're watching that area closely. We also have some storms trying to get organized up here to the north. They're right now non-severe, just regular rain showers, and I'll show you what direction these are traveling in, but we're going to monitor them. If some of them have the ability to go severe, we will warn folks about that. But right now, just some non-severe thunderstorms to the north in the Sudbury area. We do have have a severe watch near Quebec City, actually through Quebec City. So out here, I'll take a look at the parameters right now. No storms in that area, but just again, this afternoon conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms capable of producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. And hail can cause damage, so their concern there is for that as far as the larger sized hail. And let's swing back out. We are watching Saskatchewan, Alberta. We've got storms out that way. We have watches currently ongoing. I'll show you this up by Cold Lake. This is for precipitation because these storms are not moving very quickly. They are just kind of sitting in the same area. This one has a little bit of hail over Bonneville, so there's definitely a hail signature in there. So this would be both for heavy precipitation and that hail through Bonneville over the last number of scans. So that is another area that we are going to pay attention to today. Up by Fort McMurray, let me see if I've got my closest radar up there. The severe warning up there. I'm just going to check if this is for heavy rain. Yeah, so this is going to be most likely for heavy rain because it is, again, moving slowly, and we've seen flooding issues in many areas through Canada over the last month and a half or so. You can see that the storms are just trailing over that area, moving from the south to the north, and this would be right in the Fort McMurray area, so maybe even a tiny amount of hail in there, pea-sized or smaller. So we are expecting more later on in Alberta and Saskatchewan. Right now, what we are concentrating on is obviously southern Ontario and the GTA area. And again, we have several storms ongoing. This one near Aurora, Newmarket, obviously showing the most intensity with those bright reds and oranges. So heavy precipitation in this. I'm just going to look at winds, keeping an eye on that. There may be a little pocket of stronger winds, and this is moving southeast at this point. So just going to keep things going here, and we'll watch this. I'll try and answer questions as much as possible. So anything in Saskatchewan, again, we got rocked way worse than we anticipated from Dylan. We are expecting a line of storms to basically do almost the same thing as yesterday, start to the west of Regina and move eastward again. It's almost literally a photocopy on models. We'll see if that unfolds, but we will monitor it and we will let you guys know as we walk through that. So we'll go from there. Andre asking if anything's coming to Smith Falls. Eastern Ontario right now, not. There are possibility of some storms, but they are going to be more than likely non-severe unless something happens out of the ordinary beyond what models were predicting and parameters were predicting. So again, hoping for the Ottawa area and Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec, we should be pretty good. So we'll, again, that's the point. We'll sit here, we'll go walk you guys through it, and we should be okay for the most part. So Earfront saying make it stop, and I'm on board with that. The rain, obviously in a lot of areas, very problematic. Ottawa obviously suffering quite a bit of precip on Canada Day. There was flooding, underpasses, cars underwater, like the worst of the worst, unfortunately, with that heavy rain. So not fun for people, and I need a break, but at this point we're just going to keep pushing through. Like I said, we're on day 7 here. I hopefully seeing some light at the end of the tunnel, but I'm not 100% sure about that. So what else? Roxy saying I don't see anything on my radars for Southwest Ontario, and I'll show you why that's probably the case. Exeter radar is down, so we don't have a Canadian radar, so the only ones you can use are the US ones. There is currently nothing on radar out of the one from north of Detroit, so I'm going to be sharing King City radar north of Toronto, Buffalo radar back here in the corner watching these storms in the Niagara Peninsula, and then King City radar we're going to try and use to watch. So we are going to have to, we're a little bit handicapped in that southern Southwest Ontario area just because Exeter radar is down right now. It's been down for quite some time, and we have several others. We have one more up by Saguenay. That one has been down down pretty much for the last couple weeks. And then the radar between Fredericton and Moncton is down as well. And we have one in way northern Ontario up by Smooth Rock Falls. So that one is down as well, but the one that will come into play would be in Quebec possibly, and then also down here by Exeter, unfortunately. So we're gonna do the best we can. We're gonna limp on crutches or whatever the case may be down here, but we will do our best to call it as we see it and give you guys the most accurate info that we can. So these storms continuing. I'm just gonna see how fast this is moving. Again, sometimes these will stall out, and if they do, they can cause flooding. Right now it is moving, so that again should be very heavy rainfall in Newmarket, Aurora, moving southeast, going to Stouffville, Bloomington, maybe just into Gormley, but heading in a southeast trajectory following these other storms out in front of it, the ones that are crossing through the Whitby area and then out onto the water. They'll most likely die over the lake or weaken significantly, so again, we'll keep an eye on that and keep everybody updated. We are Connor for Eastern Ontario. Anybody who follows Connor, he is heading up to the North Bay area. There are these storms to the north that could possibly intensify later on. So we are watching those as well. So again, keeping people up in Sudbury, North Bay, Mattawa. There's still no power in Mattawa from the storms that moved through there the other day. I haven't had an update from Connor, but let me just double check here to see what he's got. And so we'll take a look here. Okay, so Connor's still motoring up that way. I know he's headed there. Those storms are for later, like 5-6 p.m., maybe 7 up in the North Bay, Sudbury area, but we'll pay attention to it and again, update folks on it. Before I jump back into the comments, I'm just going to bring up the Environment Canada outlooks. So for today, these are the outlooks around the Toronto and London area. Scattered showers or thunderstorms, 90 to 110 kilometer-hour winds, 2 to 4 centimeter hail, which is just over 1 inch, and then that 40 to 60 millimeters of rain. So that is from basically this afternoon now till they're saying 1 a.m. Eastern time, so roughly midnight just after that. You can see that there's a gray area for most of Eastern Ontario. That is on the minor side of possible severe. We do have one area up in Quebec that we have this minor moderate, 70 to 90 kilometer an hour winds up there, 2 centimeter hail, and 30 to 50 millimeters of rain. So that is what is left over there. And then I'll swing back over to Saskatchewan and Alberta. You can see this really long yellow area saying isolated thunderstorms, 90 kilometer wind gusts being the max. 4 centimeter hail, so just over 1 inch, and 50 millimeters of rain. So that is our outlooks for Canada. I'm not going to go through the minor ones because they're all over the place, and those are minor at the end of the day. Our concern is obviously to do with the more severe weather as far as things go. So again, Quebec, nothing going on near Quebec City with this thunderstorm watch out there. That is expected later on this afternoon and evening. And again, in Saskatchewan, let me just take a look at the radar out there to see if anything is initiating. There is a little cell. Looks like it's trying to get going out here. That's pretty early because that's about 1 o'clock or just before 1 o'clock near Shaunavon. But again, nothing to be concerned about yet. However, models were showing another line walking through, heading eastward, and heavy rain and some wind and lightning in that. So we will monitor that. I'm expecting it much later on. So let me swing back to the GTA area and north of there, and we'll keep on keeping on, as they say. So the storm is expanding a little bit here on this last radar scan. You can see it reached out kind of south of Aurora a little bit, but heavy precipitation in this and lots of lightning. Let's take a look at our winds. There are some stronger winds in this. We are looking at 300 feet off the ground, but these are about 70 kilometer-hour wind gusts. So there's some wind packed into this area between 50 and 70 on the surface. So it is going to blow some stuff around. So you got to be cautious of that. Let's just take a look at the other storms out by the water. Sorry, I zoomed in, didn't want to do that. Let's switch over to reflectivity. So Whitby area, just kind of over the 412 and 401, heavy precipitation with those dark reds and dark oranges. Lightning on that as well, but the winds are not too bad at this point. So that's kind of a rundown of what we're expecting as far as things are concerned. So we'll see whether how things unfold, and we will walk you through it at this point and go from there. I can feel this. I definitely can't stand the heat. I'm about 25 degrees. After that, I start to melt as well. So it definitely not my happy place. I definitely deal with cooler weather better. The clouds here in Regina last night were ominous. So Laura, definitely very strong line coming through with a shelf cloud on the front of it. So it did look very ominous. We were live streaming some of that. So again, my chasers are pretty tuckered out, and the setups today from a chaser perspective is not as strong. So again, we will have Connor here on the live stream later on. We'll see if we get anything there, but I'm not expecting much in the way of chaser traffic at this point. So what else? Just trying to address here. Okay, cross border. Okay, of the storms forecasted the past 4 days, my area got one storm on Canada Day, and we've been out of power since. Eric, sorry to hear that. I know you're kind of along that Highway 7 corridor, I want to see and say, and there were quite a few storms that plowed through there, especially through the Caladar area. There were 2 rounds through that area, and so Ontario Hydro definitely having its work cut out for it. So let me pull up. I have our power grid. So I'll show you guys what we're looking at right now for the power grid. Give me 1 second there. Why is there no, what the? Bear with me for a second. I used to have more than this in there. That's interesting. Huh. Okay, I'm going to do this. My shortcuts have changed for some reason. So bear with me for 1 second, and we'll pull up the power outage map here. View outage map. Done. Okay, so it is an absolute crazy amount of power outages. So if we zoom into this, you're starting to see all the power outages through Eastern Ontario, north of Kingston. It's obvious that's where the storm kind of went through, but we do have power outages all the way through Eastern Ontario, back to the southwest towards Toronto. Crews are just going to be working nonstop. But if you zoom out, look at that. And we've got them all throughout the area. There were some storms that moved through southern Ontario, so there are power outages as well there. So lots of people affected by these storms just on the power outage side of things, and then obviously you add wind damage into that, and it becomes very problematic. So power out all over the place. There is a pocket here in Ontario that has less of it. Obviously Algonquin Park, not a lot of people up there for power outages, but that's what we're looking at as far as power outages is concerned. So let me just take a look here. I'm going to close that off, bring that in, and then close that group. Perfect. Okay. So again, we will walk you through it. We're very early in the afternoon here. We're expecting a couple of rounds of storms, possibly in the southern Ontario area. And these storms are starting to grow upscale. They're reaching out for each other, as you can see here in the GTA or north of the GTA area. They have put a squall warning out on Lake Ontario for these storms as they approach. I'll read that out. They're taking squalls with wind gusts up to 45 knots, frequent lighting, waterspout activity, which in a nutshell is a small tornado over water, essentially. So hail of 1 to 2 centimeters and poor to very poor visibility in thunderstorms, heavy at times. This is near saying a thunderstorm near the west end of Lake Ontario, moving east at 25 knots and are expected to track over the lake. So We will see how much intensity that sustains as we're going along here, but I would not be out in the water with these storms heading that way. I would be keeping my distance as far as the storms are concerned because they can move quickly. If you're in a sailboat or anything like that, you're not outrunning storms. So if you have a very fast boat, okay, you're good. But again, I would stay off the water for the most part anywhere in the vicinity of these storms. So we can see we have this severe thunderstorm watch that extends almost all the way to Barrie. The storms are way to the south, so nothing to be concerned about. And these are moving southeast at this point. So this is just over the last few hours. You can see that initiation of the storm and how they have moved up in terms of size. So let's take a look at our winds in there. This is close to the radar, so it's a little bit misleading, but just along here to the east of Gormley, there are some heavier winds in there. This is, again, only 500 feet off the ground, about 79 kilometers an hour, so 80, so a little bit less on the surface, but it is blowing pretty hard, and you can see all that lightning surrounding the storm, so that's indicating that this is a strong storm. Lightning is always your cheat code to see which storms you need to be concerned about and which ones you don't. Back here, we have very few lightning bolts in comparison, much lighter colors, or oranges down to yellows and greens and blues. So those are less concerning. They are obviously over Tottenham, so moderate to heavy rain in that area, again moving southeast. But this storm and the one over Whitby and Ajax right now, just those are the areas packing that heavy rain in there, some winds and tons of lightning. So and then we'll take a look at that St. Catharines storm or over Niagara on the Lake. Let's see what that is looking like. Came off the water, but looks like it's dying out a little bit. So this is kind of just to the south of Niagara on the Lake, heading for the U.S. border essentially. So it's going to be leaving the country very soon. So I can show you how big that storm was over the water, and I'll explain why that is. Over water, these storms will absorb moisture off the surface. It's a ton of moisture available to them. So they do better on lakes usually. And then as it came ashore, that northern portion died off and kind of went over to the U.S. And we're still showing this small area here of moderate to heavy rain moving southeastward with some lightning on it. So right now, that is the only game in town as far as storms are concerned that we'd need to pay attention to. Obviously, very populated area where these storms are. The latest scan here to the east of Gormley. Let me see if that's. I got to switch radars. Bear with me for a second here. Okay, yeah, because we're looking from further away. That's one of the things when you're looking at radar, you have to understand how far up into the storm you're reading. It looks much worse from the Buffalo radar, the Buffalo radar, because it's reading much higher up in the storm. So you'll see more precipitation through it. You'll see higher winds. I always compare it for winds when you're climbing a mountain. At the bottom, it's not as windy, and then you get to the top and it wants to try and blow you right off the top of the mountain. Those are the kinds of things you have to understand about radar, because they don't just cut the storms at the same height because of the curvature of the earth. Those beams go up at an angle essentially. So just something to remember as far as understanding radar. So let me see here. I'm going to jump in. If Exeter is out, can we still get accurate results? You can't in terms of you're not going to see the bottom part of the storm because the radar, you're again, just what I was talking about, we're going to be reading much further away. So we'll see sometimes where you get hail readings on radars far away. But again, remember the atmosphere much colder up there. And as that hail falls through the warmer air, it will actually melt and hit the ground as rain. So those are the things that you have to think about when looking at radar. So it's less accurate in terms of what is falling, how intensely it is, and winds are definitely going to be the hardest part because again, we're reading much higher up in the storm. So it's always unfortunate when we have a radar down that covers a fairly populated area, because again, instead of reading from 20, 30, 40 kilometers, we're now reading from 100 kilometers away. I'll show you roughly, if we're looking at these three radars, Buffalo radar to Exeter radar is about 200 kilometers. The Detroit one, 180. And then from King City radar, it's about 150. So we're trying to figure out which is the radar that's the closest to whatever storm we're looking from, but none of them are ideal because they are basically getting far from that originating radar for the scan. Again, I've been doing this a very long time, and I kind of understand what's happening even if I'm reading it from a far radar. But any kind of rotating winds, they are usually hard to discover at the surface because, again, we don't see the bottom of that radar. So it does make it tougher, but we'll keep up with it, and we'll do our best to keep everybody appraised. So right now, just some non-severe thunderstorms to the north and non-severe showers for the most part. Barely any lightning other than Capriel to the northwest of there. There is some heavier rain with a few lightning bolts in that. So let's go back out quickly and just scan here out west to see what's going on. We still have that one little storm south of Swift Current, but that is just a regular storm at this point. Going to take a look near Lloydminster. So they've severe warned this. Again, storms were trailing. So what they're doing, you can see they're barely moving. So these are going to be for flooding. We don't have flood warnings in Canada. We have severe thunderstorm warnings. So what are they saying here? And yeah, so the thunderstorm is located just west of Wainwright and is moving slowly north. And it's that slow motion that obviously with heavier precipitation, with possibly some small hail in there, that's why they're giving those severe thunderstorm warnings. Same thing with this Bonnyville area, slow moving storm moving up that way. And then we still have a Fort McMurray up here, heavy thunder shower or heavy showers in that area, not even any lightning on these. So again, this is to do with rain just kind of sitting in that same area. So flooding will be a problem up there as well. So that's what we're looking at this point. And one of my monitors just went out, which is problematic. That would be a really big pain in the butt for me anyways. Oh, it just came back. You gotta love technology. It's got an attitude of its own. So anyways, that made me panic a little bit because I have 4 monitors that I look at. So I've got 4 monitors around me, and they all serve a purpose. So losing one would not be fun. Okay, let's move back to the Toronto area, and let's take a look at our winds here. So again, some stronger winds going through Greensboro, Markham Village, off to Cornell, it looks like, along the 407 shortly through Green River and then Cedar Grove. They are pushing out, so I'm going to show you that over the last number of scans. Look for those brighter reds, and you can see over the last few scans how they're moving. And the storm is moving relatively quickly, so it's got a lot of motion on it as it's moving through, so that's going to bring a lot of precipitation and some stronger winds where you see those brighter colors again. So let's just switch over to reflectivity. So our heaviest of rain tucked in to this area. Let me move that down. Tucked into this area right here, moving southeast. So that is currently where the most of the precipitation is. You can see a lot of the lightning also located there, but still have plenty of rain kind of to the east and north of Ajax through Whitby, moving out over to Lake Ontario. And this has grown pretty quickly, so covering a fairly large area. But when you start seeing just a regular lighter orange and yellow, green, and blue, that is on the lighter end of the scale, so less concerning. Obviously, you don't want to get caught by lightning regardless. When I storm chase, one of the biggest things that worries me is lightning, because it's so unpredictable. So you can see how this has kind of grown upscale with these storms kind of interacting with each other. We'll see if that continues to be the case. They just shrunk back the severe warning from Alliston and kind of south of Barrie. So that is shrunk back as that storm is moving further southeast. They have put a severe warning out for downtown Toronto, and I think the only reason they've done that is that the southern tip of this storm might cross in this area here, and because the way our warning boxes work, they light up based on township or county lines or whatever the case may be. They're imaginary boxes that get put out. They don't get put out just ahead of the storm. So they've warned it for that reason. So downtown Toronto right now, nothing to worry about as a severe warning. Obviously way back here, this is all the way to your northeast. So I'll measure that out from the Toronto area. That is 26 kilometers away currently and moving in the southeast direction, so not heading towards downtown Toronto currently. So if you are getting those warnings right now, it's not something to be concerned about. So we'll just play those that loop and we'll show everybody what's going on. I'll try and get back in the questions here. What else have we got here? Good afternoon. Completely clear here in Toronto, just sunny, hot, and very humid. Wouldn't know there's a thunderstorm right next to us. That's from Tony. What else have we got here? Summer practically just beginning, having a notion that Toronto, since being around large bodies of water, will be very humid this year. It definitely has that possibility, and our summers in Eastern Ontario do tend to be humid somewhat. So what else are going on here? Wainwright is that smaller storm to the south at highways 14 and 41. That is, I'm assuming you're talking about Saskatchewan at this point. So yes, we do have another little storm out there, but it is non-severe at this point. So let me take a look here. The system near Sault Ste. Marie coming from Julien Bernier. This line up here, I'll bring it up. We do have some storms near Sault Ste. Marie coming over just to the south of the city. So the line that is out here to the north of Elliott Lake, Greater Sudbury, North Bay, that looks to die on models after dark. As soon as dark hits, this kind of weakens, peters out, and that's all she wrote. So as soon as the sun sets, it's probably going to head. It may get to Algonquin Park. I don't think it's going to make it into the Ottawa area with any kind of intensity at this point, and very little rain, to be honest with you. So that's what's happening up there. So let me get back to this. Whoops. And let's swing that around. So what else have we got here? Just got a bunch of comments. Yeah, definitely mowing the lawn a lot with all this rain. That's definitely not something, that if you don't like mowing the lawn, all this rain is just going to make it grow really quickly. So, okay, I just got another question here. Bike BZ, anything going to happen in Regina, Saskatchewan? And unfortunately, based on models, yes, we are going to have some issues in Saskatchewan today. There is almost a photocopy of what happened yesterday on models, saying that there will be a line forming to the west of Regina, west of Moose Jaw, and basically marching eastward in a similar fashion. It may not be as organized as a line, more of a line of separate thunderstorms, but we'll see if that's the case. We just have this one storm basically down here by Shaunavon, and that is the only thing right now that is moving in the area. This is a non-severe storm. I don't even think it has a lightning bolt on it. It does have some lightning bolts. I apologize, but yes, it has a bit of lightning, but just very light rain for the most part, with a little core of more moderate. So let me just take a look here, just getting a message. Okay, so what else have we got? And then we have our storms, obviously, on the Alberta side, warned for small hail and heavy precipitation because they are pretty much stationary. We do have watches on both sides of the Saskatchewan and Alberta border, so we will watch those areas closely to see what's going on. So So we'll see what unfolds here. Connor is up again, heading towards North Bay. We'll see what the models show there. Rick, I'm just going to wait till the 18Z run comes out to see on her what may be happening up that way. It's a little more in depth as far as the processing. So Rick was just telling me to look at one of the model runs. So I will, but we won't do it till later on. So Love as music just saying, doesn't it look like the part of the storm between Orangeville and Bolton is drifting more southward towards downtown in the last couple of scans? Sorry, so Orangeville and Bolton, back up here near King City, that area is moving kind of towards the obviously the more downtown area. They are definitely moving southeast, as we said. They did severe warn for Toronto, but it's not for that storm to the back. So far, that storm has not been severe in its aspect. The problem is that it's right over the radar, so it does look more intense than it actually is. The storms to the east here on our scan, those are the ones that triggered that severe warning. And as I mentioned, the very southern tip here will go through this very small corner, and that's why that whole box goes out, unfortunately. So very heavy rain. I'm going to see on those winds. The winds are picking up here. These are starting to be close to 80 kilometer an hour consistently. Some of them over 80 kilometers an hour here, 83, and this is 800 feet off the ground, so that's 200 meters. That's not high at all. So there's some strong wind gusts in here, particularly in this area where these brighter reds are. So you have to watch out for that as it's coming to the 407 and it's going to make its way across there. So that is the look at it right now. Again, this storm is very close to the radar, so it's going to look a little bit different. And as it gets a little further away now, going through King City and Richmond Hill, there is definitely heavy rain in that, lots of lightning. Just going to take a look at winds. Winds are not of concern at this point, and they're going to go through Markham and then basically through Pickering and through that area. But I do not think that this storm is meeting severe components, so that's probably not going to be an issue, but it could intensify, and that's why I will monitor that area. So lightning GVR asking if this is going to reach Port Hope. So the very northern tip of it may be, which is far less significant. Again, kind of tracking in that southeast line. So let's just take a look. It's going to rain probably in Port Hope. I don't think it's going to be with the same intensity to the west of the storm. You can see there's a lot more greens, blues, and yellows on that eastern side of the storm. So Newcastle, Port Hope, Bowmanville's going to get through most of it there. Maybe even to Cobourg, some showers, but that's basically it at this point. All the lightning is tucked to the west side of the storm. That's where the most intensity is right now. And I'm just looking, we've got some very strong winds reading on radar right out front of this. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Strong wind gust right here. I don't know if that's the storm kind of gusting out a little bit, but going through Scarborough out to the water, this is just on the edge of the water, 87 kilometers an hour, right off the surface, 1,200 feet. So this is about 400 meters roughly. So 80 to 90 kilometer hour winds coming out onto the water. So that's what they've been talking about as far as those strong wind gusts that you have to watch out, but it's out in front of the storm. So that leads me to believe it's kind of a gusting out on part of this storm, which does happen. And when that storm starts to gust out, you get those stronger winds pushing through. So that's kind of what's going on right now. Bike BZ saying Saskatchewan is getting flooded. I've seen some crazy photos from out there. Manitoba as well. A friend of mine was actually trying to recover a dog that got lost, and it was running through a farmer's field, and you would think that they were doing rice as a crop because the field was just water with some grass sticking out, or it was probably canola or something like that. But definitely some serious issues with flooding eastern side of Saskatchewan, Manitoba, all over. So I feel awful for farmers at this point. So what else have we got? Happy to answer the questions. And we do our best to do that. When it's quieter like this, I can get to it. When we have 3,000 or 6,000 people in here, obviously, it's almost impossible to answer questions. So I try and just provide as much info as possible. Oh no. So Easy Breezy saying, drove through a neighborhood in Ottawa today where the 416, 417 intersect. People had their entire contents of their basins lining the streets. So much destruction with that July 1st storm. And that's again in the Ottawa area. There was 150 millimeters probably dumped in an afternoon there, which obviously the system can't handle, especially with a larger scale city. Same thing like Toronto, it would just cause all sorts of flooding issues. So I feel awful for people, and it sucks that happens, unfortunately. So what else have we got here? Expired PCP, always good to see you. Mags, good to see you as well. Afternoon/evening. Yes, this is going to be an afternoon/evening for me for sure. No idea who that is, but they're not getting answered. What else? I see repetitive questions for Port Hope. I've already kind of answered that. I hope that's just me skipping over some comments here. But again, we're just looking at rain out towards the Port Hope area, but not anything of major significance would be the best way to describe that. So Jeff saying, hi, Tom, another fun-filled day for you. Yes, again, this is day 7 of live streaming. We average... the longest one was 12 hours. There was a 10-hour in there, and then they've been about 6 to 8 hours in between the rest of that. So definitely a lot of hours in this chair. Not the best always for the legs, but we'll keep an eye on them. And I'm actually trying to figure out a solution for a stand-up desk, which would mean redoing all this, but it may actually be the right move just because standing is going to be better for me at that point. So let me just take a look. Our last scan was at 3:05 p.m. So 11, and we are at 3:11. So that's 6 minutes ago. We get our updates every 8 minutes. So it's another couple minutes before we get our next scan here. And right now I'm just kind of hanging around with these storms as there's not much else going on. The storm by St. Catharines, Niagara Falls is now in New York. And I'm just going to take a look to see if anything is coming from the US side. Again, Exeter radar is down to the west of Toronto, so that's going to be a bit of a handicap at this point. So what else have we got here? Yeah, there's definitely a lot of extreme weather happening throughout. We've had a very busy week. Like I said, I've been live for 7 days straight at this point. I live in North Oshawa. Is it going to hit you hard? Yeah, well, I mean, it's heavy rain over you right now. You're in the moderate. Again, that orange is more moderate. When you start getting into reds and the darker orange reds and then really dark reds, that's where that precipitation really picks up. Right here by Pickering, that would be the case. You're kind of a little bit moderate heavy at this point. The winds are definitely far less in Oshawa, and we've got some strong winds out over the water here, as this is gusting out, moving over the water. I'm trying to figure out if that's radar noise or not, because what I mean by radar noise, folks, this stuff that looks like Christmas confetti, that is corrupt data coming through the radar, and unfortunately it makes it hard to determine sometimes exactly where you've got rotation and what rotation you do have. But it does look like strong winds out of front of this kind of southern tip, but now moving through Pickering, Ajax, and Whitby, and it does look like this has picked up speed. So I'm going to go back a couple frames. Yeah, it's definitely moving quickly now. You can see every scan. It's covering quite a bit of ground, and we still have that storm right now over Richmond Hill with that moderate to heavy rain coming into Markham. Going to meet at that 404, is that the 407? Yeah, that's the 407, and then eventually down to the 401 as well. So again, showers through these these areas around King City, less intense than what we're seeing here east of the GTA and into Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, and Oshawa. So let me just go and we'll swing out. We'll take a quick look at a few other things. I'm just going to see if anything is happening here in Quebec. There's not much going on there. And let's take a look at that line of storms up to the north. So far, obviously no warnings up there, but that line is definitely doing its best to form. I'll show you guys what path this is taking right now. This will move into the western Quebec side as well, but right now, non-severe rain showers or thunderstorms, depending what area you're in. There is a little bit of lightning there, but nothing too bad. Going to look around Sault Ste. Marie. East of Sault Ste. Marie, there's a storm. This would have some hail on it, so I think this might get severe warned shortly. When you see pink, you're starting to get it into that pea-sized hail or smaller, so they may end up severe warning. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. There's the severe warning, but the problem with these boxes, the severe warning is for a storm that is going to travel southeast to about Elliott Lake area, and then there's a warning that goes all the way back to the north. So anybody to the north, you have nothing to worry about. This storm, they're warning because of that hail signature that's in there. So, and it's not far from the radar. So they're just saying cut and paste, basically tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So that's what that is warned for. Moving again eastward, there is a little bit of wind in that, so we'll monitor it as well and just keep people up to date. So this is drifting slowly southeast, probably going to head towards Elliott Lake if it sustains. And that's always the question mark. There's some storms that just pop, go up, they pulse, and then they come back down. So we're going to come back out to Saskatchewan, take a look at things out there. One lonely cell here early on in the day, just moderate to moderate heavy rain and some lightning. This is to the east of Shaunavon or west of or southwest of Cadillac. So nothing to be concerned about there. That's just a shower. Obviously not going to help with the flooding or the saturation levels. So any storms at all through Saskatchewan, even Alberta, are going to be an issue because these are very heavily saturated areas. Edmonton broke its record, like smashed its record for highest, wettest June, I should say, on record ever that since records have happened. These storms on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border are warned for that heavy precip because they are not moving very quickly. And you'll see that right here. They're kind of almost staying somewhat stationary, just drifting slowly at this point. So that is the same issue there. And then up at Fort McMurray, I've just covered that quickly. We have a line of showers, and this is for heavy rain. There is barely any lightning. It's just southeast. There's a few bolts from Fort McMurray. So thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate that, UMAC-Me. And I said I was going to remember your name because we chatted on Facebook today, and now my brain, it's honestly a little fried. I did not sleep well last night, unfortunately, with when we go 8 hours straight, and we're on the live stream the whole time. We don't just leave things running here and you know, take a break or anything. I'm literally on here the whole time, and if my brain is going that hard, it makes it harder to sleep. It just wants to keep going, unfortunately. So anyways, we'll bear with me today. I'm going to do my best to give you guys the info as accurately as I can. Let me just take a look. So very heavy rain right now, moving through Pickering, Ajax, and Whitby. We are about a minute out for our next scan, so I'll wait for that. And again, those are kind of the three main areas, and we still have one in Quebec that may end up having some severe storms with large hail. So those are what we are monitoring in that respect. So let me just take a look. This is our latest scan. The winds over the lake, that was probably radar noise, those higher values that we saw. Now that I'm seeing a fresh update here, or they've subsided, but heavy rain through Ajax, Whitby, heading over to the lake shore. Oshawa just almost out of the kind of the moderate rain. There'll be a small gap in here with the green where you're going to have just light showers, but more behind them. And then moving to Bowmanville, Newcastle, and it's starting, the edge of the very light rain is kind of through Newtonville, and this is extremely light rain. And that is getting close to that Port Hope or Cobourg area, but these are just regular garden variety showers, nothing to be concerned about as far as the rain is concerned. Let's go back to Markham and Richmond Hill along that 404, 407. Moderate to moderate rain throughout most of this, maybe moderate heavy. And let's just take a look at the winds. Not bad, I would say probably 60 kilometers an hour roughly right through these with these brighter reds that you're seeing. So a bit windy, but not getting to those extreme levels just yet. So we'll see if these move off and whether additional storms fire back to the west. I'm going to take a look. Nothing on King City radar right now. Let's take a look at our Detroit radar. Nothing trying to come across Lake Huron. And let's look at our Buffalo radar. And there are storms in New York, but that's their problem, and Pennsylvania, not ours. Looks like a couple of cells may be trying to pop here by Bancroft and Smith Falls. Uh-oh. Okay, so we got some storms popping here already. I'm saying uh-oh because this is early on and I wasn't expecting a lot. These are nothing right now, so let's be clear about that. These are not anything concerning, but what's really cool about our platform is we have weather cams located throughout the region as long as there's power. We've lost a few of them to power just because folks have power out. So we are, this is the, so I can take a look right at this storm that I'm looking at here from Smith Falls. Let me bring it up here. This is our weather cam, and you can see it over the lake developing there. There's nothing strong about this. It's just getting going. This is in the very early stages, not mature in any way. Again, we're not expecting much from these storms, but there is obviously quite a bit of saturation throughout a lot of regions. So obviously anybody in Ottawa doesn't want to hear anything about rain at this point. As we heard, people have their belongings in the from the basements out by the road just because they've been destroyed by that flooding. So so we'll keep an eye on this. So there are a few little storms popping here, and we are watching that line to the north. With that one little storm that is severe warned here. I'll look at it from the, so the hail has gone down. So this is what we call a pulsing storm, meaning the updraft goes up, gets really intense, starts to rain in itself, chokes itself out a little bit, and then goes down, and then may start up again. So you get this pulsing action. So that looks to be what's going on up to the north. We'll continue to monitor it, but that severe warning will stay there for now. Just looking at winds in there, nothing too drastic in terms of winds. So that's basically the game at this point, what we're looking at. And we're again early on, they just put out a thunderstorm watch. So I want to also explain that to folks, the difference between a watch and a warning, because this gets confused all the time. And Rick, actually, we were talking yesterday, and Chris, I believe, in the chat yesterday, we call it a taco watch and a taco warning. That's the analogy they were using, and I like it. So taco watch means your ingredients are all there for you to make tacos, and a taco warning means your tacos have arrived all assembled. So that's the difference there. So where you see the lighter yellow with the thinner yellow line, that is a watch, and then that dark yellow or darker yellow area with the thicker yellow line is your warning. And you can see our legend at the bottom there, so you understand what all the colors are. We keep it as simple as possible, just so that things aren't overly complicated. So we kind of keep it very simple in that regards. We're about 6 minutes into our scan here to the south, so we'll keep an eye on that. And I'm going to watch these storms again in Eastern Ontario. So I was talking about this unique feature we have. We have these weather cams. It's a private weather cam network that we have our weather cam hosts, and they work with us. It's through obviously our great community we built on this platform. And basically we install a camera, hook it up to the internet, and then we can remotely access it and get live footage versus radar. So we're seeing what's actually happening below that radar radar scan because it's always off the ground. I'll tell you how high this storm is. This is 1,000 feet off the ground, so 300 meters where that scan is. Fairly close to the radar, but if you get even further away from the radar, you start to see higher and higher up in the storm, as I was mentioning. So we are looking to expand this network out of Eastern Ontario. That's where we've started. We have about 25 of them deployed at this point, and we want to eventually go across Canada. Obviously, that costs a lot of money, but we want to expand them onto the Quebec side. I know we have some inquiries that people are looking to host some because we've talked about this on a few streams, but as you can imagine, we've been very busy. We have literally hundreds of emails at this point over the last week. So we will respond to people, but it won't be until I can get off stream and Connor not needing to chase. So it's going to take us some time to respond to messages, emails, all that stuff. We're doing our very best to do that, but obviously that's going to take some time. So let's swing back here to Toronto and see what our latest scan shows here. So the bulk of the precipitation, all that red, has moved out over the water essentially. So again, I would not be on the water with this. Whitby area 401, just a bit more moderate, heavy rain with that red. Coming through Bowmanville, moderate to moderate heavy, north to the 407 and then through Newcastle, and just to the west is light rain in west of Port Hope, but it hasn't made it there yet. And our storm back to the west of the rest of this is through Richmond Hill, Markham, and Vaughan. Moderate to moderate heavy rain, less lightning on this. And let's take a look at our winds. There are some winds blowing out from this storm. So again, probably 60 to 70 kilometers an hour right here. This is only 500 feet off the ground. So you're maybe 250 meters roughly in that neighborhood. So that's what's going on with this storm. Just heavy precipitation, again, moving southeast, as you can see on our radar. You'll watch that move through, and then we'll jump into some more questions and comments as well. So you can see how this has traveled kind of southeast at this point. And I'm going to see if they've just updated this warning or if they're canceling it. No, they're still continuing this warning through downtown area, just saying damaging wind gusts. So they are warning it for these stronger winds that we were just speaking about. They are picking up with a little bit of intensity along the 400. There's some 70-kilometer-hour winds. So if this marches through, and hopefully it doesn't intensify when it goes towards downtown, because those winds can funnel those winds even faster and kind of amplify them. So that could be bad if it starts to go through Toronto and getting windy down those, obviously down the streets, and getting that wind funnel because it can't go through obviously through the buildings. So, okay, what else have we got here? What else? Throwing this out there wouldn't be a... yeah, I'm not sure about this comment in terms of drinking water. I know there's a lot of areas that in the last 15 to 20 years that have put up stuff in terms of being able to storm management, I guess, just reservoirs that will fill up. But obviously even those can be exceeded at sometimes. So that's definitely an issue. Question about what models are from what models and from where do you guys get the outlook of precipitation? I know they give some on Environment Canada. Do they offer more detailed models? So yes, when we're looking at our modeling data, it is very technical. If you're looking at multiple models out there, there's the GFS, there's the they call it RRR, high resolution rapid refresh. There's the NAM 3K. There's so many out there that we look at. We don't look at just one model, and we're trying to figure out what's going to happen. So all of those have kind of a different take on what's going to happen. Some are longer term, some are short term. There's a lot that goes into models. It's not something I can point you at in terms of, hey, you're going to get this much rain based on one model. It's always doing some analysis of the data, but those those would be ones that you can look at. I use College of DuPage. Pivotal Weather is another website that you can go to get into these. Those are two that a lot of people use. Connor uses Weatherbell. So those are three platforms that you can go and take a look at that stuff. Just looking at some comments here. Okay, just to perfect. Glad you're watching this to support Canadian content. That's definitely what we're about. It's Canadians doing Canadian weather. That's basically what our purpose is. And also just trying to amplify Canadian chasers. That's what we're looking to do. There's plenty in the US that will amplify chasers out in the US side. So we're just trying to work with Canadian chasers as much as possible and giving everybody a shot. So let's just take a look at these storms. That Smith Falls one getting a little bit organized, but we'll keep an eye on that one as well. I'm just going to take a look at the severe warning that they just updated here just to see what they're doing. They're still maintaining it here. Damaging wind gusts up to quarter-size hail and heavy rain. We are 6 minutes from our next scan. So our concern right now will be when this next scan comes in from the storm along the 407, Vaughan, Markham, and heading into downtown Toronto, whether the winds are going to pick up. So that's going to be our big question mark. I'm going to go back up to the north, take a look what's happening here. North of Sudbury, this is going to drift down. So come into Sudbury, there's going to be some rain, but this is just isolated pockets of that heavier rain with a few lightning bolts, maybe a little bit of hail forming on some of these darker colors, but right now not much of significance at this point. And this will drift into Quebec again, that western Quebec thing. What models never pick up on, or very rarely will pick up on, is the storms will latch that Ottawa River because it's an area of moisture, and they love to come down through North Bay, through Mattawa, latch onto the river, and then they turn and come down into Ottawa. And that's an extra area of enhanced moisture, and the storms, for whatever reason, they just love riding that, and we've had that happen numerous times. It happened the other day with those storms around Pembroke, and it just went southeast from there. Luckily missed Ottawa to the west, because if that storm went into Ottawa, it would be a totally different ball game. Even though Canada Day was really bad, that one would have been even worse probably, because that one was very, very strong. That was the strongest storm I've seen in Eastern Ontario in quite some time. So let's go back out to Saskatchewan and take a look. They've severe warned this storm, so it's got a little bit of hail here from the radar. I'm going to look from the US side. So US side showing a tiny bit of hail, a little bit closer, and then obviously the Canadian radar further away right now, but showing a little more hail, but that's why they have severe warned this. This is moving north-northeast. It's going to come into Cadillac. There were showers there yesterday, so again, a heavily saturated area. Again, I feel awful for farmers. It has been bad. Okay, let me jump on some more questions here. Again, Veronica, thanks for being in the chat. Rick, thank you for being in the chat. Hopefully I'm not missing any of my other moderators, but if you're there, thank you again for helping out. Frank just saying thanks for keeping us informed. Absolutely, that's my purpose. Is there anything coming to Canada right now from Leafy? Right now, no. There are no storms right now heading towards Canada. We do have a small storm or two heading that have initiated. We are not sure how far those are going to go and whether they'll sustain. There may be minor showers in Eastern Ontario. That is expected. We're hoping nothing goes severe at this point, so we'll see where things end up. The severe watches are not there. Funky Gimp, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate that. Your coverage was very helpful for my mom in Elmer the other night. Also, could you give a quick explanation, vorticity versus helicity? So yeah, I can kind of give you guys a description on that, so bear with me for a sec. I just want to jump in and show this storm in Smith Falls, but I will address that. Give me 1 second here. 1 One sec. Whoops. Let's take a look at our Smith Falls storm. I just want to see how this is developing while it's going. It's right over one of our cameras, actually. But so this storm, again, coming through, this is west of Smith Falls. You can see that that is, whoops, give me a sec here. Apologies. That is coming through Smith Falls, and it's heading northeast. So the left side would be kind of to your southwest, and it's kind of getting a little bit organized there. There is a lowering there, which might freak a few people out, but that right now is not something to worry about just yet. So it is still a storm that is trying to mature and get its act going. So it has got a bit of precipitation on it, and basically we'll see whether that develops into anything at this point. So let me switch back here. We'll take a look at our radar. Let me see here. So let me pull out of that area and just, there's another one by Bancroft, and there's an update here on the severe thunderstorm warning. So let me take a look at it. So they are expiring this up there to the north. Severe thunderstorm associated with this alert have weakened or moved out of the area. And it was literally for the one little storm that was east of Sault Ste. Marie that had some hail on it and then has subsided as well. So just getting some comments here from my moderator. Give me a sec here, and one of my chasers. Give me a sec here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's basically that there. Let me jump. Getting another picture here. Portland storm from Perth. Okay, so this is the storm that we were just looking at. I'm just getting a photo coming in here from one of my moderators. Rick put up the drone, it looks like, in the Perth area. So I'm just going to share that with you guys. So this is, again, Eastern Ontario. We are just watching the development of this storm. It's very elevated. So again, we aren't expecting much for strong storms through the area, but obviously these particular areas have had quite a bit of precipitation over the last 3 or 4 days basically, and some very heavy moisture. So it's an area that's saturated, and extra rain is not good at this point. So give me a sec. Let's jump back here. I'll swing back to that, close that, and okay. I'm just reading one of the comments here. Okay, so Leafy just saying, true, like right now in Canada, we are in an orange heat warning, but that's been the same all week, but haven't had a storm since Canada Day. That one was bad. I was stuck on the 417 on a bus and flooding. That would be very scary as far as things go. So Connor mentioned that Eastern Ontario wouldn't see anything today, but if I look at the radar, the storm cells forming up north, Sudbury and North Bay seem to be heading southeast straight towards Ottawa later this evening. Is it because they will disperse as they get closer? So that's a great question. That is because those storms on models after dark start to weaken. Again, we will get some rain possibly throughout the area, which is already happening through that Eastern Ontario area. We have this little line that is trying to form itself around the Perth area, but again, no lightning on it right now, so that's a good indicator. But there is some heavy rain tucked in over Highway 10 back through Murphy's Point and going over Rideau Lake. So still some precipitation out of that, but that's basically it at this point. And then a few storms trying to pop around Bancroft area. So let me just take a look back here. I just want to update Toronto on those winds as well. I forgot about that, so just bear with me for a sec here. The wind winds are not picking up on this, so that is good news. They are not intensifying as this storm is moving through to the northeast of downtown Toronto. Our storm over Bowmanville, just moderate rain, moderate heavy for Newcastle, barely raining right now in Port Hope. There'll be maybe a little bit more, but all that heavier precipitation has moved out over the water, and you can see as the storm has gotten out over the water, it now has some hail indicators in there. So let's just take a look at our velocity scans and see what's going on. So I'm just making sure there's nothing too crazy going on. I would not be on the water out ahead of this because that may possibly become an issue. I would not want to get caught on a boat in this kind of stuff. So heavy precipitation over Lake Ontario heading southeast, obviously going to end up going to the US. And then we've got this one little storm back here near Pickering area just to the south of it. Moderate to light rain other than that over the water essentially, and then heavy rain through Agincourt, Scarborough North going into Scarborough and Morningside as it crosses that 401 corridor, and nothing back to the southwest at this point. So right now that's the story in the GTA area, and I'm going to just double check around Quebec. We do have something just got warned somewhere. Okay, I'm going to go back out to Alberta because we've got another warning out there that just got initiated, but I think it's for what am I trying to say? For flooding, possibly. Again, that's more than likely at this time of day what is going on. Probably 1:39 p.m. out there. So Quebec City not showing a lot of anything going on. I'm looking from, oh, did we get our radar back? No, we didn't. That's an old scan. That's why. So I wish it wouldn't let me pick it if it wasn't working, but that's just the way it is. So a few storms here by Saint Pascal and then Rivière Bleue, just along the border with New Brunswick. So let me swing back out to Alberta. Obviously, even in Saskatchewan, we've got a few warnings, so let's cover those. As this line of storms basically drifts northward, it is basically slow moving and just heavy precipitation, some hail in that depending along the line here, and definitely causing a little bit of flooding probably around the Cold Lake area, and they've threw out this severe warning for the line as it's crossing or getting very close to that Alberta Saskatchewan border. And then we have what else here? To the north, and more flooding as far as Fort McMurray is concerned. Just heavy precip as that's going through. You can see these storms kind of drifting through the area. Rick just saying I'm going to try and keep a drone up there, but I've missed some comments. Bear with me for a sec. I want to jump back. Okay, I'm in South Oshawa. Rain just stopped like a tap, was turned off, wind increasing a bit. That's from Nikki. Thank you for the update there. We're going to swing back to Southern Ontario. Actually, sorry, before I do that, I want to look at Saskatchewan side of things. So we do have some storms starting to fire again in that same area as yesterday. This is essentially what took place, and over a few hours that line formed and then started moving kind of in a northeast trajectory going towards Moose Jaw and Regina, but we're still quite a bit of time from there as well, and then we'll jump back into this back to the other side here. So let me get caught up. And we kind of bouncing through quite a few areas, so just keeping my tap dancing shoes on at this point. Okay, full downpour in Markham Thornhill area. That would be from the storm that's moving southeast, again coming through the Scarborough area. Will Pickering get wind too is another question. So it's not bad. I'm just going to switch over to wind velocities here. There's not a ton of wind in here compared to what came through on that initial round of storms to the east of Pickering, so you should be okay. It's mostly over for you. There are some moderate winds, but it's 50 kilometers an hour, something like that at most. So Frank saying that in telecast is showing the storm south of Oshawa is 56,000 feet here. So that basically is a very tall storm for Ontario or Canada even. Usually our storms are somewhere in the 40 to 50,000 foot range. Over 50 is very strong or very tall, which also can indicate your strength of a storm. And there's a lot of hail in this storm right now. You can see that out over the water, just drawing up that moisture right in this particular area here. Let me take a look. I'm just flipping around to see if anything is rotating, but so far it looks pretty decent. The other thing that you can look at with these storms, when you know you've got a stronger storm, you're going to see the bolts shooting out in front of it. And generally the further out in front of it, kind of more intensity to it. So you're seeing those bolts running around. So Jeff answered here. Jeff, very experienced as far as meteorology, military man. We've met with Jeff, actually. He's local to us. I forgot to answer the vorticity question. So just saying vorticity is the circular motion of a parcel of air over distance, and helicity is how tight the motion, as the tighter the movement of movement, the faster the motion. He explained it actually probably better than I would. So always glad to have Jeff in the chat to be able to go through those kinds of things. Extremely knowledgeable. So thank you for that, Jeff. And I apologize, Funky Gimp, that I got distracted and bounced all over the place. Just obviously wearing a lot of hats and just trying to keep up. So I always appreciate when people can assist with that kind of stuff. So what else? Yellow watch, severe thunderstorm in Kitchener this afternoon and evening. And yes, that is the watch that you see out, stretched out kind of north and around the GTA area, back to the southwest, almost into London. That is for storms later on. And again, disregard that. That's from the old radar yesterday. That worked for about an hour or two and then decided that it didn't want to work anymore again. So I'm just checking the other radars for that southern Ontario and southwest Ontario portion. Nothing happening there. And let's come back to Eastern Ontario and take a look. This storm is not really getting organized at all very quickly at this point. Oh, and I've got some pictures here. Major tree damage outside of Mattawa from Tuesday. Oh, so this is not good. Mattawa is an area that had a lot of damage. So let me pause that. Bear with me for 1 second, and I'm going to show you what Connor just saw as he was moving up. So let me take that up here. So major tree damage. This is in the Mattawa area. This is just as you're leaving Mattawa on Highway 17 heading out of town. I recognize this, and you can see all those trees are being blown over. So quite a bit, and this is just on the road or on the highway. I'm sure there's plenty throughout the region. So Connor saying that it was much worse in other areas. So look at those trees, just lots of damage up that way. And again, I believe they are still without power. So this also had that storm last June. Last June we had Samuel de Champlain Park, which is also in the Mattawa area. Let me zoom up here. Just to the west, we had a storm go through that park, and it leveled tens of thousands of trees, if not hundreds of thousands of trees up there. It took the park all summer to they shut down, and they basically were not open till this spring. So that area has been seeing a lot of damage as of late, and we're going to watch as these storms they're starting to line out. So we'll see how that develops as things go from there. So is Elgin okay? Coming from Alexis Jade. Let me take a look here. Might be some storm clouds starting to form, but right now, Down in here, there's to the northeast of you. That's where that storm is moving northeast. So I'll just show you what this storm is doing. It was non-existent, and it'll just initiate here. And you can see it. It's moving kind of southeast at this point. So luckily not heading towards the Ottawa area, but unfortunately heading through kind of north of Athens, Brockville, through Ogdensburg. That very saturated area from the last several days. Also quite a bit of damage through those areas. So that's what you're seeing there in the Elgin area as well. What else? There's some rain on Big Rideau Lake, but nothing else right now. Yeah, that's Veronica. Thank you for answering that. And again, I appreciate all the help I get, because I try and keep up with things, but it's after 7 days, I'm probably not doing the best job, but again, we're trying our best. That's the main thing. So let's take a look at our velocity scans here. Not a lot of strong wind on this, just some mild rain. So moderate to light rain, and this is all that's left in the GTA area. And now we're going to be doing the what I call the hurry up and wait game. We're going to wait for additional storms to fire and see what happens around this area here throughout the afternoon and evening at this point. I know I had some questions yesterday about the area for tomorrow. I'm just going to pull up the outlook. This is just from Environment Canada, saying that basically they're talking about minor scattered thunderstorms. This may get increased depending on models today and how today unfolds, but we may be seeing a little bit more. I just want to see if they've got anything different for that. So let me just click on it. This is Saturday from 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday. So it's again, Connor and I were talking about this area, and he may end up down here chasing. So we'll see only if that looks good. And if Connor's in your area, he's going to get the reputation like Jim Cantori in the U.S. If you see Jim Cantori in the afternoon or evening, you don't want to be anywhere near, because that's not good news if he's hanging out in your area. So, but again, we're going to see how models develop over this afternoon and evening, and then we will put an outlook out for things if we're seeing something being a problem down in that area. But we'll play out today first and kind of go from there. Just zooming out here to see whether there's anything. Again, Alberta, a lot of stuff going on there with that heavy rain, and that continues to be the case. They're just continuing to warn these storms as they slowly trail through that area, causing even more flooding, unfortunately. So I'll click on our thunderstorm warning, just saying damaging wind gusts, quarter size hail, and heavy rain. And the second line's heavy rain may cause flash flooding and significantly reduce your visibility. And then large hail can cause injury or damage. So all of these are to do with the heavy rain or possibly hail as well at this point. And we're still got that warning up at Fort McMurray. Oh no, actually they've expired that one. Let me see if, give me a sec here. Let me switch and do a refresh. It's expired though. So Fort McMurray area, those are just thunderstorms expiring at 38 minutes from up there. And these ones all to the south are still current, so just on the Saskatchewan Alberta border, because those storms by Cold Lake are just hanging out there. A couple of little beans here starting to fire in a line on the Saskatchewan side. We did have some tornadoes yesterday to the south. Those would have been roughly, where are we? That's Unity, that's Kindersley. So around the Kindersley area, northeast of there, we definitely had some tornadoes. And then we had another one. Where was this? This was, I'm trying to remember where it was up here. It was in the top west corner. Denzel. This is too far north, but I'm trying to, oh, there's Macklin, there's Denzel. So there was a tornado in that area as well. So a couple of tornadoes yesterday, and we'll see whether tomorrow or today plays out any differently. Right now, just some storms coming from the southwest of Moose Jaw to kind of directly south of Swift Current. I'll show you how these are marching on, but again, I expect that to be later on in our broadcast for that area as far as covering storms towards the evening, late at night there. So that'll be the story at this point. And again, the models are predicting a line of storms forming west of Regina and then coming back east, almost a photocopy of yesterday. So we'll see if that unfolds or not. Jason say, hey, Tom, did you see the picture of rotation shelf cloud near London this morning? I did not. Again, I didn't get to bed. I jumped out of bed. I haven't had a chance to look anything. I'll try and take a look at something. But again, I've been literally, what is it? Rinse, lather, repeat, whatever they tell you there. I've just been in this kind of cycle of running till midnight or close to midnight, looking at models, then going to bed well after midnight, and then getting up and trying to, at least have some kind of life as far as, I haven't even done laundry. So anyways, no, I haven't looked at it. All that babbling, I haven't looked at it, haven't seen it. I might have to try and check that out. I did see a storm go through here from Kitchener to Hamilton and through that area, but again, not 100% sure what took place there. So question about, do you keep track of fires? We don't really track them actively. We obviously use the websites that people do for fire side of things. If there's anything that starts affecting weather or large fires that, areas are needing to be evacuated, then we'll definitely take a look at it. But right now, it is, it's not something that we're actively doing. So Frank Rizzo, if you see the Dominator, that's another one you don't want to see out in your neighborhood in the afternoon and evening. If you see Reed running around, you're definitely going, okay, this is not good. So there are all of those, Jim Cantori, Dominator, and now Connor are going to be a hint and a half that you've got a problem coming up, possibly with weather. So, Weather Network says July will have a major flip-flop, whatever that means. I'm not too sure what they mean by that, but looking at an entire month, you can only look at overall things. It's hard to say with any certainty a month out in advance what you're going to see as far as weather is concerned. I don't trust models 1 week out, let alone a month or anything remotely close to that, but there are pattern changes. That's a good way of saying it. So the overall pattern may change, but we'll see whether things cool off. So the flip-flop they may be referring to is temperature, that things might go away from this kind of higher temps and a bit cooler, but I haven't looked that far as well. So thunderstorm warning expired for around Richmond Hill, Vaughan, down to downtown Toronto. This has all Markham and Scarborough and all that kind of area all expired at this point, and they're still leaving this giant box out. They should have brought it back down to closer to the 407, but they still have that large box thunderstorm warning because we've still got, we've got stuff over water. At this point, they could basically kill off this severe warning. Newtonville, this is just heavy precipitation. There's nothing severe about it at this point. So all of these warnings can expire at this point, and they should expire. Let me just take a quick look here. Nothing there, and nothing from the US radar. We don't have Exeter radar working. I'll keep watching it, but it's been down for days. It did work for a short period yesterday, but then went right back down again. So whatever they fixed didn't last long, unfortunately. We are looking at afternoon, evening for basically this thunderstorm watch. So at any moment we could have storms. I can look at satellite actually and just see if there's anything agitated out there. There's not a lot of, okay, so when we look for storms, whether something's going to happen, I'll zoom in here, get the high res image. Where's a good area that doesn't have a lot of names? we call these Q fields. So this would be a Q field where you see these little popcorn storms, these small, they're not storms, popcorn clouds, I should say. So you get those developing, they sit there, they start to cook. And when they start getting agitated, where they start to pop a little bit, where you're seeing kind of up here to the north of Shelburne, that kind of stuff, then you've got an indicator that things may be starting to happen. So that's our kind of cheat code as a storm chaser. You watch these Q fields and to see if anything's going to get excited, and at that point you start to pay attention to it. So I'm just looking for a good example of a Q field. I mean, all of this is Q. These little clouds, that's what it is. So you're paying attention to those areas when that forcing will trigger them, and if you start to see them kind of popping like popcorn, that's where you go, okay, wait, we got to pay attention to that area. But right now, nothing happening. It's still cooking out there. I'll take a look at our temperatures just so I can see that. So let's take a look at our temps in the areas that we are monitoring. Oh, why didn't that come up? Temperature, North America. Oh, why is that turned off? Okay. So right now, cooking in Southwest Ontario, 33, 35, very warm, 32 around Niagara Peninsula and in that area, Hamilton, Brantford, London. Very warm temps. There's a bit lighter temps coming off of the Lake Huron there, 26 degrees over there. Toronto reading 31. This is the Toronto Airport, YYZ, 35 degrees there. So it is cooking. They just updated the thunderstorm watch, so I'm just going to see if they changed anything. They're talking about large hail. That's one of the things they're highlighting in here. Heavy rain and large hail, but the rain is only 30 millimeters. Usually for severe, you need 50 millimeters as a parameter. So those 90-kilometer wind gusts, they shrunk the box back here for east of Toronto. So they've shrunk the box back as the storm has made its way out to the lake, and again is just going to move into upstate New York at this point. So again, lots of moisture as well, I believe, down there. So let me take a look at that. For storms, one of the things you do want to see is obviously moisture. So there's some 70 plus dew points down here. So those are, if you know anything about meteorology, those are good dew points for storms. It's over 70 in some spots. So again, lots of moisture available, lots of temperature. We'll see what the spread, there's a bit of a spread there, but again, we are expecting those severe storms. So that is kind of an evening at this point. I mean, we're 4 p.m. So unless something pops real quick right now, we're probably talking this evening and moving on from there. So let me kill that off and minimize that as well. Gonna go back here to Eastern Ontario, take a look what that storm is doing. This is just a regular shower. There's no lightning on it, so it's just moving eastward. Again, we're expecting non-severe storms here in Eastern Ontario, so hopefully that remains the case, and it is losing some intensity, but there is one that popped around the Perth area, just to the north of that, and I've actually got a camera on that as well, so let me take a look. And we'll switch over from this and we'll see if we can see it on Rick's camera. One of my moderators, he's got one at his house there, so we'll see if it'll come up here. And if I can get a view for you folks of this bean that just popped. So I call these like beans because that's the shape of them and they're tiny and on their own. So Rick's camera doesn't want to come up right now, so maybe there's a bit of an issue there with internet. But yeah, no, right now it doesn't want to come up, so I'll switch away from that. And we'll jump into the rest of things here. So Jason saying, yeah, I think any predictions over to 2 to 3 days are garbage. I definitely don't trust them. I'm, again, 24 to 48 hours is kind of my window of having any faith in things other than big events or patterns. That's basically the only thing I would trust in that case. A few storms starting to fire here along the St. Lawrence, so we'll be watching this southwest of Quebec City to see if those can get organized, because there is a severe watch up that way. And let's take a look at all the stuff by North Bay. So storms just to the north of Greater Sudbury, but these are going to be isolated pockets of heavier rain, some obviously very light. Very little lightning on this right now. And let's take a look. Winds don't look too bad in this. And so this is drifting southeast at this point. It's going to go through Sudbury and then Sturgeon Falls and North Bay. But right now it doesn't look like anything bad at this point. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. I've been burning the candle at both ends, so it's definitely starting to catch up to me. Let's take a look here by Sault Ste. Marie. Again, on the US side, there's a little bit of stuff going on, but nothing too exciting there. And then we'll flip back out to Saskatchewan to see how our line of storms is developing. And there's a few more starting to pop out in front of it. When I say pop, I'm talking about initiation. That's just my lingo that I use, where storms just start to go. So we do have a little isolated storm out front. These are severe warned, again, I believe, for small amount of hail in them. They haven't specifically said. They've just put damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain, but those are the parameters for the day. So it's kind of like a cut and paste that they put in there. So right now, only 2 warnings left on the one on the Alberta side for these storms to the west of Lloydminster. So out by Paradise Valley and Dewberry and Islay. I hope I'm saying that, or Islay. It could be one of the two. And then obviously right on the edge here with Saskatchewan to the east of Cold Lake. I was going to say that almost looks like it's been stationary, and now I'm seeing that this radar isn't working. Goodness. Let's take a look. If that's the case, then we've got problems. Yeah, so we now have a 5th radar that is down. So it's going to be hard to report on anything. I've got Edmonton, luckily. So let me just take a look at the Edmonton radar, but it is far away from there. So it'll be less accurate, but we kind of west of Lloydminster, that's where we have all those storms. You can just see that they're just parked themselves somewhat there. So that is going to be for flooding. Let's take a look what our radar is here on the Saskatchewan side. Okay. Rick's Wi-Fi was down. That's why we couldn't access his camera there. So from our radar near Saskatoon, Meadow Lake, we've got a couple of storms. These are farther away. Because that radar is down, we can't read it as well, but they do possibly have tiny amount of hail on them, but they are fairly far from the radar. So, and again, the severe warning up by Fort McMurray, that is simply for, it has expired, but it was for mostly heavy precipitation or flooding. So that's what's going on out west. Again, we will monitor all those areas and try and keep everybody abreast of what's going on. And we'll see if there's some isolated storms that go back to the southwest of Regina at this point. So right now we're in a bit of a holding pattern. Not going to be a very exciting stream because there's not much to report on, which gives me a little bit of a break. But I got some more questions. I have family in London and Sarnia. Should I be sending the messages to be ready for any severe storms? So London is outside of the watch as well. So is Sarnia. So it's right now, you don't have anything to worry about. Again, there may be storms that go through. The watch is just for severe, meaning the stronger storms that are going through. But right now, nothing is happening. We do have storms back to the west in Michigan. So we'll see whether those are the ones that continue across and sustain. And those are the ones that we possibly have to see whether they kind of get organized and go severe. So we'll keep up with that. But right now, yeah, you don't need to worry about anything at this point. So so Frank actually right below that comment just saying that do we need to watch those from Kalamazoo and heading into southwest Ontario? They will. Right now, I don't. I'm going to see if I've got a closer radar. So that just coming east of Chicago, essentially. So still quite a ways to go. We are at 4 p.m. here. It's kind of, you see that line over water got really intense. And then as it got on shore, it lost it because, again, it's losing that available moisture that kind of amplifies it or gives it a little bit of a turbo boost. That's basically it. So we're going to see how these storms progress eastward. I'll take a look at what the dew points are out in front of it. So give me 1 second. Oh, I didn't turn it on. Sorry. Bear with me. Just flip it on. So there's some good dew points out there. There's in the 70s, well into the 70s for dew points. So that's good moisture available for those storms to feed off, but we'll see if that's the case. Also very hot out there, so you've got to watch those spreads. But let me just take a look here and go back to temperature, shut that off, and then bring it up here. So right now, again, we don't have a whole lot going on here. Storm over Lake Ontario moving southeast, going to go into New York, probably around Rochester area, or maybe a little bit east of there. So we'll track that. We do have two very minor areas here by the Perth area. That storm died out before we could get a view on it, but I'll see what the Perth camera looks like. Rick just reset his Wi-Fi, he said. So we'll see if it comes back. Worse, my kid's trying to charge an iPad with the angry barn emoji. I love it. Still won't come up, Rick. I can't get it to do anything. So your kids are still charging their iPad. That's what it looks like to me. So anyways, no worries. That storm is dying, Rick. But at the end of the day, I'd be curious why, whether that router needs to be reset or whatever the case may be. But okay, let's take a look. And we do have some some pushes happening here to the east of Bancroft, essentially. But again, that's nothing at this point. Let's come back to Montreal. And right now we're just hanging out. That's basically what we're doing at this point. Few little storms trying to get organized around Quebec City to the southwest, but not a whole lot. These, I believe, all this stuff you're seeing on radar, this is, I believe, wind turbines being picked up by the radar itself. So they show up on the map like that in case anybody is wondering about that. So Connor, I don't know. Let me see here. I'm just checking if Connor, he's probably just getting into the North Bay area fairly soon here. Let me just take a look where he is. Yeah, he is waiting southeast of North Bay and between Mattawa and North Bay. He may be just looking at damage or stuff, but Connor is up in that area to watch what these storms are going to do. If anything exciting happens, we will get some live footage from there. He'll let me know when he does go live. So yeah, it's one of those things that we're, again, in the hurry up and wait stage. Oh, goodness. I don't. Connor says he's sunbathing until he sees clouds. Connor, you have a history of burning yourself redder than our angry barn emoji. So make sure you don't cook yourself like you've been known to do. He's done that several times, and I just sit there shaking my head because he looks like a lobster. So just don't sunbathe too much. Question here from can we get severe weather outside of watch boxes? And yes, you can. Weather doesn't care about these imaginary lines that we as humans have created. So you do always have to pay attention if you are anywhere close to warnings or watches. Just because you're not in it doesn't mean you're not going to get it. They don't put in like this giant safety net where they push it far out. They don't want to warn any more people than they need to. So it's kind of this fine line. So 100% you can have severe weather happen way outside of boxes. And sometimes you get what we call mesoscale accidents where a storm just catches everybody off guard, and then you end up with that type of situation going on. So yes, 100% you can do that. So Jeff's saying Cold Lake radar is available through Nav Canada for future reference. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder why we can't get it on here. It's obviously the data feed or something like that, based on that, because if you can get it through Nav Canada, let me see. And that's good to know. Thank you very much for that, Jeff. Always value your input there. It's just not incorporated into my obviously my software, which does make it a little more a little harder. I'm trying to find the link for it right now. Bunch of PDFs, but there's nothing. Cold Lake Radar Nav Canada access. Let's see if that'll bring it up while we're waiting here. So I keep calling you Curtis's brother. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Curtis's brother. I don't know what your actual name is, so commenting that Connor the cooked lobster has a nice ring to it. Anyways, he's definitely pulled off that impersonation a few times. So trying to find this access to that radar. But Jeff, I'm sure you have access to it. I know you do, but I can't find it anywhere in terms of being able to access it. So I'll have to look at some links for that later. But again, it doesn't incorporate with my software, but I can at least kind of look at it and maybe share it through other avenues. But always good to know that. So bear with me for a sec here. Okay, so let me just see here, just seeing some emails. So I just wanted to make sure that was the case. Okay. Okay. Ashley had a question here. They said the Q word yesterday and things did not stay the Q word from Veronica. So, it definitely, there was some storms. That's a faux pas using the Q word, and I'm not going to say it because then I'll just jinx everything else. So I'm not going to be blamed for that. But right now we are in the hurry up and wait stage. That's literally where we're at. And this is what storm chasers do, except they drive to locations like Connor is doing right now, sitting and waiting for hopefully storms to come to him that he can chase and that he can have some photos with. So Mark. Okay, so I've got Mark is Curtis's brother. Good. I now know that. Hopefully, I'm gonna remember it. And also, thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you sending me the email. And one of the things we've got to do moving forward, because of how busy things got, we're going to look at some kind of system where we can ingest pictures and media better than we do right now, but I have to find a body to man that. That's the problem. I literally am by myself. I move my camera and show you I'm sitting here all by myself. I can't man all of that. So we're going to have to look at spreading out some kind of responsibilities, maybe between the moderators, but we'll see, or bringing another volunteer on that can handle that kind of stuff, because the amount of pictures and videos that we got over the last, again, I literally have 200 emails that I have to get to, and the amount of messages is even as much. So we're constantly looking at improving the platform, and again, we appreciate all the support we've had over the last week. The platform has exploded. The amount of followers we've gotten and subscribers and people becoming members of the Sunshine Club, all of that has been fantastic. So there are improvements coming down the road as far as things are concerned. So let me just take a look here. Rick asking a question. So let me respond to Rick here for 1 second. So we're going to have, like I said, working forward, we're going to have an intake system for media, being pictures and videos, that kind of stuff. So I already actually looked into it a little bit, but there's zero time to do any of that right now with how, crazy things have been. So, let's just go back up here. So we are going to work on that better, because I, again, cannot keep up. So we want to get those things on the air as well, so that people, when they send photos, I can access them easier and be able to share them easier. So we will work on that and improve that system. Right now around Sudbury, we've just got Mark, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. That's awesome. You now can throw in some fun emojis on the chat there, the custom ones that are weather related. So Greater Sudbury, just minor showers there. There's barely any, there's no lightning around there. Back to the west, there is heavier rain by Spanish River Provincial Park, and there's a bit of lightning. That's the only thing to really talk about here. To the north, we've got Temagami with some showers. Again, moderate to light showers along Highway 11 in kind of pockets, and then east of there, some showers on the Quebec side. We did have the other day, we had some circulations moving across this region, and what was weird for me, I'm gonna where am I? I'm trying to zoom in to where this would be. Which one's Olive? Here, my brother owned a property up here called Olive the Lake Lodge. My younger brother, he sold it this spring, and there was literally a circulation heading for that place. I couldn't believe I had to call out Olive the Lake on the stream. And then if you go check out their Facebook page, just down the road, I'm trying to find it here where it is, right about here to the south, so a few kilometers away, or maybe a kilometer or two, there was a bunch of tree damage, and there's a pile of tree damage in the bush from a blowdown as far as that circulation moving through. So very strong winds there a couple of days ago. So like you were seeing from Connor, but the damage was worse than that. So again, the severe storms have been battering a lot of regions here across Canada this year and over the last month or so specifically. And we're only getting into July and August. Those are kind of July is definitely the peak of the season for severe, especially out west. And so we'll see with how things progress over the next little while. But right now, I don't see a break for myself. Maybe after the weekend, I'll get a couple days where I can do something, but possibly tomorrow and Sunday still live streaming. If today is Friday, yes. So trying to keep in mind what day it is. I have lost track. So what else have we got here? Benny, thanks for jumping in. What does Smith Falls look like? Right now, you've just got a tiny little storm, organizing itself around the Smith Falls area. These are kind of pop-up showers, essentially. So you'll see a few of them have gone to the south of Smith Falls and then kind of dying out. And then another one popped near Perth, which now has re-intensified near Smith Falls. So we have two pushes happening here, but these are just regular showers. Obviously, some heavy rain in them in pockets. pockets, but no lightning of any kind of concern in those. So let's take a look up here by Quebec City. A few storms starting to get a little bit more organized. Let me take a look at some winds in there. Nothing too drastic. We'll see whether they can get going, but again, we're seeing storms popping, dying. So that seems to be a bit of a pattern right now. We'll see if that changes here shortly. Again, 4:20 p.m. Eastern time. Connor sitting up north. They just put a severe watch out for the southern tip here of southwest Ontario. So I'm going to read that to you folks. That just came out 5 minutes ago, saying that conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong winds. Obviously 90 to 100 kilometer-hour winds, ping pong ball size hail, and heavy rain beginning early evening is what they're saying. So that's probably the storms coming from the west that you see here east of Kalamazoo, and they're watching that. So now we have a severe watch out from Sarnia down to Windsor to Leamington. Also a busy area there. We had, we had quite a bit going on in that area, and we also had Glencoe had that tornado go through that area. So a lot of activity on that southwest portion of Ontario. Not sure why they've left this gap in here. They may fill that here. I'm kind of baffled by that a little bit, but maybe they're just not done putting out the watches further. I don't know exactly what the process is because I don't work in Environment Canada, so maybe they're going to fill that in. But again, these now watch has grown in southern and southwest Ontario, so something to keep aware of. So we'll take a look back here for Saskatchewan. So let me jump into that. Let's pull up the local radar. Couple of small storms out front of this, but this so far doesn't look bad, but it's only 2:22 p.m. out in Saskatchewan at this point. We do show a tiny amount of hail right here in the back corner of this one storm. This is to the northeast of Cadillac. Lots of lightning, some heavier pockets of precipitation, so that's why this is severe warned. Let's take a look at winds in there. Bit of rotation it looks like on this storm, so let me just see that. So this is how we check if this is even in the storm. So let me take a look here. Gonna circle that area roughly green and red. Take a look, and then we're going to switch over to reflectivity. It's within the storm, so it's quite possible that's something trying, but we'll monitor that and see if that continues on as well. So that is out in Saskatchewan right now that we are looking at that again to the south of Swift Current, moving northeast and eventually probably into Moose Jaw, and then again into Regina as the evening carries on. And to the north, they've just severe warned Meadow Lake because that had a little bit of hail on it. And this is an old scan. I've got to find the radar that's available up there. So I've got this one here from Saskatoon or west of there. So they're showing a bigger cluster of hail here. This is again very high up in the storm. We're at 12,000 feet, so this is 4 kilometers almost. So that is very high up in the atmosphere, and it is the hail will be up there, but it will, as it drops lower, it's getting into those warmer temps, and it'll melt on the way down. What will happen on what will end up on the surface is a little bit up for question, but that's basically why they've severe warned this area for the storm that is kind of sitting near Meadow Lake and not really doing a whole lot in terms of movement. I don't think it's just kind of crawling, and we had that with the Denzel tornado yesterday. It was just sitting there parked over that area, barely moving out of the area as far as motion or trajectory. There is a little bit of rotation on it as well at the very high levels, so we will monitor that area. In Alberta right now, we do have a watch coming out for the foothills here off the mountains. Braden Morisseau's backyard. So What are they saying? They're saying thunderstorms will persist into the evening hours. They're going to be saying strong winds, large hail, and heavy rain. That is just to the north of Calgary, stretching out through Rocky Mountain House and back that way. So that is southwest of Edmonton or north and northwest of Calgary. So we will watch that area as well. So again, I suspect later on our focus will shift out west once Ontario is done with their storms in this area. But if they're going on at the same time, we will watch them and we'll keep everybody up to date as to what's going on. But right now we're literally just hanging out at this point. Jeff, thank you for sending the email. Mark, yeah, saying it's just getting to prime time out in Saskatchewan. Curtis should be out again today. I do believe he is going fishing. So he decided to go hang out with the fishes today, is what he said. But you know how he is. It could change if something exciting happens. So we'll just have to amp him up as we see storms. We'll just make a really big deal out of them, and then we'll get Curtis out storm chasing. So we'll make it a team effort at this point, Mark. Russ saying, yeah, storms are building fast in Saskatchewan, definitely, especially in that southwest corner. And that's where the initiation was yesterday. And again, we had that similar pattern, a bunch of different storms popping. They've kind of organized into a line and then marched eastward. So we'll see what's going on later on today. So, Carly Norman asking, is Cortland fine? So because we're covering multiple areas, folks, if you can let me know. I know a lot of places in terms of cities and towns across Canada, but if you can let me know what province it is, that way I know what I'm looking for. So let me take a look. Thunderstorm watch. Okay, I found Cortland, Ontario, so I'm assuming that's where we're talking about. Right now, there's nothing going on, but you do have a severe thunderstorm watch, and they are expecting 90-kilometer wind gusts as being the maximum. Nickel-sized hail and heavy rain. That is what is being called for in that area, and it has to do with the storms that are currently in Michigan, and they are moving eastward. So I'll show you that transition as well. So. Oh, there's a funnel on that big R storm in Saskatchewan. So let me just take a look here. I'm going to see if I can see anything on our social media. A lot of stuff from yesterday. I find X very hard to navigate now just because it doesn't put stuff up as quickly as it should, but just getting an indicator of a possible funnel on that storm. So let me just take a look. So we'll switch back out here because obviously history of tornadoes out here. So let me zoom in I'm looking at the wrong radar again. That's back down here. That's crazy that that's got a funnel. I mean, again, on radar, you would never suspect it, but that kind of popped really quickly. Let me see back here in the scans. But this area yesterday definitely had some issues. And if I was guessing, let me see if that's anything. It's walking with the storm. So I just want to switch back and forth. It's outside of the storm. So that's not. Oh, why does it do that all of a sudden? This is a glitch that's going on, I think. We used to be able to switch back and forth when we were playing things so I could verify on history. But there was this small area of rotation right by Springwater, two pixels, red and green. That's sometimes how narrow it can be as far as trying to detect motion or circulation in a storm. So right now, that is west of Bigger or Big R. Not 100% sure on the pronunciation, but just seeing in the comments here from Russ saying funnel on that one posted on X. So I'm just trying to see if I can find that. Let me do a search. Let's see if I can find that. Oh, that's from a few days ago. See here. Yeah, nothing on there that I can find. But anyways, I believe you. I'm just trying to find it so that I can maybe look at it and figure it out. But anyways, okay, we'll keep an eye on that to see if anything develops here out in Saskatchewan. One tornado went unwarned yesterday in that area. We did call it out because we had a photo of it from actually Curtis's friend as well. So we'll keep an eye on things there. Getting a question here: blast of strong winds and heavy rain lasted about 10 minutes in the Smith Falls area in eastern Ontario. We'll be at Franktown radar. So there's a couple more little storms popping. Here is one just kind of Bishop Mills and south from there. So this is to my south. I live up here in Kempville, but this is moving southeast towards Johnstown. So let's take a look at it. I have a camera we can access there. So bear with me for 1 second and we'll take a look at that, and we'll go from there. I've got to log in here, so this will take me a second. Okay, let me just log in. Forgot to log into this camera before I came on board. But luckily, we're not in a huge rush, other than I want to keep an eye on, obviously, what's going on in Saskatchewan. So let's take a look there and go from that. Canada. Oh, God. Wow. Typing in something I haven't typed in forever. I can't believe my brain went there. That's how tired I am. Okay, let's see that. My safety pin, and we'll bring this up and we'll look at that storm, and then we'll swing right back to Saskatchewan. Okay. So we can see the storm developing here. I'll pull this up on the GG's Tree Care weather cam. So that will be right there looking at the storm. This is moving north or southeast, but with more of a easterly component. Unfortunately, that camera currently shakes just because of where it's located, more than we expected. But again, one of the things we will work on when we get some time here. That's just all that's been kind of stopping us from do that. But this is at Master Feeds on the Port of Johnstown, essentially. So we have access to that camera, or we installed that camera up there with their help. So that is the storm. Obviously, just heavy precipitation throughout that, but that's all it is right now. We will again keep an eye on it, but it is drifting somewhat eastward if I back this up here. So that is going to move over the 416 through Spencerville, then into Cardinal. There's only a few lightning bolts on it right now, but I'll monitor it to see if anything changes. So we're going to kind of bounce around here a little bit, and we'll come right back to it. So just going to quickly check what's going on here. Quebec City, not much happening with those storms, so that's good. And then we'll go back over here to Saskatchewan and see which radar are we on. That's so right here is where that possibility where we've seen some funnels, and again, those are what I've learned with this is that they're very hard to detect in terms of the motion, because right now we are reading it's only 3,000 feet, so it shouldn't be too bad to pick it up. But the velocity scans yesterday were basically non-existent on these storms. But I'll have to keep an eye on that one. If you guys do see something as it's going, so we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that. And there's a storm down here by Conquest that also has my attention. That is getting going and organized, and then we'll come back down to the line here. I'm going to take a look from the radar near near Regina. There is some rotation. I see that comment from Russ, so let me just take a look here. Some colors in here, but this looks like in the wrong, it's on that cell that's trying to get organized, so that could be something as well. And a bit of rotation in this back corner, back cell as well. So again, I'll try and monitor those. Nothing obvious right now other than that it's got that hail core on it, which obviously shows some intensity. This is back near east or northeast of Cadillac, as Russ was mentioning as well in there. So what else? Mark just saying that if the bite is bad on the fishing, Curtis could be convinced to go out. So, yeah, definitely a possibility. Oh, thunderstorm southwest of you. Thunder can be heard if you could go outside. I really wish I could. What else have we got? Afternoon, please tell me, what about Regina City area? So we are out here looking at Saskatchewan right now, somewhat of a mirror image from yesterday. Models were showing a line of storms more isolated, so marching in a line, but not quite like yesterday in the sense that it was just this big shelf moving eastward. These are isolated storms that are going to form to the west of Regina and then march through Moose Jaw and Regina and eastward again, possibly through Weyburn and that whole same corridor as yesterday. So we're going to see how this develops. Right now we are monitoring these storms out that way and just keeping an eye on them as well. So we should have a new scan here any minute, any second, I should say. We're 8 minutes into this, so we should have one here. I'm going to see if the US radar has anything to say about this. Not much in the way of rotation, but it doesn't take much out there. So this is our latest scan that just showed up. A little bit of hail from these storms. That's actually the US radar, sorry. Oh, I can hear thunder at my house. I just heard it here. So, and these storms are marching northeast. They are south of Swift Current and continuing on that path with a few others kind of initiating to the southeast of that. So we'll see if those pick up intensity as they head towards Moose Jaw and Regina, and we'll see whether anything's going on there. So, Melissa, good to see you. Thanks for jumping in the chat. Tobacco saying I'm in Toronto and I'm in Canada, and I think I'm okay. Yeah, you're definitely okay being in Canada, and we've got no storms right now in the Toronto area. We are expecting stuff later on, so we're going to watch that as well. I've been looking at some storms here in Saskatchewan, just watching what's going on there. So a few little storms by this area here. I'm a little, oh, whoops, wrong key. So just looking at some velocities there on the Alberta side. So far it has been essentially just slow moving storms causing those warnings to go out for flash flooding. We do have some storms now firing off the foothills over the last little while, moving off of them. Generally they die off as they get off the foothills. A line coming to the west of Edmonton, but this is not severe warning. This is just regular showers with some lightning associated with it, and some more of them popping off the foothills kind of between Didsbury and Calgary. There may be a little bit of hail right now southwest of Carstairs, so that pink pixelation is what we look for out there. So some areas starting to get development, and there may be a storm right over Calgary as well. I'm looking here to the north side of it, so we'll watch those as well. Those are the areas that we are paying attention to. I'm going to go see what's going on in northern Ontario. Again, line of storms, most of it, nothing is severe warned at this point. Marching southeast, Connor is up that way, watching to see if these will develop into anything at this point. So just getting a comment here, so bear with me again. I missed that a while back. Connor's not super happy about Okay, okay, rural Sask, funnel cloud on the system west of Big R. So that I just saw the funnel from that. So it definitely had a funnel at the lower level. Again, like yesterday, essentially. So, okay, let's look here. There's some storms starting to fire here in our region. They've kind of stuck out in the same area near Merrickville, heavier precipitation, but they're pulsing storms essentially. Let me just see what has transpired. And you can kind of see them marching in a line 3 by 3. Almost looks like there's another push trying to happen back to the west of Perth, so we'll see if that's the case. They are putting out, it looks like a boundary. That first storm is throwing a boundary out to the north of it. We do have some thunder in the area because I just heard it, but right now these are just showers at this point, maybe even some lightning, but non-severe. So again, we're in the sitting and waiting phase of things, not very exciting at this point. And we're going to see there's a couple of pushes trying to happen here to the northwest of Toronto. Let's just take a look. You can see that right north of Alliston. There's a small push there trying in Orangeville, but they don't seem to be getting themselves established. And then we are watching storms coming from Michigan. These are the ones that are going to be into southwest Ontario with this new watch that got put out for the severe thunderstorm watch. So we'll pay attention to that as well. So sports guy, good to see you. It's going well. I'm having a decent day. I'm definitely tired. I'm definitely feeling the wear of the last 7 days of live streaming, but we're here. So, but I appreciate you asking me. See, brain not always working right now. Shelby, I just kind of gave a rundown there of what's happening in Alberta right now, west of Edmonton off the foothills. There's some minor storms so far, nothing severe warned out of those as far as any kind of intensity. On the east side of Alberta, they are severe warned for flooding possibly. So, okay. Okay. So Rick is going to head out. I don't know if Rick's going to live stream here, but we'll see whether we can get Rick going there. I'm not sure if he jumped out right now, but oh yeah, Rick's got a live stream going. Connor's got a live stream going. So we'll watch these. We'll continue to kind of bounce around between all of these and keep an eye on things. So Connor has a stream going, but he's looking at blue skies right now. So probably questioning some life choices. We are missing one of our things here for satellite. I don't know why that is happening. Let me see. There we go. Okay, coming back there. So we'll continue to monitor it. We do have a couple of chasers out there. If there's anything exciting that happens, I'll flip back to them. But if you guys, as you know, the chasers here. Okay, I'm just going to monitor the chaser chat there, but Rick or Connor, once you guys see something exciting, if you can let me know, that way I can swing back to it for to take a look at things. So, what else? No problem for the update for Regina City, absolutely. Sean saying decent storm going up north of Calgary, so we just saw those as well. So we'll see if we can keep on top of those. So we're covering quite a bit here. As soon as I get some severe warnings out there, that was the one by Carstairs again. It had a little bit of hail, but usually when they come off those foothills, they start to die off, and that's why you see that severe watch or thunderstorm watch only stretching so far off the foothills and then kind of not being extended further, because they do have a tendency to die once they come off that foothill area. But again, we could have one here that latches and decides to do something. It would upset Braden because he's not there, but that's the way storm chasing goes. Sometimes it happens right in your own backyard and you're not there to see it. So a little bit of rotation here by Hodgeville. I want to take a look at that to see if that's within the storm. It's kind of outside of it, but it could be inflow into that storm a little bit. It's in the wrong spot, but I mean, a couple of cells getting going here, so we'll have to see if that persists. I keep doing that. And again, just tired muscle memory is what it is, more than anything. So these storms are a cluster southeast of swift current. They've just updated that severe warning. So just saying again, damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. So that is what they've got there as far as the warning is concerned. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we're just watching that. I'm trying to catch up on some comments here and make sure I'm not missing anything, or trying not to miss anything at this point. So you can see that there's some additional storms popping outside of this severe side of things. And I'm just looking at what they're doing. So they are moving northeast at this point towards Moose Jaw and Regina, so still quite a distance away. And let's see if we've got a radar up here that we can use. The bigger storm had some rotation on it and a funnel, but I'm not seeing anything right now that I could even point to as far as anything. And it wasn't something that got to the surface based on the photo that I saw. Just a funnel that happened quickly, so it indicates a vorticity within the storms. But just taking a look here at this one by Conquest, again, just a regular storm at this point. But that area up that way has definitely shown that if it wants to, it will try and put down some funnels or even some small weaker tornadoes. I am just going to take a look at something here. Let me do a search. There we go. We'll see. Yeah, I haven't seen anything from that. Okay, just looking at some social media there. Okay, so we'll swing back and take a look at a few other things here and just continue to pay attention to things. Again, it's not very exciting right now. We are just sitting and waiting a lot. We did get some severe storms through the GTA area, north of the GTA, and that's kind of what spawned our live stream here. Storm that those are the storms over Lake Ontario about to go into New York, so that's what started all. We have a few small pushes trying to happen in that same area right now, nothing of concern. And let's just take a look at our Detroit radar. So this is the line moving from Kalamazoo eastward. I'm just going to see how those are sustaining. Are they dying out? They're kind of working themselves into a line. Let's see what the wind looks like on this. It's far from that radar, so let's get closer radar here. Is this radar down too? This is down too. My goodness. There's just one radar after another that is down. Yeah, there's a bit of wind in this according to the radar here, so not super strong, but if this starts putting together where it organizes into a line and the winds start picking up, that could be a problem. But we'll monitor it. Right now we're just seeing signs of what's going on, but these are coming from the west, Kalamazoo, and then heading into Ontario, so we'll monitor those as they progress, and we'll see whether anything happens in that area. So what else have we got going on? And then we have these eastern Ontario storms. So we're monitoring in numerous areas here. Iroquois, this is that storm going for the Johnstown camera. Actually, let me see if I can pull that up, if it's got a good view of it. And if it does, I'll try swing the camera around. Let me see here if it'll load for me. And then that is just heading, the heavier rain will be kind of to the north and going into Iroquois itself. So yeah, I do have a view of the storm. Let's take a look here and bring it up. So again, this is the GG's Tree Care weather cam. We're going to pull it up here and we're going to pan the camera around if it'll Cooperate. So we're looking down the St. Lawrence Seaway. So you can see it's just heavy precipitation. And we're looking at the International Bridge going over to Ogdensburg in there. So this is to the north of the 401 where that heavy precip is. Like I said, it'll probably just skirt into Iroquois at this point. So this is just the view from that camera. Just a regular thunderstorm. Nothing of any danger or consequence at this point. So we'll switch back to our main screen here, just giving you guys an idea of what is going on out there. So let me get rid of that. And let's take a look at winds in this. A little bit of wind in there, but nothing too severe at this point, just to the south of Shanley as this moves through. I also have a camera in Iroquois that we can take a look at that. So let me see if I've got a view on that camera. It looks like Cumberland still doesn't have power from the other day, 2 days ago, with those storms coming through the Ottawa area, because that there were some 120-kilometer-hour winds coming out of that. So this is a view from the other side where there's no precip on the camera. This is from Iroquois back to the kind of southeast of this storm. So you can see as it's moving through, just a thunderstorm with a pocket of heavy rain. And this is a better view of it from here. So, but yeah, again, we're nothing too exciting at this point in terms of everything that we're covering right now. I will take a look at up by Quebec City. Nothing severe warned there. These are just regular showers. Don't even have any lightning on them. So pockets of a little bit heavier rain, but no lightning on that at all. They did update a watch for the Quebec side for this line of storms to the north. So they're just saying conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong wind gusts, large hail. That's good for 3 hours. That expires at basically around 8 p.m. I'll switch our radar here and you can see the storms in question. So right now, just to the west of Greater Sudbury, some heavier precipitation. Let's see if there's any strong winds in that. No, nothing too intense. Just some smaller storms with heavier precip in them, but they're very isolated. We do have a couple popping here or initiating right to the west of the Lake Nipissing. And then let's take a look from the Sault Ste. Marie radar. Again, just storms to the north of Elliott Lake and kind of moving eastward from there. Excuse me. So that's it. And Connor, like I said, is up there waiting at this point. So I'm just going to see if they have anything on their live streams. I don't see anything from... Oh, there's Connor. Obviously a bit... Oh, he looks like he's heading back down Highway 17. Let me see what he's doing. Yeah, he's heading back this way. So Connor is going right past Samuel de Champlain Park. Let me see if I can bring that up on this big screen. So it's very bad service up there, but on the left you can see all those trees chopped down. That is this entrance to the Samuel de Champlain Park, and that's where that storm last June went blowing through there and destroyed thousands of trees, tens of thousands if not hundreds. It's insane. I have drone footage actually of it on our YouTube channel in our library, so you can check that out. But again, cell service very sketchy up there. So Connor is relocating at this point, so we'll keep up with Connor there and just figure out what's happening in that regard. So Eastern Ontario, again, just a few storms here marching through. These are just regular storms, nothing going on there. Okay, let me take a look, some more questions. It is so hot and muggy here in Kingston. I was enjoying the storms, and it definitely helps to cool things down. But unfortunately, some of those were pretty strong and caused some damage for people, which is no fun. We've been lucky in the Maritimes thus far. It does not seem there's much happening again today. And again, yes, you're right. There's not a whole lot happening out that way. Even yesterday was borderline. What was I going to say? Borderline severe would be the way it is. And there's a radar down there, so it does make it harder to address or assess what's going on there. So Connor. Yeah, okay. So there's Connor's eyeballing Eastern Ontario. So he's coming back this way at this point. So he's the Jim Cantori of Canada at this point. So if you see, or him and Braden would be actually. So, anyways, uh, Dom Canada just saying, I'm pretty sure that in Toronto and the surrounding area, it's even hotter today. The humidity is probably grows from all those storms that came through. Lots of rain going through that area and obviously dumping moisture. So yes, with those heat levels of 30 plus, that would not be comfortable at all. Some thunder grumbles in Cardinal from Veronica. That's from the storm that we were watching here, just crossing at Iroquois. So that storm, let me see if I've got that still on my Wise Cam. Let me just take a look here. And I'll see if we can still get a view of it there. This is the heavier precip by Iroquois. It'll be to the west of it if I can get it on camera here. Yeah, so that storm, you can see the heavy rain moving through. So that's the storm. The precip is to the left. You can see all that gray area. Not a lot of wind right now with this, which is good, but this is just a minor storm. Again, nothing to get excited about at all at this point. So we could see some other stuff to develop, but we'll monitor that area and pay attention to it as well. So what else have we got going on around? I can't believe this severe warning is still here, actually. It says expires in 2 minutes, of course. So again, around Southern Ontario, just a few small pushes here. These are just attempts at getting a storm going, but failing miserably. But again, we'll keep an eye on that. And down by Southwest Ontario, still looking at those storms coming from the west. That's going to be the part that comes into that section of things. And then looking at storms to the north, again, nothing of significance there. So let's go back to Saskatchewan and try and cover that. So we do have storms here kind of lined to the south of Trans-Canada by Herbert, back down to Hodgeville and along to the southwest there. And let's just get this going here. Oh God, I'm so tired of being in this chair. Just got to readjust a lot. Not good for the legs, but hopefully we're getting close to the end of this round. The storms out in front of this Assiniboia. I'm just looking. They're trying to get kind of going together, so that could be a stronger cell that develops out of that. And then we have this one little storm by to the west of Old Wives Lake. I always like that name for some reason. I find it interesting that somebody threw that name on the lake. But again, along 13 here, this is a couple of storms. There's a bit of lightning on that, not severe warned yet. And then we do have more storms to the north here. Around the Conquest area, we've had a few of them trying to get themselves organized, but they are small storms, but we've had some funnels on this. So again, very hard to detect those funnels at the lower levels, and it makes it difficult. So social media, definitely one of the avenues to use. And then we have all this rain by Lloydminster up that way and up into Meadow Lake. Our radar basically up here by Cold Lake through this app doesn't work right now, but we do have access. I'll have to take a look at that through the Nav Canada app just to make sure. But right now, nothing too serious up that way at this point. So what else have we got here? Yeah, and zero wind definitely would be an issue as well. So let me take a look. What radar am I on right here? Kazra. Let me see something here. Okay. There's a bunch. I just seen Russ's comment here that showing some rotation on which storm was it? Sorry, Hodgeville storm. this is further up. It's at the end. So this is 15,000 feet off the ground. You're almost 5 kilometers above the surface. So it's hard to read rotation up that far in terms of using it for anything close to the surface, because again, you're nearly 5 kilometers straight up. So it's a radar that's further away, and it's actually at the very edge of where velocities can read. You've got better look from this one here near Regina. This is the scan that does show a little bit rotation further down. So again, we do need to pay attention to it, but I'm just going to see right in this area right here. Let's switch over. It's kind of in the right area. So again, the rotation out here in Saskatchewan, the minute differences are sometimes harder to pick up. So definitely going to pay attention to that and keep monitoring it as it moves. They just severe warned this Assiniboine storm moving northeast. As these two combine, we should have a new scan here in about 1 minute, so I'm going to keep an eye on that just to see what it looks like as this comes out the other side of things. So Glenna, thank you very much for the stars, really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm just waiting for our next scan here. 4:59, this just popped up, so let's take a look at it. There is some rotation, it looks like, right in this area right here. Let's take a look. That definitely could be a possibility, and there's a couplet right up here as well by Hodgeville. That is more evident on this radar from west of Regina. So we're going to watch these areas. They're looking like there is some rotation. We are reading, I'll tell you how high off the ground. We're 8,000 feet off the ground, so 2.5 kilometers roughly. And the Hodgeville storm is probably around just around 2 kilometers in that neighborhood. So and then I'm just going to look here. So the storms are combining down here by Assiniboine. And there is a couple pixels of pink, so we may have some small hail starting to develop on those storms as well. So just monitoring a few regions here as we move through and just see if anything's going on. These are all firing off of a line, essentially. You can kind of see how the storms are firing right through here on a line. So we'll continue to monitor those. Some of those yesterday, the smaller cells were able to produce tornadoes, so definitely got to pay attention to them. Let's see what's coming off the foothills near Calgary and Edmonton. Line of thunderstorms, very minor at that point, not severe warned. Those are moving eastward towards Edmonton, and then we do have a small storm that is north of Calgary. Just near the airport, actually, and then Crossfield, another small storm, heavy precipitation, but no lightning in that yet whatsoever, so we'll monitor that if it does die out coming off those hills. So let's come back here to Franktown and look at Eastern Ontario. Still got these storms trailing here. The one that's gone over the St. Lawrence Seaway is going to be out of out of the country at this point. Still another storm trying to fire back here by Smith Falls. Some heavy, moderate to heavy rain coming out of the southeast side of Smith Falls and over Smith Falls itself. So we'll see what that develops into. But we've had some consistent attempts on storms in that area. Looking back through those pushes that are trying to happen here northwest of Toronto, nothing exciting at that point. So we'll see whether that changes at this point. So Jeff saying Eastern Ontario satellite infrared and visual observations is showing mid-level stabilization. Thank you for that. We need rain in Sault Ste. Marie. It's been so hot and humid. Glenna, that is not well, maybe they're going to drift further southeast. I was just looking to see if the storms would come out of Michigan, but you can see they're just kind of drifting a little bit southeast. So it doesn't look good right now unless something fires out over the lake and kind of comes through Sault Ste. Marie at this point. So what else? I would love to be wherever Connor is. Right now, he's just driving, so he's not having the most amount of fun, but he's coming back to Eastern Ontario at this point. So what else? Yeah, let me just see. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Uh, Ross saying Assiniboia has small hail, but it's not threatening. And yeah, that was those two little pixels of pink. So we will see if that continues, because that was kind of a merger of two cells. So we'll see if one takes over and gets a little more intense as well. So what else have we got here? Hailing in Iroquois. Interesting. So this little storm by Franktown, giving a bit of hail on it. You can see that dark red area. That would be roughly where that hail would be. So thank you for that update as well. So that's from Lala. Really appreciate that, showing us that there's a bit of hail heading through. I would assume it's very small, pea size or smaller. What else? Yeah, Tom, don't forget to stretch. You don't want any blood clots. And that's honestly been a concern over the last week. And that's why I'm stretching out my legs under the desk. And again, we're working on a stand up desk probably for the studio because that will definitely be better. I've never had to do 7 days straight. We've had breaks in between. So this is definitely a little bit outside of the norm, but obviously better bit safe than sorry, but it's been in the back of my head. So when I haven't been in the studio, all I've been doing is standing around the house and walking around, just trying to get stretched because, yeah, I definitely don't want to have any issues. Starting to get dark in Napanee. Interesting. Let me take a look here. Gananoque. Not seeing anything on radar. That's interesting. There's nothing out there as far as maybe the anvil. Oh, that's the anvil from the storm that is out over the lake. Let me take a look at satellite. So you won't, yes, that's all that is. So what I say by the anvil, this is the storm or the updraft on that storm on this scan. And you can see all this cloud that is up here. That is what's coming off that updraft and is the anvil. So right now, nothing to worry about. You have no showers or anything in your area. It's just the anvil from that storm essentially. So nothing concerning at that point. So, you should be good. If anything, it would be extremely light if you had any kind of precipitation out of it. So nothing severe at this point. Yeah, Lala saying small and heavy rain. So small. Oh my good God. Hail. Small hail. Anyways. Okay. So Connor is just assessing things and kind of go from there. So Mary just saying Iroquois got just hammered, and that was that hail coming through with that little cell of heavy precipitation here. So you can see that moving out over the seaway, and most of it is across the St. Lawrence. Those dark red areas, that's where that heavy precipitation would be with some lightning. Not a lot of wind in it, thankfully, but that's basically what's going on there. To the south, back to the northwest, I should say. A couple more cells trying to get going. This one looks dying by Shanley or north of Spencerville. Nothing concerning there. And we have another push here by southeast of Smith Falls. Again, very minor storm in that area. So up by North Bay. This line here, it's coming apart too a little bit here along Highway 11. If I show you guys what that's been doing, if I back it out, you can see the line was there and breaking up as it's coming into North Bay. So North Bay Storm Shield working well today. Brother lives up there, so maybe he turned it on and didn't want to have to deal with rain today. So let's just take a look here. No storms around Quebec that are of concern. These are just very minor thunderstorms, non-severe here by Frampton and in that area. So moving eastward, if you look at it here, we'll see southeastward maybe. So that's what's going on there. Yeah, southeast and heading towards the U.S. border. So those are going to be inconsequential here very shortly. What else am I missing here? Going to take a look at that Detroit radar, still marching from the west there. So those are the ones that we're watching for southwest Ontario as these approach up that way. So we're going to pay attention to those. Jock's asking, what are the tornado chances with the storms coming in from Michigan? Right now, they're near zero at this point. I never say zero with severe weather because you can have these crazy spin-ups that happen just very quickly and suddenly, but it's basically near zero at this point. Right now, the warning, unless something has changed in models, I'm just looking here if they've put anything in here that could be an issue. No, so they're just calling for 90 to 100 kilometer hour wind gusts, ping pong ball sized hail, maximum size, and then heavy rain are the factors for the southwest portion of Ontario, and it's going to be these storms. They are currently, let me just measure it for you. They are moving from Michigan, let's just say, to the border. They're about 100, just under 100 kilometers away at this point. And then we'll go back up to Saskatchewan here near Regina and take a look at that as well. Let's see here. Let's look at our velocities. There's some decent velocities in this storm, and there have been for a while. They've kind of stuck around. Yeah, it's maintaining that stronger wind aloft. So there is some rotation. So what I mean by stronger winds, there's like 80, 90 kilometer hour winds here. This is 8,000 feet up. So this is about 2.5 kilometers above the surface. So quite high. A little bit of red there as well. So that's some area of rotation, and same with Hodgeville. But this thing about this storm is looking at the hail that's in there. So west of Glenbane, there's definitely some hail in this. Probably small pea-sized hail, maybe up to grapes, depending how quickly that falls through the atmosphere there. And that is the reason that this is main reason why it's severe warned. We do have I'm hoping for a new scan here for Assiniboine. Thank you, Glenna. Appreciate the stars. Really helps us out. So thank you again. So a couple of pixels of pink inside this storm right now by Assiniboine. Just going to look at velocities. Doesn't jump out at me there. They've severe warned a couple storms to the north. Let's just take a look at which one's closer here. So little pixels of pink by, what is this, McCrory. So that storm, severe warn, more than likely for hail, but let's take a look. They're just putting the cut and paste, damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail. No scary velocities in there, but I'm leery of Saskatchewan storms, just what I saw yesterday. Also bigger, there's to the south, we do have a storm there with quite a bit of hail on that. Let's just take a look. Yeah, and that's the next scan. So some decent hail tucked in. This looks to be moving almost directly north. And let's take a look at velocities. Could be some inflow happening on that storm a little bit. And then that's why they've got this severe warned here now around the area. So again, let's take a look. Just damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. So that is the story up that way. A little bit of rotation on one of the cells back there, and then I'm looking back to the north of North Battleford. Let's see what's going on there. A lot of radar noise up here. Heavy rain, non-severe to the west of North Battleford, but we can see how these cells are firing. And moving northeast essentially. So that's what's unfolding in Saskatchewan. I'll take a look at, that's not working. So we're up at Meadow Lake, but again, far from the radar. Let's see if this is just stationary up here. So yeah, this storm just keeps recycling in that same area by Meadow Lake. So obviously flooding an issue, and it is indicative of hail. However, it is far from the radar. So not as concerning with the hail because that's pretty far up and might melt by the time it gets to the ground. Line of storms coming. These are barely thunderstorms at this point, but some moderate pockets of precipitation coming off the foothills heading towards the Edmonton area, as you can see here. So those are marching kind of eastward with a little bit of a northerly component on it. So that's what's going on there. And let's take a look down by Calgary if anything exciting is happening in Calgary. Over the airport, this has been sitting here very slowly, maybe causing some flooding and maybe a little bit of hail right smack dab over the airport. Planes and hail do not mix, so let's hope that's not the case, but not going to be any flights coming in and out of there for a bit. They're probably on a holding pattern right now while that storm moves out. And then this crossfield storm, just heavy precipitation, not even any lightning. So that's the Alberta story as we see it right now. So let me kill off my drawings here and we'll watch this. So this, all of this is going to be a play later on at this point, and we'll watch those areas. 5:11. We're about 4 minutes into it. Just trying to see if our latest scans show anything. So Glenbane definitely got some hail here and still some rotation possibly on radar there. And then Hodgeville, a little bit of hail there as well. So just heading up towards Moose Jaw and into Regina. Let's go back here, take a look. What else am I looking at? Yeah, let's take a look at Franktown. A little bit of a Shanley storm, moderate to heavy rain in there, no lightning. Back to the east of Smith Falls, that storm is dying a little bit, so not holding as much intensity there. Around, let's take a look at Toronto. I haven't looked at that in a little bit here. Small little cell by King City. Again, just regular showers at this point. No lightning on that either. So again, we are just in a holding pattern for the most part. And then back here to Detroit, those are the storms coming from the west that we're going to be paying attention to through Windsor, Leamington, Sarnia, Wallaceburg, all along that area, Chatham, Kent. So those will be coming here in the next few hours. And then we'll look up at Quebec City and just see if there's anything going on there. Is there a watch out here? When did they? 8 minutes ago. Okay, they've now put up a watch in New Brunswick, it looks like, saying a cluster of thunderstorms moving in from Quebec and Maine will continue into western New Brunswick this evening. It is possible that local amounts could exceed 25 millimeters in the heaviest rain areas. I thought severe thunderstorms was 50 millimeters required for that before you get to severe. That's interesting for 25 millimeters, unless the area is extremely saturated from other storms, which is possible. So that may be the case. I'm just going to look at the U.S. radar. Yeah, these, I wouldn't say these are severe, but that's just me. So again, that's something, just highlighting that area for you folks there. So Connor saying the same thing. He doesn't understand that watch either. Again, 25 millimeters does not meet severe parameters in Canada. It should be 50 millimeters of rain. That's what a severe watch should be. Anyways, we're not going to worry about it. They've put out a, or is this still the old one? Squall warning, updated 11 minutes ago, weakened or moved out of the area, so they haven't killed off the squall warning along Prince Edward County and that area out over the water. So that's where we're at this point. So let's just take a look. Again, not super exciting today on the stream of right now, but that could change. I'm gonna actually grab a bite to eat while it's a little quiet, so give me a minute here, and then I'll jump back into the questions and comments. Sean asking what the heck is coming into Morrisburg. They're just tiny little storms. You're gonna get some rain out of those, so I'll be right back. I'm actually still eating my dinner from last night. That's the funny part. I gotta unmute myself for that to work. They tornado warn this storm here. Rick's saying tornado warning, but I'm not seeing any tornado warning, so I'm just trying to figure out where it's happening. Bear with me, because tornado warning is definitely something that I need to be paying attention to. Stop. Hopefully my alerts haven't stopped working here, but let me just double check that something hasn't changed in my settings. Oh, I've got warnings and watches out, so that's weird. Hopefully I'm not having a data issue, because that would be frustrating. Rick, you scared me. I thought we had a tornado warning. He's talking about a comment I made earlier. So, anyways, we're back to regular scheduled programming. I'm going to look at this storm here. There's a lot of hail showing on these storms near Hodgeville. That definitely is starting to be some sizable hail in here. Let's take a look at the height of it, but that hail core would be tucked in there. This is about 6,000 feet, so this would probably be about grape-sized hail, maybe at the surface. Could be slightly larger than that. And again, moving north-northeast at this point, so that's some sizable hail in there. And Glenbane, same idea. You're a little higher up, so maybe smaller than grape, but those storms are producing some hail at this point. So I'm just seeing if any others. Back by Assiniboia, a little bit of a hail core in here as well. This is about 5,000 feet, so along 717 in that southwest Saskatchewan corner. I'm going to just look at some velocities. This area definitely has my attention, but I'm not sure why we've got, and it looks like it's radar noise, because you've got red, green, red, which you don't normally see. So I'm just going to see where that is. It's in the center of the storm, and it's at 7,000 feet. But that area I'm going to monitor as things continue on here at this afternoon and evening for these cluster of storms. But that one pocket could get itself organized where one storm or one updraft takes over, and that might be the dominant storm. I'm also watching this one here to the east of Assiniboia, so I'll pay attention to that. So no problem, Jocks. Happy to answer. This has become my new viewing binging. Awesome. So I've become an addiction for people. That's weird. Anything near Charlotte Lake? So no, right now. So let me zoom back out here. We'll go to Eastern Ontario. I'll try and cover all that. Charlotte Lake down here. Let's just take a look. There's Puzzle Park. There's Perth, so this should, I was going to say, this should be Charlotte Lake right there. No, there's nothing happening in Eastern Ontario right now other than we have a small cell near Shanley and Iroquois that is just raining at this point. There's no lightning on it, and then we have this kind of dying storm southeast of Smith Falls. So Jeff was saying mid levels are stabilizing, it looks like, in eastern Ontario, which obviously would not be good for storms to form. So that's probably a good thing, obviously, for people out in front of it. So yeah, Glenna's saying, yeah, my niece lives in Pine River in Manitoba. They got a lot of flooding. It's really bad, roads washed out. Definitely, yeah, definitely a situation out there. I was mentioning earlier on the stream that farmers' fields look like the crop that they're trying to grow is rice. It's everything is flooded. It's insane. So good news, Glenna. It's not raining currently in Pine River, but it's going to take them a long time to dry out. I know Dauphin got a ton of rain, flooding the hospital in that area and some other issues as well. So Funky saying severe weather live streams are awesome. They are. Unfortunately, obviously, there's the negative side of it for folks that are in front of it that have to deal with the aftermath. I always try and pay attention. This storm has my attention, folks. In Saskatchewan, Hodgeville storm is intensifying. Those hail cores are going to combine. When you have hail, that indicates a strong updraft to keep that ice basically afloat. This storm could get its act together, so we're going to have to pay attention to it. There are some stronger winds in it. Again, this is moving north-northeast, essentially very slowly, but that could be a storm where those two meet or combine and then take over, and one updraft will be dominant, and this could be a dominant storm as it's going. I'm also watching the Assiniboine storm, whether that can get itself organized into one updraft. If that does too, it's out ahead and it's on its own. So a few areas to watch here as far as intensity is concerned. We do have a storm up here by Conquest. Let me see what that looks like. A little bit of tiny rotation, but this has hail in it. That's what it's very heavy precipitation core. And some lightning on it, moving very slowly. Bigger, not big R, I don't know which way it is, but one of those two. A little bit of rotation in there as well. There's definitely a solid hail core tucked in on this storm right here. So this would be probably grape-sized hail, maybe a little bit bigger. I'm going to just check at what height we are. Yeah, that would be grape size or maybe even larger on that. So quite a bit of hail falling out of this storm just to the southeast. So again, not moving quickly. These are all very slow moving storms like we saw yesterday. So this is moving north-northeast. It'll be to the east of Bigger. And that is a smaller town, but obviously to the east, if you've got any equipment out there or if you can get it to shelter, obviously that's the kind of thing we're concerned about. North Battleford, storm to the west. Just going to take a look and see if anything's happening there. And I am going to monitor some of my social media while I'm taking this as well. Nothing going on there. So we are just, like I said, in a bit of a holding pattern, but I'm going to watch these storms in the southeast corner of Saskatchewan because they could be problematic. So we'll see whether that's the case or not. So I'm going to continue to try and eat my sandwich while I have some time here, and it's a little bit quieter, but we're going to watch these 5:23 p.m. So we got a few minutes before the next scan, so I'll watch to see if those intensify. They've just extended the severe warning on this storm to the north as this travels northeast. So waiting for our next scan here just so I can update you guys on whether this is picking up intensity or not. So, and then we'll swing back to a couple of other areas and take a look just to make sure we're not missing anything. Obviously, Canada being very big. It is pronounced bigger. Thank you very much for that. I just was unsure with that A in there, whether they, put a twist on it. So thank you, Hugh. I believe that was that said that. So learned over the last week. I mean, I do know a lot of places out west and throughout Ontario, Quebec, and that, but I've definitely learned a lot of new ones over the last week with just the amount of coverage we've been doing here. So, new scan, 1 minute. That's the problem with Canadian radar, waiting those 8 minutes. There's also storms south into Montana. I'm actually going to eyeball what's going on down there. Always kind of gives you a little bit of a heads up as to... so you can see how all these storms are firing off the same axis roughly, or initiating. You can see them all popping roughly in a line at the same time. So that's in Montana, so we'll monitor those. They could come into the southeast corner of Saskatchewan, but we'll see if that's the case right now. I'm really curious about this bigger storm to see what that does. That's the one that definitely has my attention. We should have a new scan here any second. Everybody wait. Hailcore is broken up a little bit on this. So right now, the two of them are interacting with each other, so it'll take a few scans before these two merge, if that's what's going to happen. And again, we'll see if one takes over. That could be what is taking place there. This Assiniboine storm to the northeast of there definitely has a little bit of hail on it, a little bit of rotation in a few areas, but I'm not too worried about it. Back to the north, let's just look here again near Conquest. That has a bit of hail, very heavy precipitation on it. And this sucker near Bigger, oh, sorry, I was saying the other one was Bigger. That's not correct. Sorry, folks, confusing my names here. So the storm down here to the south is Hodgeville. I apologize. Again, a little bit tired, but I'll try and get it together here. So Bigger, this has bigger hail. Again, consistent hail core on that, as you can see here over the last number of scans. And that's pretty sizable hail. Again, we're probably getting bigger than grapes. We're probably getting up to probably loony or toonie sized possibly at this point. So heading northeast to the east of Bigger. And we'll see whether that continues to do anything. And there's also a little cell just to the north on Highway 4 putting down some hail most likely as well. And then just looking back up to North Battleford, nothing. These are all mostly for flooding or just heavy precipitation. I'll take a look just to make sure. Yeah, moving slowly eastward. That's always the commentary. It's when they're moving slowly. Meadow Lake could be a little bit of hail in that, but that is very far from the radar, so just mostly heavy precipitation. Let's take a look west of Edmonton. Big shout out to William. If you're watching, we're covering this line coming from off the hills that's non-severe towards the Edmonton area. A little storm by Rocky Mountain House, but again, these usually die as they come off those foothills. traditionally anyway. So small cell over, looks like cross iron between close to Airdrie, but that is just a heavy precipitation maker. And then through Calgary, these are just regular showers. Again, nothing to be excited about. And we'll keep an eye on those things as we move through. So watching that southwest Saskatchewan part, and then back here right now, southwest Ontario looks to be the other hot spot. That is Exeter, so let me get off of that. We have now closed the gap a little bit on these storms. We are now from Windsor, roughly 65 kilometers, give or take, to the very edge of those storms. Those continue to march eastward. And I'm going to show you something about Lansing. 1 second here. So the northern end of this is showing some rotation. So on our US radar, regardless of what you're looking at, this little red circle indicates there's some rotation on it. It is only available on US radars, and it's not going to be there on the lower or the closer radar because it's obviously reading lower into the storm. There are some winds on this that are concerning. Give me a sec here. Let me back out and take a look at what my radars. We're in between two radars. So how high up are we? These aren't super high, so there's some solid winds in here. Let me just switch over to velocities in this line. You can see those brighter flesh tone colors. These are 100-kilometer-hour winds by Jackson. So we're going to have to pay attention to this because this could be some straight line wind damage. We're at 7,700 feet here. So obviously that's 2.5 kilometers up, but 111 kilometer-hour reading out of that. Just near Lansing, though, this is 113 or 115 at 4,000 feet. So that's 1.5 kilometers off the ground. At the surface, it'll be less, but those winds are starting to have my attention just as they're moving eastward. It looks like it's picking up. So let's take a look here. So let's take a look from radar at... So we'll see if those winds continue to sustain as they move eastward towards Canada. So we'll watch that because, again, those could be some bad winds heading that way. Let's take a look what's going on. A little storm here by Aurora near the radar, so near the King City radar station. That's why you see that radar circle loop. It's just very close to it. This is so far just a moderate rain shower with a few lightning bolts on it. It is moving. These are the old storms from earlier. And this is moving more, it's moving southeast at this point, so going to follow roughly in that same track. Right now, just a lot of rain and a little bit of lightning. So let's take a look here. We'll look in eastern Ontario. All those storms have basically died off. There's a little cluster southeast of Merrickville, but most of the storms in eastern Ontario have died off. So definitely strange how this is all unfolding. They do have a squall warning out over Lake Nipissing for the very far end of it with where this storm is going through 69. Let's just take a look. There are some winds on that. This is southeast of Sudbury, but that line you can see has significantly broken up. So it started to round North Bay, just to the northwest of North Bay, and you can see how that's dissipated. We do have some storms here on the Quebec side. What's our closest one to this? There we go. So those are just showers. There's nothing going on there. That is very minor. So today underperforming possibly, which again, for anybody that's in line of these storms, that's fantastic news at this point. Anything exciting here? No, there's a small cell that just got going here by Doquet or Dosquet. I'm not sure which one that is, Dosquet. But in the last scan, that popped a little bit, so a little bit more intensity on it. I'll watch that. just to see if anything happens there. But quite honestly, this right now is a boring wait and see game as far as things are concerned. Our biggest intensity at this point, or highest intensity, would be Saskatchewan, with these storms that are heading northeast towards Moose Jaw and possibly into Regina. So this is 4 minutes ago. So I'm trying to see if that's our latest scan. It is our latest scan. So nothing has taken over. There's still a ton of hail to the east of Hodgeville and north of Gravelburg. That is moving east northeast essentially. And then this storm looks a little more disorganized down to the southeast of, and this sort of the other ones. What are we close to town wise? So this would be northeast of Assiniboine. And we're getting a bunch of beeps, so I want to see what they're updating. They're updating a storm to the north by Conquest, so we'll take a look at that. A little bit of hail on that severe warning. Just saying large hail is likely to cause significant damage, so they're worried about hail on this. This is by Outlook or south of Conquest. And again, not moving very fast or far at this point. So let me see here. Thought I just saw, okay. Rick watching some models and trying to mess with me in the chat here. So, okay. So again, east of Bigger, the hail has gone down out somewhat. So I'll show you the last few scans. You can see quite a bit of pink, and now we're down to far less. So still hail in the storm, but as it's moving northeast, it might be losing a little bit of its kick. And just looking at rotation as well. It's so hard to tell on these storms in Saskatchewan. Again, north of Bigger on Highway 4, I would say. This is just a little bit of light hail in there on that. So just looking to see if anything's trying anything. Monitoring a couple of social media channels to see if I've got anything on those. So that's it at this point. Right now, again, to the north, mostly just to do with precipitation hanging out in a specific area. So these are more for flooding than they are for hail. Meadow Lake, again, might have some, but that is far from the radar. So by at the surface, it would be much smaller. So yeah, and not very exciting along the foothills either in Calgary. So we're kind of just wandering around at this point. Again, Saskatchewan being the most of it at this point. And did I look at Quebec? I can't remember if I've been. Yeah, I did look at Quebec here. So again, nothing exciting there as well. And let's take a look at those storms in New Brunswick. Actually, I'll update if there's anything. They did look non-severe to me, to be honest with you. There is some moderate rain in here to maybe heavy rain, but these are not what I would consider severe storms. And the severe watch is to do with 20 millimeters of rain. Right now, they are not severe warned. They just have a severe watch on them. So that's where we're at. So I'm just going to pay attention to Saskatchewan right now, because again, that is the strongest storm here is near Hodgeville, and that definitely is a hailmaker at this point. They just tornado warned something. Oh, they tornado warned this storm up to the north by Conquest. So let's take a look here. What's our local or our closest radar? So they are warning this. Let me read the warning to you folks to see if they see anything on this that I, in terms of getting a report. Issued a tornado warning for south central Saskatchewan in and around the following localities: Harris, Outlook, Donovan, Dinsmore, and Conquest. Meteorologists are tracking a thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. So that's the warning here. It is for Saskatchewan. This is out by Outlook, and you can see how stationary this storm is. It's not really moving very quickly. It's kind of walking out as far as that's concerned. It is moving northeast. I don't see any obvious area of velocity, but again, yesterday we did have confirmed tornadoes on a couple of storms. These small small storms are much harder to pick out those funnels and then eventually those tornadoes out of them, because it's on the lowest end of the storm, and that's the problem. So that's where we're at this point. And this is moving northeast. So this is a tornado warning. It's saying Environment Canada is saying possibly producing a tornado. But I'm going to take a look here to see if I've got any reports on social media. They're updating it right now. So let's take a look. They're saying that well, now they're saying tornado location near Conquest, but in the wording it says possibly producing a tornado. So moving northeast at 40 kilometers an hour, Outlook and Broderick. So they are saying tornado location near Conquest, which would be this storm here. So out of an abundance of caution, based on that wording, I would say if you are anywhere in Outlook, Conquest, and northeast of there, you need to be in shelter. Basement would be ideal. If you don't have that option, be in an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom is always a good choice because you can get in a bathtub. They will provide you with some protection. I'm going on social media here trying to find something as far as whether I can see any post. If you guys do know of anything, please put it in the chat and where we can find it. I'm just typing that in now just to see if there's anything. Okay, so there was Jenny getting on it again. That's impressive. So this was about 26 minutes ago, but this was for bigger. I can't share her stuff because I don't have permission to do it. So we don't just take stuff and put it up on the stream. But it looks like a bit of a landspout tornado happening on these storms. And that's why they're a little harder to pick up when they're landspouts versus attached to the mesocyclone, because you can detect the mesocyclone easier on those. But landspouts definitely a lot harder to track down. And I've retweeted actually. Yeah, I've got it. Thank you. I've retweeted that information on our X profile. So if you do need to find us, I'm going to show you where all our social medias are. You can find us there, whether it's on X, whether it's on Facebook. Those are our pages. Also Instagram and obviously YouTube, where you're finding us. Our email is there as well. So you can check out Jenny getting that landspout tornado about 27 minutes ago on the bigger storm. Or it says bigger area, but that's the storm that we were talking about. However, right now near Conquest and Outlook, they are calling for a tornado warning in there. And some of the wording is kind of possibly be misunderstood. It says possibly producing a tornado, and then it says tornado location near Conquest. So again, out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to say that if you are anywhere in the area of this storm near Conquest, this is back to the southwest of Saskatoon. Right now, it is not moving very quickly, but be in your shelter in a basement, if not interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom is a good option in a bathtub. So that's what I'm seeing on radar right now. I cannot pick out the rotation that would be obvious. And again, if this is a landspout type tornado, it's again not attached to a strong mesocyclone. So that's why it's harder to detect on these things. So right now, that's where we're at. Yeah, so we'll take a look at things and go from there. But we do have a couple of severe warned storms near bigger, and that was where that tornado or that landspout that Jenny Hagen got. Again, check her out on social media. She's another great Canadian chaser. So we do like amplifying Canadian chasers, and I'm just looking here whether there's anything else I can spot off of social media right now, but nothing right now coming up as far as this tornado warning that's up there bigger. There's a bunch of hail in that, and this again, there were some velocities on that, and north of bigger, there's a lot of hail in that as well. So Let me zoom back out. This is our tornado warned storm out by Outlook and Conquest. This is our latest scan. I believe this just came in. Environment Canada indicating that there is a tornado near Conquest moving northeast at 40 kilometers an hour. I don't see that because this storm has been pretty stationary. I'm a little baffled by the 40 kilometers an hour, but it's like the last few scans, it has been pretty much, this is literally, how much time is this? This is 5:29. This is 20 minutes and it hasn't really moved anywhere, just very slowly. So anyways, that's where we're talking about. So again, we are cautioning people to take shelter if you are in the area of this particular storm, and definitely be in a basement if you can, and if not, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're going to go down to the south and take a look at this other storm. This storm definitely looks like it's trying to get organized. It does have one main hail core here. This is to the northeast of Gravelberg. This will be tossing probably grape to loony-sized hail out of this, moving northeast. The storms to the east of that, where we were watching this, to the kind of east of Assiniboine, not looking as organized, definitely looks quite broken up, and too many updrafts and cluster of storms going on there. So this is obviously our one strong cell back to the southwest of Moose Jaw, and it is moving northeast, and we do have a tornado warning on this storm here, so I'm sticking with that for the next few scan, folks. So oh, Mark just saying that 306 Storm Chaser posted about an hour ago about a tornado at Springwater. Again, these tornadoes are that are getting missed because they're most likely landspout tornadoes. It would be my assessment on them, and that's why that rotation is a little harder to find. Thank you for that, Mark, but that was an hour ago as well, just so folks are clear. Right now, we are looking at this rotation on the storm by Conquest and Outlook along 15 and 45 in northwest Saskatchewan. Huck this, thanks for being in the chat as always. Yes, I'm on day 7 right now. Starting to get a little squirrely, I'll tell you that. Trying to keep up with everything and keep it organized. So I definitely appreciate everybody who's tuning in here. Obviously, we had some very exciting days there with some very strong storms. Right now, again, dealing with a tornado warning in Saskatchewan, and then this storm up by Bigger has some bigger hail in it. This is now getting into purple. So this pixel right here, very, very large hail. This is going to be probably ping pong ball sized hail at this point. Let me see whether they've updated golf balls to tennis balls. So that's significant hail out of this storm if based on Environment Canada. So Bigger, the problem there is the very large hail. Just looking at our velocity scans, and that almost looks like there might be a land spout on that, but it's hard to tell. Again, that's one thing that's definitely difficult to read off of radar. So this is moving northeast. It's on the east side of Bigger, and that is chucking some very large hailstones. I was calling for ping pong ball sized hail, but this may be, they're saying, Environment Canada, is saying that with this update 3 minutes ago, golf balls to tennis ball sized hail. So that is concerning. Obviously, you take a tennis ball of ice in the head, you could be in trouble there. So let's go back to this scan hasn't updated, still tornado warned, Outlook, Conquest, Saskatchewan area. And then we have our storms back to the southwest here. Have we got a new scan here? 6 minutes in, so we're waiting for another scan just to see if this is getting organized into one storm. We kind of seeing a merger possibly between two storms, and we'll see what it looks like when it comes out the other side. So definitely things have ramped up a little bit here in the Saskatchewan area. just with some large hail, and this is near Saskatoon. So southwest of Saskatoon is our tornado warned storm, not moving very quickly, and then back to the left or west would be of Saskatoon would be bigger, and around there we've got two storms chucking some sizable hail. So definitely not what you want to hear when you're doing that. So Goon Stomper, what is the largest hail I've ever seen personally? Give me a second here. I'll show you what it did to my truck. I'll give you a link that you can go to YouTube and watch, but softballs basically. Apparently Mattawa, lots of issues with power out there, but we'll deal with that. Sorry, I'm just seeing a comment from Connor, but I'll get to that in a second. I'm just going to look up, but yes, I've seen a softball-sized hail in, where was that? You know what? Now I'm drawing a blank. Oh, Wyoming. That was in Wyoming, but I'll look up the video here and I'm going to share it with you. Let's see, it's one of my videos that has the most views on it. I'll give you two of them. Share, perfect. Copy. I'm going to throw that in the chat. Hopefully this will work. Let me know if you guys can see that link to YouTube. There it is. Yeah, it did pop up. So that you'll see where my truck gets absolutely smashed by hail. And that is prolific. It would be an understatement. It actually put a hole through the windshield. I had a bowl right in the center of the windshield. So, okay, they're updating a whole bunch of stuff up here to the north. Wow, they're just throwing a whole pile of stuff up here. Let's take a look. 5:53. So we've had some new scans come out. I'm going to look at the tornado warned storm first. Take a look at that. Let me bring it up here. Let's get rid of the circle. Let's look at our velocities. Obviously, nothing obvious on this. There is some small hail on it. Right now, still tornado warned, I believe. So let me see. Yeah, they haven't changed anything on that. And again, this is just sitting by Outlook and Conquest. So hopefully there's nothing on it. This bigger storm is throwing some massive hail right now, over 14. I would not be surprised if we have golf ball or larger. Based on the size of this hail core. To the north, I would think a little bit smaller, you know, grapes maybe, but some large hail in this storm to the east of bigger. Let's take a look at all these warnings to the north, and then I'll have a loop back around to take a look at this. Severe thunderstorm cluster basically moving to the northeast at 30 kilometers an hour. That's what they're warning on here for a bit of hail. As you can see that this is around Turtleford. That one to the southeast of it on 26 has a lot of pink. So I would think there's some decent hail in there. Let's take a look. Storms west of Edmonton dying off as that line marches forward. And then let's take a look around Calgary. Those storms are dying as well. So nothing really happening. They do have a severe warning on this one storm near Boundary. So that again is going to be for hail, I suspect. Let me just double check. It's moving at Sundre, moving east at 25 kilometers an hour. Quarter size hail is what they're calling in there. So let me take a look at the line or the storm back here to the south. That is starting to get organized. We have some rotation on this storm as well. You can see that in here. I'm just going to look. Let's reflectivity. So we could have something trying to happen. Let me kill that off. Lots of hail in this storm. And there's still looks like it's trying to go through a merger, like we have multiple updrafts, but we're going to watch that area to make sure that nothing comes out of it. So that's the area of concern highlighted there. Again, tornado warned storm to the north. This is by Conquest and Outlook. Let me switch to the right radar. We do have some hail on that as well. and this is moving northeast. So we've got several severe storms working their way through Saskatchewan, and also one that is tornado warned. So we've got some activity in the Saskatchewan area. I'm going to quickly zoom back to southern Ontario or southwest Ontario. Storms are starting to get close to Detroit here, so let's take a look at our winds as this comes closer. It's not too bad. That's good. There are some winds in there right now. Heavy precipitation, lots of lightning on this, and it's going to come into Windsor, it looks like. We're still a ways out from there, so let me just take a look here. We're still about 45 kilometers, so still some time to go. These are not moving very fast. Other than that, they're killing off the severe thunderstorm watch in around Toronto. You can see they have shrunk that back. And they're just putting out a severe warning for this heavy rainmaker, but there's barely any lightning. Let me see if there's any wind on this. There's no wind. I don't know why this is severe warned, but basically we have moderate to heavy rain with some lightning moving along the 407 and over to Ajax, Pickering, and Whitby. Same line as it was doing before, but again, this is not... I don't see this being severe parameters. It would have to be 50 millimeters of rain or 3 centimeter hail, and that is definitely not doing that here on this storm. This is just a heavy rainmaker moving towards the lake. Let's look in eastern Ontario quickly. Nothing happening there. And then we still have this little bit of line going down towards Georgian Bay and heavy rain, but that is basically it in there. A little pocket of stronger winds here tucked back to the west of Knollville, but that is only about 70 kilometers an hour roughly. I'm going to look at Quebec. We're just trying to run the gamut here, going through everything. Nothing in Quebec that's exciting. So again, the only area that we're seeing anything that we're kind of having to pay attention to, obviously around the Saskatoon area. I'm going to wait here. We should have a new scan that just popped up here. So this is Conquest and Outlook. Hail has picked up and it's sitting over that area. So again, not thinking this is moving anywhere near 45 kilometers an hour. These storms have been mostly stationary. So you can see this is the extent of it since 5:23 p.m. So 37 minutes, and it's moved barely 5 to 10 kilometers at maximum. So it's definitely not moving at the speed that that warning said. Still a pile of hail here. East of Bigger, that has been pummeling 14. So anybody that's out that way, you've probably got quite a bit of hail on the ground from this. To the north, Highway 4, north of Bigger on Highway 4, that is subsiding. There's still some hail in that as well. And that's basically it. Just more severe precipitation to the north near Turtleford with this large hail signature. So let's take a look again. I don't see anything on this storm that I can see any velocities. And let's click on our tornado warning. They're still continuing with this tornado warning, and it was updated 19 minutes ago, expires in 39 minutes. So we have told people, anybody in this area, Outlook, Conquest, be in your shelter out of an abundance of caution. And then what was I going to say? Obviously, basement is ideal. If you don't have that choice, then interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom is a good choice with a bathtub because it's metal and it'll take abuse in the worst case scenario. So just getting some questions. I'm assuming the comment, Laura Hunter, that's crazy, might be for my YouTube video, but I'm not 100% sure about that. But yes, large hail can be very scary if you run into it. So that's the biggest hail I've ever run into, and again, it demolished my windshield. But you can't really prep for it in advance. It's tough. you just sometimes it happens and you know you're going to get beat up. So it was definitely not fun getting a hole in the middle of the windshield with water pouring onto the dash. And obviously we have safety glasses, just so people understand when we're in those situations in the truck. I've literally got eye protection on because there's shards of glass that fly everywhere. And we to this day, I bet you if I turn the fan on the truck at high speed, some shards come out of there because it's impossible getting it out of there. So it's definitely difficult for things. But yeah, Orion asking about putting rubber back throw rugs placed on a windshield keep broken glass from happening. Absolutely. If you can put anything on top of the glass, I've seen people put inflatables, taping or strapping, floaties to the windshields and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, do what you can, but that's the way it goes, right? Like there's not much you can do about it. You just don't want to get caught in it if you don't have to. So we're waiting on our next scan here. I'm going to take a look at the south. I don't know if I've looked at this since. This looks a little different, so still a lot of hail on this storm to the south, west of, where is this? Moose Jaw, basically. Still quite a ways from Moose Jaw, but we are somewhat northeast of Gravelberg. That's basically what's going on. So yeah, basically these are the storms that we're looking at in Saskatchewan, and then back to the north by Conquest and Outlook. So let me just see here. I know we do have a chaser out there. He's not live streaming, but he may have something going on. So let me just check his page and see if he's put up anything, and he hasn't, so we have nothing to update from there. And then to the west of Saskatoon, these just massive hailstones in here again. We're talking golf ball to larger. The Environment Canada is saying up to tennis balls. So Mag saying bathtubs also add a bit of anchoring via the pipes they connect in a home. Absolutely. So yeah. Chemtrails is not a thing. Keep that out of our chat. If you don't like it, there's other channels for you for that, but chemtrails is absolutely not a thing. That's just tinfoil stuff, folks, unfortunately. So, yeah, we don't subscribe to that, unfortunately. Okay. Let me see here. I think the only severe warning storm in Alberta, again, this is just very minor off the foothills. Stuff out by Edmonton, also dying, insignificant. Let me just take a look here. Oh, that's the wrong radar because that one's dead. Cluster of storms to the northwest. These are far from radar, so they do look like they have a lot more precipitation in them than they actually do. We just have a radar that's down, so just using, and they've now tornado warned that area. So jumping right on this, folks, bear with me for a second. Let's stop this and we'll go from there. What else is going on? So this will be the storm. Yeah, well, that rotation looks completely displaced. So the last scan, let me see here. We'll go from there. Let me just see. Yeah, I don't see the rotation. There was one on the scan before, so let me go back here, and I should be able to flip back and forth, but I can't. So they're seeing rotation here right by 26. You're seeing all those green and red pixels. That's what's generated that tornado warning. So let me bring this up. Again, it would be along 26. This storm is not moving very quickly. It's doing the same thing as the one to the south. If it's a landspout tornado, it's going to be very hard to detect on rotation. It is moving northeast at this point. So what's going on? So yeah, it's definitely as far as tornado is concerned, that's what they're warning there. Let me see if they're going to bring that up. tornado has been spotted on the ground near Edom. So again, if you are anywhere in this area, this is basically right here, Edom on 26. If you are northeast of this storm, you need to be in your shelter. You definitely want to be in a basement if you can. If you don't have that option, a center room in the house as much as possible, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And a bathtub is a good option in a bathroom, because that metal bathtub will give you some protection and shelter. If you can put a small bed over you to protect you for the worst case scenario if there's debris. But we have a confirmed tornado on the Edom storm, and again, it is moving northeast at this point. So now we've got more tornado warnings, so bear with me. Where are they tornado warning now? That's the storm at the south as well. So things are getting a little crazy here, folks, right now. This storm, I was watching this to see what's going on. So they now have warned the Hodgeville storm. This is a very strong storm, indicative with all of that hail that's in there. So that is moving northeast, and you need to be in shelter as well in regards to this storm. So we now have 3 tornado warnings. We have got 3 very strong storms possibly ongoing with these tornadoes. So I'm going to just read the warning here. Take a look whether this is confirmed on the ground or whether this is based on rotation. They're just saying extra care, issued a tornado warning. And they've listed a million different locations, but I'll show you. It says possibly producing a tornado. That's what I was looking for. So again, moving northeast at this point in this general direction, roughly. So if you are anywhere to the northeast of this tornado warned storm along 363, Old Wives Lake is back to the east. That is one area that's concerning. We have another tornado warned storm that is still continuing to be tornado warned up here. Let me just check. This looks a lot more broken up. They're still carrying on with this tornado warning. Has not been updated, but this is over Conquest and Outlook. We have been calling that out for quite some time right now. It hasn't moved very far, so again, not moving very quickly at this point, and that's tornado warnings being updated. So they're re-updating this warning down at the bottom, so I'm going to take a look at that. We have one confirmed at the to the north, so we have 3 ongoing right now tornado warnings. It says possibly producing a tornado. So let me come back up to the confirmed tornado. This is again Edom. I've drawn a line over it, so let me fix that up. Let me kill this off, and we're going to right over Edom, and we're going to take a look at our velocity scans here. Let me get my radar up, and let's take a look at reflectivity. So it would be this storm on the back corner of it. Again, we had a confirmed tornado on the ground according to the warning for this. If you are anywhere in Edom or northeast from there, you need to be in shelter at this point, in a basement. And if you don't have that option, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Still going on around Outlook. It does look more disorganized, so I'm not feeling as worried about the Outlook storm for a tornado. And then we have this very strong storm southwest of Moose Jaw right now. This is very indicative of a strong thunderstorm. All that hail, that is massive hail in there, and there's a lot of strong wind in here, so the velocity couplet is definitely in that area. So just an area that we need to pay attention to. It is also moving northeast. So 3 areas of concern as far as tornado warned storms in Saskatchewan. This is moving northeast towards Moose Jaw. So this is not a lot of fun. We're going to get rid of, as we're going to pay attention to this area. We're not going to be looking at any other areas right now, just because we literally have 3 tornado warned storms, and you can see in a line here. So southwest or south of Saskatoon, up here in Edom, we have a confirmed tornado on the storm up in this area, and so obviously that is concerning as it's been confirmed. And again, it is Edom. I'm going to repeat that just so everybody who's jumping into the chat here, we do have a tornado warned storm ongoing with a confirmed tornado. We don't know if it's on the ground or not still, but out of an abundance of caution, take your shelter there. So again, by Outlook and Conquest, that storm looks less threatening at this point, but you never know. It may try again. These can cycle. You can have storms that kind of repeat themselves. The circulation weakens and then strengthens again. So it's definitely concerning with all of this as well. So it needs to be, this whole entire area has been kind of getting cooking here over the last few hours. So we do have lots of storms there, but right now the one that has obvious velocity scans with huge hail is the storm that's to the west of Old Wives Lake, moving northeast towards Moose Jaw right now. The confirmed tornado again back here to Edam. So that is on this storm, and that had a confirmed tornado. You can see there is rotation here. It looks like it might be in the wrong spot, but again, out of an abundance of caution, we're still going to say that you obviously need to be sheltered. It has moved slightly north and northeast of Edam. They've extended the warning because it's now moving northeastward, so they've made the box bigger. I'm just going to see. They haven't put anything as far as details. It says are tracking that is producing a tornado, so they are still using the word, the verbiage that there is an ongoing tornado on this Edam storm, so that is what we are paying attention to. It is moving northeast very slowly. This is not moving quick. Started around the 26 highway near Edam and heading up northeast from there. Let's come back here. Again, earlier, this tornado warning is from, let me take a look. This was 33 minutes ago. We don't have any confirmation of anything still on the ground, and we don't even know if there was one on the ground. We just had that warning go out. It has been parked by Outlook for the longest time. So again, continuing to say you need to take shelter there. And then our storm southwest of Moose Jaw. Let's take a look at our velocity scans. Definitely looks like a strong couplet. There's a lot of noise in there. And this is the hail core. So also throwing very large hailstones on this as well. So multiple issues and multiple dangers ongoing right now with these storms in Saskatchewan. So we did not have a tornado watch out for today, but we do have three ongoing storms currently, one confirmed northwest, north of Battleford. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground there. I'm just taking a look to see if Braden happens to be up there, but I'm not seeing anything right now. I know he was chasing this area, so let me switch over and switch to our radar so you can see where that hail is in the back left of this kind of cell. That's where your tornado would be if it's a traditional mesocyclone tornado. We have seen some land spouts which are a little bit different than that. They're not attached to the meso, so they're harder to detect, but this is definitely enhanced the situation. Again, we are sitting on a tornado warning storm right by Outlook. These are not moving quickly, folks. These are just sitting there. I'll show you what's been happening. This storm has been parked in this area for a good hour. So it is not moving very quickly in any shape or form. The one to the north by Edam, I think that one was not moving quickly as well. So I'm just going to take a look here. You can see that. It's just been kind of hanging out in that area, not moving very quickly. So again, just at this point, moving slowly. All of them seem to be, including the one down to the southwest, of Moose Jaw. So a lot of velocity scans in here that do look like that we've got a very strong storm. I don't know if we have a confirmed tornado on this. It is tornado warned at this point. So 3 of them going on at this point, and that is how quickly things can happen at this point. So what else have we got here? What else? Just looking in the comments there. Okay. Yeah, so definitely a lot happening. Again, the 3 red boxes in the bottom left, you can see our legend, tornado watch, and warning. That is what's going on. Those dark red boxes are the 3 storms that are tornado warned. Obviously, we've got to switch between radars because there's quite a bit of distance. So this is north of North Battleford, near Edam, and moving northeast from there at a slow pace. Confirmed tornado according to Environment Canada. No confirmation if it's still on the ground or not, so we will assume it is until we have confirmation that it has lifted. The storm by outlook, again, right now does not look concerning. It has been sitting here for a while, and this tornado warning has been here 37 minutes. That would have had to have been a very strong tornado to still be on the ground. They usually don't sustain very long. 90% of tornadoes are on the ground for 2 minutes or less. And then we have the strong storm back to the southwest of Moose Jaw, Old Wives Lake. And so that is all this pink in there is a large hail, and that's indicative of a very strong storm. And we do have strong wind speeds in here, 90 kilometers an hour. So very likely that there's a strong couplet in there. There's a bit of noise in that couplet from the radar, but we're going to keep up with that. I'm just looking at the storms to see if there's anything with the other ones around it. And we're waiting for a new scan here in about 1 minute. So I'm going to stick with this and we'll go from there. So, okay. The hail has picked up on this storm. The couplet looks to have subsided somewhat, but again, still going to say that you need to be in your shelter if you were anywhere northeast of this storm by Old Wives Lake, again, southwest of Moose Jaw. This is throwing some very large hail. Again, we're probably talking golf ball to maybe larger than that. The storm up to the northwest from there. Large hail out by outlook, and it's been doing that for quite some time. So this would be probably ping pong ball sized hail to toonie size, roughly, maybe bigger than that. And then we have our other storm back again at Edam. I'm just going to see if they've updated the tornado warning. Still no update on that, but they are saying right now they've changed it to possible that is producing a tornado. Sorry, they are not. They're still claiming that this is producing a tornado in that wording, not necessarily right now because that's 6 minutes old. So, and this would definitely be indicative of a tornado right now. So let me see here. This is what a velocity couplet would look like. So let's see where that is on the storm. It's outside of the storm though, so that's kind of, I'm trying to line that up, but that's what a velocity couplet would look like, but it is outside of the storm. So unless this is a landspout type tornado, which can have a signature outside of the storm because it's not attached to a traditional mesocyclone as a regular tornado would be. So again, Edam, Saskatchewan, we definitely want to be in shelter because this storm has been in confirmed tornado on the ground a while ago. So we are keeping up with that as well until these get confirmed or dropped or the velocity scans look like they're okay. So let me just zoom in here. So again, Old Wives Lake, very large hail. You better not be on the water in front of this thing for a couple of reasons. Again, strong rotation in that storm. It is tornado warned. I'm going to see if they've updated it. Nope, they haven't done anything with it. So obviously, if it has a tornado plus this large hail, that's the worst of it as far as things are going there. So yeah, definitely things have ramped up here. Also going to watch this storm by east of Assiniboine or northwest of Ojima. That could get going as well. We'll see. Like it's been out there for a while. We do have a lot of stuff getting updated here, and I apologize. We're not going to deviate from this area as we have 3 tornado warned storms at this point. So it's definitely ramping things up here right now. So again, Edam, Saskatchewan had a confirmed tornado. Outlook, Saskatchewan, that tornado warning is from a while ago. And it's not looking as bad. That is this middle one here back to the south of Saskatoon, and it's just sitting there, but it is chucking very large hail. And then obviously as well southwest of Moose Jaw, that is the strongest storm out of everything that we're looking at, and that is by Old Wives Lake, southwest of Moose Jaw, moving very, very slowly at this point, but that is a very strong and dangerous storm. And all three of them are obviously, if they're producing, possibly producing tornadoes. This one is confirmed from earlier. We just don't know if we've seen anything lift or if it's still continuing to go ongoing, but I'm looking to see if I have anything anywhere. I'm just going to do a search on social media and take a look whether there's anything that I can see here. I don't see any posts right now. There's yesterday's tornadoes, but that's basically it. So right now, not seeing anything as far as that's concerned. So again, Edom confirmed tornado earlier. We're just going to stick with it that that's the case until we know better. And again, by Outlook, that area is getting pummeled with hail. It is tornado warned. It has just been sitting here where you see all these bright pink pixels. All three of these, if you are anywhere near these tornado warned storms to the north or northeast, you need to be in shelter. Basement is ideal. If you don't have a basement, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom is a good option because you can get in the bathtub, provide you with some shelter if you have a small bed or something to put over you in case of the worst case scenario, that debris, doesn't get to you if possible. So anyways, things are definitely picking up here. So I'm going to stick on Saskatchewan and we'll go from there. And definitely should not be out on any lakes. I'm seeing some comments in there, and I agree. Definitely not wanting to be anywhere there. Slimy, basically. This is near my house. Hopefully, you are taking shelter at this point. If you are anywhere near any one of these three circulations, you need to be in shelter, no questions asked. So please heed the warnings. This is your basically warning to get underground into a basement and get get yourself to protection. So So again, we have 3 tornado warned storms, one to the southwest of Moose Jaw. These are all moving very slowly. Moose Jaw is the west of Moose Jaw is the strongest storm. Outlook has the oldest tornado warning on it and is just continuing to produce very large hail, not moving very quickly. This is our latest scan up there, and this could be trying to re-intensify. We've got some reds and greens together as well. We've had no confirmation on that storm. And then we have Edom, Saskatchewan this is what, the North Saskatchewan River, so it's north of there. Let's take a look. And I'm going to see if these velocity scans make sense. Again, if it's a landspout tornado, it would be very different. This very much could be another velocity couplet happening in this area, again, to the northeast of Edom. So it's slowly walking away from Edom, but it is not moving quickly. Still tornado warned. I'm going to check to see if Environment Canada has updated it. No, 12 minutes ago was the last time they updated that. So we do have our 3 tornado warned storms southwest of Moose Jaw, south of Saskatoon, and then basically northwest of North Battleford. There's way too much north in there. So anyways, that's what's going on. So this is not a good, last 30 minutes as we've had these 3 storms just go bonkers. We still have very large hail east of Bigger. It has been parked there over 14. This is just to the north of it. That was throwing very large hail as well. So just bad weather out that way. And again, if you go further east, this is southwest of Regina, obviously still quite a bit of ways away, but that's where we are with all these storms right now. So 6:23 p.m. This is our latest scan. So let's look at Old Wives Lake. Rotation possibly subsiding on this one here, so that's a good sign. Still chucking very large hail. So oh my God, they're pushing. So there's still tornado warning. This one, I'm not surprised to see that. I said that it's possibly trying to reproduce here with the circulation you're seeing here. So again, Outlook between Outlook and Glenside, your circulation would be right in this area, roughly in here. And again, it's if you are anywhere northeast of this, these are kind of just sitting there. So anywhere in that area, be in shelter, be in your basement. If you can't be in a basement, get to an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom is a good location. Get into the bathtub. That's metal. It'll protect you a little more than anything else. And obviously throw a mattress or something you can over top of you to protect you. Still seeing this circulation up here at, this is at 4:23 p.m. because we are broadcasting from Eastern Ontario. So this is ongoing right now. And again, northeast of Edam, that one had a confirmed tornado. They have thrown a warning up to the north. I don't think it's for, let me just see if they've put any details in here. They're just saying possibly producing a tornado. It says Turtleford, Glassland, and Medsteed, and we're getting a whole bunch of warnings here right now. So let me just take a look where they're updating. So they've updated 2 warnings again. So let's go. They're maybe putting some information here. So let's take a look. We may have actually another area. Severe sun is near Mervyn and is moving to the northeast at 15 kilometers an hour. Is this Mervyn down here? Yes. So this is the other circulation. So we now have 4 circulations that they're monitoring. One right here. Let me take a look if that makes any sense on the storm. It's on the backside of the storm, so very possible in that area. We have one circulation to the northeast of Edam, and we now have another circulation to the east of Outlook and near between Outlook and Glenside. And let's see down here. This is just getting out of control, folks, right now. So let's take a look. This one I'm less concerned about over Old Wives Lake. It does not look to have a strong couplet at this point. This was tornado warned. Let me see here, 20 minutes ago. So it's definitely one of those situations where we've got now 4 areas of rotation. So again, southwest of Moose Jaw, south of Saskatoon, and then we have 2 of them up here on the line of storms coming near south of Turtleford and northeast of Edam. Edam had a confirmed tornado on the ground. No idea on the storm south of Turtleford. So if you are northeast of any of these, be in shelter. I'm going to keep repeating myself. So this is obviously a life safety situation, and a dangerous one at that, especially when we have confirmed tornadoes on this. So I'm just going to keep zooming in and out of here just so people understand where all these tornado warnings are. Right now, south of Saskatoon, southwest of Moose Jaw and Regina. They are not moving quickly. And again, Turtleford and Edam along, what is that, 26. So we do have 2 circulations up that way. Just got a new scan here, so let's take a look. Still showing circulation up here, so I'm going to double check this. I'm going to wipe out my circles. Right here would be a circulation. Let's see if that meets up with the storm. It does. So that would be one area of circulation still showing. The Turtleford storm doesn't look as obvious at this point. However, if there was anything ongoing, it would roughly be in this area along 26. So that's 2 areas up there. Going to take a look back down to our storm by Conquest. If there was anything I would be indicating on, it would be in this area right here. That's on the edge of the storm, so that is very possible that that's a circulation still ongoing. And then let's take a look to the south here on that Old Wives storm, and there may be a circulation tucked in here. So let me see this on this latest scan. So that possibly could be another area of circulation. And the hail core picked up on this. This is now throwing these purple pixels. That is throwing very, very large hailstones, golf ball or larger, as far as hail is concerned on this, and it is moving northeast. So these storms are all definitely very dangerous for more than just one reason. I'm taking a look down here, and there may be a circulation trying to form back here on this storm. So I'm going to laugh if they just tornado warned it. Yes, they've put out, no, that's yellow. Okay, never mind. I've got a bunch of boxes flashing here, so I want to make sure I am covering the right stuff here. So they've just updated the tornado warning. Let me read that. No, that's 23 minutes ago. So why is that flashing like that? 35 minutes ago. This is 20... producing a tornado near Old Wives Lake, moving east at 50 kilometers an hour. Old Wives Lake, Hillsborough, number 132. So again, we're going to continue calling this. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so Glenside, Saskatchewan. I've got a photo here that is showing that things are ramping up by Glenside, but I'm going to I'm trying to see if that's... No, I don't know where Glenside is right now. Let me see here. It's in the oh, that's way up to the north. So this is that storm that is between Glenside and Outlook. I've got a photo of it. There's nothing on the ground right now. However, it is trying to get itself organized. I am going to share this photo. We have permission to share this one. So give me a sec here. Pull it up. Oof. Okay. This is from Brennan Forsyth on X. Let me share it with you. This is the look of the storm, and that's a wall cloud below the storm. So we're obviously only seeing a photo of it, but Brennan, Storm Chaser, saying starting to ramp up at Glenside, Saskatchewan, 4:29 p.m. That's 5 minutes ago. So that is a storm looking like it's trying to get its act together somewhat. So obviously it's also dumping a lot of hail at the same time. So we need to pay attention to it. So that is between Outlook and Glenside. Still going to see if we've got two circulations up here to the north. Definitely have one here northeast of Edom. No confirmation on that, whether it's on the ground. The Turtle Ford storm, again, can't confirm anything on it, but it is tornado warned. Both of them are. Let me just see if they've updated anything here. This is 8 minutes ago, so no, they haven't updated that. Let me take a look at the warning here. This is 21 minutes ago. And this is, oh my God. So they're now updating tornado warning back here. Let's take a look to the southwest of Moose Jaw. They've pushed the tornado warning over. I think they just changed the size of the box. So they're just saying tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. So no confirmation. It would be in this area right here. If there was anything, it's going to be our next scan here is in 2 to 3 minutes. We'll see what that updates, but this is tossing very large hail. This is getting over golf ball sized hail would be my estimation on this, and it's a very large swath of it too. So not just if there's a tornado in it, but we have a hail core that stretches 12 kilometers across. So again, very large hail across 12-kilometer wide path, according to this scan right here. So again, very concerning for multiple reasons. Just going to see if that storm to the south is trying to do anything. I'm going to wait for another scan from that one. Again, here we don't have anything on between Glenside and Outlook. It is a storm that is trying to do something, but we've had that photo that we were sharing with you guys. So let me just take a look here. Oh my God. Okay. We're getting a warning up here to the north again for the storms up there. Let's take a look at our velocities. reflectivity. Let's read the warning. So they're just saying thunderstorm that is producing a tornado at this point. So again, getting a confirmation of a tornado on this storm northeast of Edom. And the wording is not possibly, but saying is producing a tornado. So this is moving northeast. It has not moved very far, but again, be in shelter if you are anywhere near these areas. I'm going to look at Turtleford. I don't see much on that as well right now, but again, if you are anywhere in these areas, take shelter into a basement. If you don't have a basement, interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom, ideally, if you can, in a bathtub. It's going to give you better protection in case of the worst case scenario. So let's take a look. I'm just going to do that. I'm not seeing any rotation on it, so give me a sec. Okay, so we're definitely getting a lot of action going on here, going back to several areas. So again, not confirmed on the ground by Glenside, but between Outlook and Glenside, we have that tornado warning. And then southwest of Moose Jaw, this storm here, let's take a look at our velocities. This is a while back here. Let me delete that because we've moved to the newest scan here at 635. Let's take a look. I don't see any velocities on this that are scary right now, but we do have a very large hail core again on this storm, roughly in this area. This is going to be chucking probably golf balls, moving northeast up towards Moose Jaw slowly. These are not moving very quickly. I'm getting a little concerned about this storm. I just want to see our velocity on this. This is outside of the storm. I think this may be radar noise. It's tucked into that little notch area, so that may be a little bit problematic. Obviously some large hail on that as well. So we have several storms that are concerning. Things are going a little bit crazy here in Saskatchewan, and we are dealing with multiple areas of tornado warned storms. So again, northeast of Edom, that is a confirmed tornado ongoing, and they have, I'm going to just double check that the wording hasn't changed. That is severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. So again, on that storm to the northeast of Edom, it is producing a tornado. You need to be in shelter up there. It's also throwing very large hail as well. Big R, again, throwing tons of hail. It's been just parked there. And then Glenside also, we have a chaser on that. Again, Brennan Forsyth showing a photo of that earlier at about 4:29 p.m., 10 minutes ago. Nothing on the ground, but definitely trying to do something there, wrapping up the circulation. So this is what we're dealing with right now, and we'll continue to track and monitor this as well. And then back to the storm southwest of Moose Jaw. I'm going to take a look at that. Let me just take a look here. I just want to see if there's anything else on any other counts. Don't see anything. Okay, so that's basically where we're at right now. Lots of areas of concern. Southwest of Moose Jaw, south of west of Saskatchewan, or of Regina as well. So lots going on as we cover this over the last little bit here. So 6:35 p.m. we're going to see whether these continue to intensify. Storm to the northwest of Ojima has large hail. This is by Kayville. So throwing a large hail out of this, and it is rotating possibly up in the higher levels. Old Wives Lake to the west of this storm. This is coming to the it's basically to the west of Crestwind, Saskatchewan. Very large hail in this. I don't see any strong couplet in this, but this is chucking some very large hail back to the southwest of Moose Jaw. And then again, we are covering the storm here by Glenside out to Outlook. Large hail, and it is rotating. We just don't have anything confirmed on the ground right now. So that's where we're at. lots of tornado warned storms right now. All of a sudden, we went from literally, I said we were in the hurry up and wait game earlier, and that's what what's unfolded here. So obviously we have a lot more stuff going on in other areas, but when it's tornado warned, those are the areas we concentrate on. The rest of it, unfortunately, has to wait because it's not life safety when it comes to tornado warned storms. That's the highest threat level. So what else? So this is all where you're seeing on the screen here. Again, to the north of North Battleford, one confirmed tornado on the ground. We do have a storm south of Saskatoon between Outlook and Glenside that is not on the ground right now, but is attempting to rotate. And is tornado warned at this point. We had a storm chaser underneath it. Brennan Forsyth again, and then southwest of Moose Jaw, there's a very strong storm. All of these are moving northeast. So let's take a look. The tornado warning here by Turtleford. Okay, they've expired this warning. So let me switch over to the right radar. So the box to the left here where Turtleford, that is an expired warning. However, we do have a confirmed tornado down here to the southeast of that location. Again, the wording here is tracking a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado at 4:35 p.m. Thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club Mountain Central. Appreciate that. So again, we do have wording that this was a confirmed tornado. We don't know if it's on the ground still or not, but we're going to keep an eye on it. We always assume it's on the ground until we know it's not. That's the best way to look at things. Again, between Glenside and Outlook, that storm is trying to rotate. This is our latest scan here. Still has a little bit of hail on it, but I'm not seeing anything right now too concerning. But again, you will see if that wraps up and starts to try to do something. And then the storm back here by Moose Jaw, the hail core has gone down on this. So we saw the rotation weaken on this, and now the hail core still significant. This is still a lot of hail in this storm, but it's a lot smaller than it was on the last few scans. I can show you that. Bear with me for 1 second. So you can see as this marched eastward, you can see lots of hail packed into this, and now subsiding a little bit and subsiding more, but these would be probably ping pong ball to maybe loony sized hail roughly. And this is again near crest wind where all this hail is falling at this point. And let's just switch over here. I don't see any velocities that scare me on it. We do have large hail near Kayville. Let me just zoom out here and see the velocities. A lot of mixing going on, meaning a lot of reds and greens all over the place. But there is a ton of hail right in this area right here at this point. So again, this is dangerous just for the hail itself. Right now, not tornado warned or rotating based on that. This storm by where was this again? Where was it? Crestwind, Saskatchewan, just southwest of Moose Jaw. Large hail in this. I don't think there's an issue with rotation on this one. That has subsided. We have the storm here by Glenside. Brennan Forsyth was on that. We're looking at it. It looks like it was trying to rotate, but nothing on the ground there. And then our storm back to the north. Edom had a confirmed tornado on the ground, and until we see something else that says otherwise, this is basically the big situation that we're dealing with. So again, it's all about the tornado warned storms at this point. Those are the only ones that are ongoing right now. As you can see, I can zoom out. We don't have any other tornado warned storms here in the area, so I'm concentrating. There's literally 3. We had 4 circulations at one point, so obviously these are life safety type situations where if we have confirmed tornadoes on the ground, they will do a ton of damage, obviously. So I'm going to try and get back to the other areas, but right now this is where we're concentrating on. I'm going to see when our next scan is coming up here, 6:41, which is 4:41 Saskatchewan time. I've got a few minutes. I'm going to bounce back here because I just got a warning coming in for Southwest Ontario. So I'm going to, oh, geez, give me a sec. Bear with me. Exeter is down, so I can't use Exeter. So let's take a look here. There are strong winds making their way across at Windsor and Detroit coming into this area. Lots of wind through Essex, Kingsville, Leamington, and moving eastward. So I'm going to show you these storms. There are strong winds on this, so that's the biggest threat right now. We've got some 104-kilometer-hour straight line winds moving into Ontario. They are moving eastward. Please pay attention because I can't stay here for long. I need to go back to the tornado-warned storms at this point. So you can see how this is marching through. The winds have picked up and the precipitation is picking up. That's why you have this severe warning along the 401. This is going to be maybe just to the north of Leamington, but if you are anywhere in the southwest corner of Ontario, strong straight line winds making their way in there. That's why you also have those squall warnings going on Lake Erie and Lake St. Clair. So you need to pay attention to that. I don't see any other severe warnings anywhere else. Maybe this one here in North Bay, but that is expired. I can tell that right away. So going to Saskatchewan, southwest corner of Ontario, just covered that. There are strong straight line winds moving in there, 100 kilometers an hour, and then we're watching these tornado warnings here. So I'm going to stick with this for now because this is the highest end of severe weather that is possible. So we are going to warn people that are out in front of this. This is life safety at this point. So right now, southwest of Moose Jaw, we have storms south of Saskatoon and then north of North Battleford. Those are our 3 tornado-warned storms. This is obviously a different radar, but these are the 3 the storms that are red boxes right now. So we have a situation unfolding with these strong storms suddenly getting their act together. We do only have 1 confirmed tornado right now, which was on the Edam, Saskatchewan storm, and it looks like that's maybe produced a couple of times because they re-warned it after the original warning. So again, not seeing anything else at this point on social media, but I'm only able to look so much. So again, just trying to search Saskatchewan tornado or anything like that. Craig Bohm talking about a storm near Edgeworth. Give me a sec here. Another great Canadian chaser. If you don't follow him, why am I spelling that wrong? Edgeworth, Saskatchewan. Why am I not coming up here? So I can't, unless it's because it's capitals, but no, doesn't want to come up. Okay. Okay, Connor is paying attention and is the eyes in the back of my head right now. So thanks, Connor. So I just wanted to make sure on that. So what are we talking about here? Okay. So right now, these are our 3 areas. Again, this scan just came in, I believe, 6:47. Yes. So it does still look like there is a circulation there. I'm just not sure. It looks like it's a little bit outside of the storm. So north of Edam, you can see that. Where is that? Northeast of Edam on 26. This storm still looking like there's a bit of a circulation there. We have not had any confirmation that anything is lifted. The warning itself from Environment Canada is basically saying thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. So again, that would be this area right in here. And then we're getting another update on a tornado warning. So they've now updated a new tornado to the storm east of Bigger. So this is just turning into a what are they tornado warning here? I'm confused on this one. What? Let me see here. Has issued a tornado warning for south central Saskatchewan, tracking a severe thunderstorm that's possibly producing a tornado. Okay, just Connor just coming in. I'm going to see if this is the storm where we're talking about, but give me a sec here. There's way too much stuff going on here. Okay, so there is a funnel forming on this. We've seen from Jenny Hagen, photo posted here a short while ago. This is at 4:48 p.m., 3 minutes ago. Funnel forming on the Saskatchewan storm near Lenny, Saskatchewan at 4:48 p.m. And I do confirm that I see that on the image here. So that is the storm, one of the storms around here, but it says Lenny. There's two storms. So give me a sec here. I would think it's the storm that's north of Purdue at this point. Let me just take a look on velocities. There could be a couplet tucked in here in the back. So again, north of Purdue, but this says, again, she's saying Lenny, but south of Purdue. Okay, that would have to be this storm then based on the box. But I don't see any rotation in there, so that's why it's a little difficult to see this. So anyways, if you are anywhere in this tornado warning box, take shelter because I cannot determine exactly where it is. South of Purdue, we have one storm right on the edge of this box. I do not see velocities in there, but I do see a picture that it is trying to produce a tornado right now. So again, if you are anywhere in this box west of Saskatoon, you need to be in your shelter. There's several strong storms in there, and we've had a bunch of storms trying to produce tornadoes, and we've had one confirmed tornado here northeast of Edam. Again, possibly producing there. We still getting the warning still staying that it is producing a tornado, but that is 17 minutes old. So again, until we have confirmation that it has lifted, we're not going to assume that it has. Again, Glenside storm, a very strong storm, lots of hail in it. It was tornado warned, still continues to be tornado warned, but the wording in here is possibly producing a tornado, but that was 25 minutes ago. And then we have the storm south of Moose Jaw. Let's just take a look at that. I don't see velocities that are concerning in there, but it is still got large hail, but that hail core is subsiding on it. It has shrunk somewhat. And again, this is just over Crestwind to the northeast of Crestwind. And then we have another large storm. This is not tornado warned, but this is over Edgeworth, throwing some very large hailstones in here. Again, probably ping pong ball, maybe a little bit bigger than that. So you need to pay attention to all this hail. It is not tornado warned. This is not one of them that's warned at this point. So again, lots happening right now southwest of Moose Jaw. These are not moving quickly right now. Most of these are not stationary, but they are just slowly drifting at this point. So west of Saskatoon, we have a funnel that was reported there from Jenny, another great Canadian chaser. So if you are anywhere in the red box west of Saskatoon, you need to be in shelter. And again, north of North Battleford, we do have a storm up that way that was called as having a tornado ongoing. Here's our latest scan. Still some velocity motions in there. And again, depending what type of tornado it is, if it's a landspout, it's much harder to spot on reflectivity. And then we have also a lot of hail here on 26. So a lot of these storms throwing very large hail, some of them producing tornadoes. So at this time, again, if you are anywhere in these boxes, you need to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution because there's just so much going on here. I feel more comfortable with this one to the northeast of Crestwind. That looks like just large hail at this point. And that hail is subsiding, so it is still in there, but there's a lot less of it. And let me take a look here and watch some other storms. And we have additional storms moving in. So let's see here. So this storm is just a very huge hailmaker at this point. This is east of Kayville. Very large hail in this storm, and also a very wide hail core near Edgeworth. So that is right by Edgeworth, Saskatchewan. And then let's go back up to the north and take a look at these storms here. So Glenside, I'm just going to take a look to see if we've got anything on that. A little bit of rotation, but again, nothing I could jump on that would point you in the right direction. There is some large hail on this again to the northeast of Glenside, and then we have a storm back here. I believe this is our storm again that had a funnel on it, and it's to the south of, where are we? There was a Lenny. It's to the south of Lenny. That's the storm. But again, out of abundance of caution, anywhere in this red box to the west of Saskatoon, you should be in shelter at this point, just in case, because we have multiple strong storms forming in that box as well. So again, please be in shelter at this point. Let's take a look at our velocities up here. Don't see anything obvious on that, but I'm going to keep an eye on this and go from there. What else? Okay. So right now, ton of stuff going on here. So yeah, definitely very busy right now with everything that's going on. And we're watching a bunch of different things. I'm going to switch radars here and look again what's going on. This storm right here, definitely a very large hailmaker right now. So just going to say, okay. Okie doke. So again, lots going on. So north of Ojima, very large hailmaker. No, not tornado warned right now. This was tornado warned south of Bushel Park. Again, southwest of Moose Jaw, and this is now reducing in terms of hail core on it. There isn't any real velocities that are scary at this point, so we'll have to continue to monitor that. And I'm just looking at the rest of the velocity scans as far as that's concerned. So let's take a look back up here again, northeast of Glenside, lots of hail in there. Doesn't look like anything obvious on rotation. And then we've had again a storm chaser Jenny indicating there was a funnel on this storm on 655 south of Purdue and south of Lenny. We need to also pay attention to the storm on the north side of this box. So if you are anywhere in this box, you need to be in shelter. Again, in the basement, ideally. If that's not an option, then as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom is ideal if you can get in a bathtub. That is just gives you a little more protection. It's metal, so in case of worst case scenario. Miota, huge hail in that storm. That is chucking some very large hailstones. And then I believe our storm to the northeast of Edom, probably that has subsided at this point. We are waiting right now. It's 6:53. We need another a couple minutes before we get that going on here. So what else is going on? Okay, so the rotation on the storm from Craig Bohm is on this monster hailer down here to the south that I was looking at. Sorry, got to go even further. So many storms going on. So oh, there we go. There's Edgeworth. I don't know why my software wouldn't find it. I knew I was talking about it, but anyway, so that's a large hailer right now. We do have a chaser on there. Not that's our chaser. There is a chaser on it. So, so far not seeing anything, but this is a storm getting its act together just with that giant hail core, and it's all by itself out there. So those isolated storms are the ones that you have to watch for on all these tornado warnings. For the most part, they've all been isolated, and that's what's allowing them to spin up. Again, these two, the same thing. So just going to zoom back out for a big satellite shot here. North of North Battleford, I think that is over and done with in terms of the rotation. We're still seeing a tornado warning up there. They have not expired it or updated it in 25 minutes. So we're still saying be in shelter at this point, but I'm feeling a lot more comfortable about the rotation on that storm. Clearly large hail here on near Meota. That is throwing some very large hailstones out of it. And then we have another west of Saskatoon tornado warned storms there as well. Just taking a look if there's any updates here on social media, and we'll go from there. So okay, the hail, is this the same scan here? Bear with me. I'm just zooming out to see what that was all about. Bunch of storms updated on Alberta side. So the Ojima storm, I should say, the hail has gone down on that. So that may be that's a good sign in terms of intensity. So we had that big... They are re-warning up here, so let me take a look what's going on. Let's see if they've ended it or they're still continuing. So they're just updating this as 26 minutes ago. So where are they updating? Did they change the box? This is frustrating. This one is expired. The flashing red box, I've got 2 tornado warnings. Both of them say 33 minutes and they've been updated. But nothing changed in here, so I'm not sure what's going on. They may have changed the box size, and what happens when they change the box size, it reissues the tornado warning for the whole area. Again, not sure on this one for rotation. There may be something happening there. So again, northeast of Edam, that had a confirmed tornado on it. We're still going to assume it does until we know otherwise. Southeast of that storm, we do have, this is near Moosomin. To the southwest of it, there's large hail in that storm as well. And then west of Saskatoon in this box, that's the one where we had a funnel. I have not heard anything in regards to that. We're monitoring social media as best as we can just to see if we've got any confirmation of anything. So let me just switch up to Purdue. Okay, so in this box again, west of Saskatoon, you need to be in shelter. That is our recommendation at this point. So what else? Glenside again. Lots of hail there, but not seeing anything. They haven't extended the tornado warning further east as this storm has moved northeast. So that's probably a good sign at this point. I am not seeing velocities on here that would have me thinking there's a tornado in it. And again, we've had some landspout tornadoes, which are not attached to a mesocyclone, so they are harder to spot on radar when it comes to those things. So just taking a look here. So again, up towards this storm, south of Moose Jaw, a lot of hail in it. It has subsided compared to what the hail was in there before, so that is a good sign. I'll show you here. You can see all that pink and purple back to the left. Okay, I really wish you would, update finally. Okay, this is, they're still saying a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado at this point in this red box. Let me switch to the radar there. Let's go to reflectivity. What are they doing? Is this what they're thinking? This is outside of the storm, I believe. Yeah, that's outside of the storm, so it's not that. Okay. And we're still waiting for a scan here. This is 5 minutes old. So again, anywhere in this box, the only 2 storms that possibly have anything going on in this box would be right in this area and right in this area here. Again, northeast of Edam. We're getting back, I guess, southwest of Glaslyn. And then also Meota right above that area. So these are all tornado warned boxes. And again, I'm not seeing the velocity scans. That was still there. So let me see if the time is the same on those. They are. Okay. So I'm not, let me just see here before I step on my own. Yeah, I would not be as concerned about this one over Meota other than it's chucking very large hail. The storm that originally had the tornado on it would be this one back to the southwest of Glassland. So that is what we're going to continue calling there. Here we had the storm to the south. Can't even finish a sentence. They have now tornado warned the storm by Ojima. Let me move to that. That's the one that we were monitoring. I'm wondering if that's, anybody can confirm if there's, Craig has a tornado or a wall cloud that's rotating. I know he had that reported on it. The velocity scans are not indicative of it, but right in this area, this is the storm. So this is north of Ojima, and I'm just going to take a look here, getting a report. So where's Pangman? Oh, God. Yeah, okay, so this is the storm. They just are reporting that a possible brief tornado west of Pangman. So that is this storm right here that just got tornado warned. I'm looking at a shot of that storm, and it definitely has the potential to be producing. So we are now saying this storm moving north, I want to say. Let me just take a look. Oh, no, it's moving eastward. My apologies. So this is moving eastward compared to every other storm. So this is north of Ojima, northwest of Pangman. And let's take a look at velocity. Still not seeing anything on velocity that jumps at me, but the video definitely would be indicative of this. So if you are east of this storm to the north west of Pangman, you need to be in shelter. This is a dangerous storm that could produce at any moment, moving basically eastward at this point. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. Let's go back up here to the north. Thankfully, this storm looks like it's dying south of Moose Jaw. There's no longer any big hail on that, so that storm is not as no longer a concern. It is tornado warned. They still have it up, but that storm is not a concern south of Moose Jaw. Back here to the east of Glenside. Not getting tornado warned at this point. It's out of the box, but this is chucking large hail. There's even purple pixels in there. So we're probably talking golf balls or larger out of that storm. It is moving. I'm going to verify all the motions. These are moving eastward at this point. So that is moving east along 15 down there. Let's take a look at the storms here, what direction they're moving in. They're moving northeast. So let's take a look at velocities here. The storm that was showing a funnel earlier would have been this one right here, but there's also a very strong storm to the north that has large hail on it as well. This is west of Saskatoon, and then we have storms to the north here. We're getting far from the radar. I'm just going to see what our local... Yeah, that's the only radar choice we have. Let me see the height on this. This isn't too bad, actually. I thought we were further than we are. There's a lot of noise in here. I'm just going to see the storm to the north does not look like this is the original one with all this hail here. It has hail on it, but I don't think there's a velocity couplet on it that is concerning. I'm also going to do a refresh to see if any of these just eliminate any tornado boxes that are no longer valid. So north of North Battleford, I believe that is over with. It was again the storm here to, where are we? Southwest of Glassland. And we have a big hailmaker to the southwest near Meota on 26. That's just moving through there, but I currently don't see any velocities. There's a lot of noise in there, but out of caution, I would still say stay in your shelter until we can confirm things. So again, we have 3 large areas of storms that are producing or possibly trying to produce a tornado. This velocity scan at 7:05, I'm just flipping back, that's outside of the area. So again, a little bit struggle. We are starting to see a TBSS on this storm, which is showing south of Amulet. That's a 3-body scatter strike. Very large hail in this storm. That's what it indicates. Also with the hail signature in here, that is a very large hail core. It is 11 kilometers across, so that is a giant path of hail at this point. So it needs to be taken seriously as well, just for that reason. But it is also rotating based on what we're seeing here for storms. So this is all the way south of Regina, west of Weyburn, where this is going. This is heading eastward and again rotating. So please pay attention to this storm. It is tornado warned at this point, so if you are anywhere east of it, I would be in your shelter. So again, anywhere in this general direction, get down to a basement, get into, if you don't have that as an option, then get into an interior room and as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom in a bathtub is a good choice. Metal, it'll protect you as well. So definitely a lot of stuff going on right now, folks. I cannot look at any comments. As you can see, this is just nonstop at this point. I can't even finish words at times. So the tornado warning that was near Conquest and Glenside, that is over with, but we still have a storm throwing a lot of hail. Storm west of Saskatoon is moving northeast. They are moving very slowly, so you can see this here. This is over a lot of time and it has barely moved, so they are not moving quickly at all. But if you were in this box, be in your shelter as well. And then back up to the north of North Battleford, that is the other area that we have the tornado warning. Just switching over here, and we have 1 minute to our next scan, so I want to see if there's anything that pops up here. Damaging winds, and it says possibly, or that is producing a tornado, but that's from 9 minutes ago. So again, tornadoes for the most part, 90% of them are only on the ground for 2 minutes or less. It's very rare that you have ones that are long sustained. They do happen, but that is what is happening right now. There's our latest scan. There's just so much radar noise in here. So what I mean by radar noise is all this Christmas confetti looking thing. It's making it very hard to see where the rotation would be if there is rotation. I'm struggling to see it on this storm. There is a bit up here to the north, but it seems... Okay, they're re-warning this one down here, so I'm going right to that one just to make sure we're on it. So they've updated the tornado warning. So possibly producing a tornado. This is where it's getting difficult to understand what they're saying because they've changed the wording. Possibly producing a tornado, and then they're putting 20 tornado location. So it's either a location for a tornado. Anyways, this is the first time I've seen this over the last week. So anyways, possibly producing a tornado about 20 kilometers southwest of Perry, moving east at 50 kilometers an hour. Location in the path is Perry and Pangman. So this is obviously a dangerous situation. Let's take a look at our velocity scans here. Still a lot of hail in this. This is our latest scan at 5:11 p.m. We are again in eastern Ontario, so that's why the clock says 7:14. And again, watching southwest Ontario, there's some straight line winds that are going in there. I'm still talking about that because I cannot go and look at it right now, especially with these velocities that we're seeing on some of these. This is moving eastward, north of Pangman, heading in the direction of Weyburn, roughly. But that is still a long ways off, and it's not moving very quickly right now. Just going to look at the velocities and the rest of these storms back to the southwest of, south of Moose Jaw and southwest of Regina. Not seeing anything there. West of Saskatoon. Let's switch up our radars. Don't see anything obvious here. They have not extended the tornado warning to the north, which is good sign. So the storm to the north would not be the issue. But right here, this is the original storm. This is the original storm that spawned the tornado warning. It had a funnel on it. I can't even get the words out. Where are we doing now? North now. Please tell me there's a location or something. This cluster of severe thunderstorms are located Meota and 15 kilometers east of Edam. Tornado was spotted on this storm near Edam about 40 minutes ago. So they are still referring to the tornado warned storm. That is to the north. It is this storm right here that is near Glassland. I've been following it. I don't see... that is outside of the storm, so I'm going to just switch over here, look at velocities. This is greens and reds together, but it's kind of in the wrong spot for me in terms of that rotation. So I'm just flipping back and forth to look at it. But again, that is the storm that they are talking about that triggered the original warning, and they have extended it. Let me just take a look here. They still say expires in 1 hour, so they've extended the time on it. I believe they may have pushed the box a little further north as well. Another strong storm over Jackfish Lake, stretching between Moosomin and Meota. So that storm, let me just see if that's rotating. I don't see anything on there that's concerning, but again, with what's been going on, out of an abundance of caution, I would be in shelter until we can say that is clear. And then we have our storm south of Regina, right now chucking some very large hail, and I'm just keeping an eye on all my chats to see if I'm missing anything, just as far as people posting stuff. Wait, what was that? Okay, not seeing anything. I'm just trying to find social media there. Okay, that was quite some time ago. Yeah, still not seeing anything as far as any social media. Just got Connor's looking around. He says nothing new right now. So our really strong storm south of Regina, west of Weyburn, near Amulet and Pangman. That storm has a very strong hail core on it. It is chucking very large hailstones. It's tornado warned. There's a lot of noise in the velocity scans there, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. And then back to the northwest. Let's just take a look here. Glenside, these don't look like they're tornado warned anymore, which they aren't, but they're not rotating. Those are just large hailers at this point. And we should have a new scan here for all of these storms, so I'm going to stick with that and kind of see what happens at this point. 1 minute till our next scan. Obviously organized chaos. While I wait, I'm going to take a look at Southern Ontario. Let me see here. We only have US radar, unfortunately, because our Canadian one is down. There are strong winds in this line as it's moving through. So again, going to be very windy as this comes through. It's now over to Tilbury and it is moving eastward. This is moving through to Chatham, Kent, and all of that area there. So we are kind of leapfrogging here. You can see the motion on that. So we are looking at these storms moving moving eastward at this point. Exeter radar is still down, and I'm going back over here to this update. They've shrunk the box on the tornado warning, and they're only saying it in this. Oh, Jesus. Only in the area to the north of North Battleford. So let me switch over. They are going to be talking about this storm right here. There's quite a circulation tucked in right around this area here. And that would be on the storm. So this is the one that was throwing a ton of hail. And it looks like it now has rotation on this. This is on Highway 4. Again, north of North Battleford. So it's over, where is this? Cochin? Moosomin area. I know I'm butchering the other one, but Cochin and Moosomin, if you are there, you definitely need to be taking shelter. There's a strong circulation there, so to the basement. If you don't have that option, as many walls between you and the outside, in an interior room, bathroom is a good option, into a bathtub because it's metal and it'll take some abuse. So that's what we're calling for on this storm. You can see the box was shrunk right back. Going to take a look at the tornado warning, and there's no information in the warning. It just says it's a very dangerous and potentially life-threatening situation. So that is the last of the areas there to the north. And I'm just looking here to see if I've got anything as far as anybody else. I know Connor's monitoring it. Nothing new there. Okay, perfect. So again, lots of storms ongoing right now. We've got them all the way stretched back. You can see this on a kind of a diagonal line from southeast to northwest. Storm south of Regina, west of Weyburn. This is the tornado warned storm. This just got updated. Let me see if there's any velocities in here. There is some rotation. The hail is going down on this storm. So again, north of Amulet, just based on that, this is where you're, let me see here, sorry. Kind of rotation in that area. Again, quite a bit of noise, but this is moving eastward along 13, coming towards Pangman. It is chucking very large hail, so dangerous for multiple reasons. This is moving eastward again. Still a tornado warned storm at this point. Then we've got west of Saskatoon. We have these two storms here. The northern one, just a lot of hail on it. The warning has not been extended. I'm just going to see if they've still got it going. They do. The original storm that had the funnel on it was this location right in this area right here. That's the storm with the hail on it, but I don't see anything circulating too tightly on it. So that's what we're looking at there. Again, I'm not as concerned about that one, but they are very strong thunderstorms with lots of hail in them, lots of precipitation, moving northeast at this point. So let me just double check that to make sure nothing has changed. They are drifting, the northern storm is drifting a little more eastward, but still with a northeasterly component on it. So we're going to watch that for the next few scans just to see what's going on. So let me just see here. Perfect. And then we're watching north of North Battleford. I'm waiting for a new scan to come up. That is a strong signature for rotation, and this is over Moosomin. And again, lots of hail being thrown in these storms as well. So that's the issue. What time? 5 hours into this stream. If you guys can please hit the like button, get this and share it out there so the information can get out. I'd really appreciate it. There's a lot of work that obviously goes into this, and we want to get this information out to people, obviously, especially when it's life-saving type situations. So I'd really appreciate it if you guys could hit the like button and at least share the stream to help us get that word out. So thank you, and we're going to continue with this. So I'm waiting for 2 minutes, and there'll be a new scan here very shortly, and we'll see what comes out of that at this point. So we'll see whether anything updates. So again, 3 areas that are tornado warned: 1 south of Regina, west of Weyburn, 1 southwest of Saskatoon. Not as concerned about that one anymore. That was a while ago. And then north of North Battleford, we've had a confirmed tornado on an earlier storm, and that's and then another one that's possibly doing it right now. So again, lots going on. We're just trying to keep up with everything here and make sure we get the info out. And curious if we're still, give me a sec here. Yeah, give me one moment. Just going to verify something. Okay. They've just updated a box around did they update the severe thunderstorm warning? Yeah, they just updated a severe thunderstorming. Previously, tornado was spotted on this storm near Edam. So they've got a severe with a tornado warning in the same area, which is obviously a little confusing for people, even myself who looks at radar for over a decade. Anyways, still tornado warned up in that area. We just got our latest scan, so let's look at our velocities. There is still rotation, but the couplet is not as tight as I would think, but let me just make sure that makes sense. It's right near the hail, which does. So let me just take a look, swing down. So that is still in the area of Moosomin. We don't have a confirmation if anything is down or not. It is not moving very quickly. Again, so north of North Battleford. These storms do look like they're breaking up at this point. Again, not seeing any velocity signatures on it. Asquith, I believe, or Askeith, to the northwest, there's a lot of hail on that, but again, the tornado warning is probably going to expire here very shortly. I don't see anything of a threat there. Large hail on this Glenside storm. Let me just see if I'm on the low. Yeah, that purple pixel, that is very large hail. That's probably golf ball or larger on this. And again, probably just drifting eastward at this point on these storms. So it's just tucked on along Highway 15 there, drifting eastward at this point. And then let's go back down to the storm. This is Amulet. It is heading eastward towards Weyburn. It looks like it's picking up a little bit of speed at this point too. Let's take a look at velocities. Nothing obvious on velocity, but there is large hail in this again. We do have that purple pixel in there, and it is quite a large area of hail, so obviously going to be unfortunately wrecking crops, and this area already saturated with moisture. This is not going to help anything, but that hail core on the radar is 11 kilometers across. So imagine a storm moving and dropping hail for 11 kilometers. That's basically what's going on here. So obviously not a lot of fun. And so even regardless of the tornado, this is obviously going to be doing damage with all that hail and moving eastward again towards Weyburn at this point. I will give you a timeline from Weyburn right now. It is 50 kilometers away, so it's still quite a ways away. Another tornado warning being updated. Where is this? Is this in Ontario? Oh my God, we have now Southwest Ontario. We have a tornado warning. Good Lord. Okay, so let me zoom back in here. Sorry, folks, I'm getting a little frazzled. Just been a long 7 days. I want to see KDTX. We, of course, don't have our local radar working. They have put out a tornado warning for Chatham, Kent area down to Wheatley. I wish I could tell you where this tornado is, but the problem is Exeter radar. Let me take a look. It's still down. The Canadian radar is down. I don't see any greens and reds together, so I'm trying to decipher where this is. Looking from Cleveland radar, still can't see where this is, so I'm going to read the Environment Canada warning. They are saying following attention exercise tracking tornado warn storm, and it says possibly producing a tornado, but it says Windsor, Essex, and Chatham. So you're going to have to go with that. If you are in this box, I cannot pinpoint where this rotation is that they've warned on. There's no obvious red and green area. I'm struggling, folks, with this one. Again, we don't have the local radar there, so unless they've gotten a call from somebody, I don't know what's going on. So let me take a look as well. So this is a little frustrating. I don't know what the story is. Yeah. Let me take a look. I just see straight line winds in this. I don't see any rotation whatsoever. We should have greens and reds together, but if you are in this box, I have no choice but to tell everybody in this box to be in shelter at this point, because we cannot determine where it is. I'm hunting and I see nothing here that would determine tornado warning. Well, maybe here, Pelee Island. Let me see if that cross references with Detroit. This would be the... Jesus. Okay. Possibly producing a tornado. Please tell us where. Oh my God, this is so frustrating. We put out a box that's 50 kilometers across and 50 kilometers tall, but there's a tornado somewhere in here. Anyways, folks, I can't help other than say that you need to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution. I cannot pinpoint it in here, and they're not giving any information that's showing where it is. So this is the problem right now. With the strength of this storm, I would suspect it's somewhere around Chatham, Kent, in this area. But again, I do not see anything on velocities that would tell me that. And exeter radar in Canada is down. That's why the pill is red. So I'm trying to find it from the US radar, and again, I don't see it anywhere. Let me just take a look. Again, it would be somewhere in this area, so you need to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution. I cannot be any more specific than that, and I'm sorry. So again, southwest Ontario, you need to be in shelter for that tornado warning. I'm flipping back to Saskatchewan to look at all those tornado warnings. This is getting out of control at all. I'm struggling. Anyways, let's just take a look here. 7:23, so we should have a next scan here from our radar in Saskatchewan. I'll look at all of those and I'll go back to southwest Ontario. But Chatham, Kent area, out of an abundance of caution, be in shelter. I do not see it on velocities though, but they don't put any information in the warning as to where it's located. So fundamental issue with our warning system that needs a serious overhaul. When we put out warnings, they need to have a standard. Anyways, frustrating like you wouldn't believe. Okay, lots of hail in this one here to the northeast of Amulet in Saskatchewan. I do not see any velocity couplet in there that's concerning. The only thing on this one would be the large hail, and this is throwing golf balls or bigger based on that signature moving eastward along. That is 13. Moving back up here, let's take a look and let's start knocking these out because we're starting to have too many of them. Again, the tornado warning here, I'm hoping they haven't expired it yet for whatever reason. I don't see any velocity scans on this. Throwing large hail, this is west of Saskatoon. This was started, let me just take a look, 42 minutes ago. More than likely, the odds are very slim that there's anything on the ground. Tornadoes only last a few minutes. 90% of them are only a couple of minutes. So give me a sec here. Yeah, so Connor is just showing me some stuff from Ontario, and again, he can't see why it's tornado warned, so I don't know if they have a report. If they did, they should have put it in the warning. I'm venting a little bit. I'm sorry. It's just so frustrating to try and do something and have no help whatsoever as far as what the tools should be. The warning north of North Battleford in Saskatchewan. Let me just take a look here. There are some winds. I don't see a velocity couplet that jumps out at me. Originally, it would have been up in this area here, but that is not strong at this point. They have not extended or updated the warning, I don't believe. Let me check. 15 minutes ago. And again, this is a very dangerous and potentially life-threatening situation, but nothing in there to tell you where it is. We need three things in tornado warnings and severe warnings. Where is the storm? What direction it's moving in, and how fast it's moving. From there, any person can figure out where the problem is. Again, I'm frustrated because I'm trying to get information to you folks that's accurate, and that is the hardest way to do it. Swinging back to southwest Ontario. This is going to be Detroit radar or northwest of Detroit. Again, the strongest part of the storm here. I'm looking for velocities. This just looks like straight line winds to me. If I was guessing anything, I'm gonna watch this coming in. This looks like just straight line winds. You can see them building. There's no red or green in this whatsoever. So to me, I don't see where this tornado would be. This is just a very windy storm. There are straight line winds, absolutely. But other than that, even from Cleveland radar, we have a little bit of rotation here, but I'll tell you how high that is off the ground. That's 4,500 feet off the ground, which isn't super high, but it's not tight. There's nothing in here that looks like it's rotating. I'm going to watch it from Cleveland radar as well. I think that... Where would they? Oh, right here, maybe. This is the only thing that I can see where they would think that there's something happening as this pushed into Chatham, Kent. This is the only area right in here. There is a velocity scan. Let me, I can't switch because this is at 7:18 p.m., which is 16 minutes ago. So I can't check with my measuring tool on that. So let me just take a look. So that would have been the only area that I would have seen where there may have been something. This is a very heavy rainmaker. And again, around the Chatham, Kent area, but I do not, and obviously a lot of people gun shy here because they did have a tornado near Glencoe, not far from here. So everybody kind of on edge, I'm sure, in this area. But if you are in here, Chatham, Kent area around that, I would be in shelter out of an abundance of caution. I do not see the rotation that would justify the tornado warning. I'm sorry, I just don't. And let's just take a look here. We're back to Saskatchewan at 5:29 p.m. So 2 minutes till our next scan. And I'm going to watch all these storms here. So that's things have gotten a little too exciting for me anyway. So it's raining very hard in Chatham. That's 100%. I think that also, again, I think that we're seeing just straight line winds. That's all I'm seeing in that. As it was coming over, I also saw those straight line winds building. Then we had this tornado palooza out in Saskatchewan with all these warnings that are coming up. So we had to concentrate on that area. So again, frustrating. I'm sorry that I'm venting a little bit, but again, it's some very basic information needs to be put in tornado warnings and severe warnings. And there's only 3 of them that you really need at the end of the day. 7:36 p.m., 5 hours, 10 minutes into this live stream. What else have we got going on here? So right now, our main storm of concern where it's really bad is down here along Highway 13 near Pangman. Let me see what that has. Thank you very much, Dave, for the donation. Really appreciate that. I'm just looking down here. I'm trying to hang in there, folks. Like I said, day 7 of this, and today this is really frustrating right now. I don't think that's rotation, but again, this area is tornado warned. This storm has been strong for a very long time. I don't think there's anything on social media right now. Connor and the gang are keeping an eye or trying to keep an eye on it. So let's just kill this off. Let's see here. So we have very large hail in here. Still continuing or maintaining in that area where you see these bright pinks, probably golf ball or smaller at this point, still moving eastward towards Weyburn at this point. So it's just going due east at this point. There are some stronger storms behind it, or not stronger. There are strong storms behind it with heavy precipitation, some wind in there, but not bad. We do have a storm just to the northeast of Milestone. I'm just looking at that one. So far, pretty good. Then Saskatoon again to the west. There's a couple of storms there that are heavy rainmakers and some smaller hail in them. But the tornado side of it, I'm very skeptical that there's anything in there. They're still just going to let this expire in 10 minutes. So that is still ongoing as far as the warning is concerned. I do not see anything in there. And then let's take a look at north of North Battleford. And there's some strong winds in this thing, but they are very broad. There is huge pocket of hail here by Moosomin. 7:35. So this is 5:35 p.m. Saskatchewan time. Again, there would be a circulation possibly in here switching over. It's a very dynamic storm. There's also something happening down here as well. But where we're looking at all these bright winds, it's very windy. These are 90 kilometers an hour, only 2,700 feet off the ground. So that's about under 1 kilometer. But there are strong straight line winds to the east here. 81 kilometers an hour, and we have our couplet looking thing here. So I'm just Well, I'm gonna hear this in my sleep. That's exactly what's gonna happen. So they're updating the tornado warning to the south. Let me jump on that and take a look here. What are they doing? They've extended the warning out east, so they're seeing that rotation as well, saying possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. That is moving eastward. What they're probably seeing on the velocities is what I highlighted here, but it's on the edge of the storm, so I'm a little skeptical. It just looks weird to me, and that's why I'm kind of trying to figure out. It could be. It's right on the edge. I'm going to see if there's no other close radar here. That is very far away. So the US radar is seeing rotation as well, but this is much higher up in the storm. That's why it's further east. This is at 15,000 feet. So that is 5 kilometers up. So it is much further. So there is a circulation here, but it is not, so it may be getting down to the surface, but I'm using both radars to try and corroborate it. The closer radar is only leading, only a third of the way off the ground, 5,000 feet compared to 15,000 feet. So there is circulation in here. So if you are east of this, just south of 13, there's potentially going on as far as that's concerned. Connor can't find any confirmation of anything on the ground right now, but they have extended the warning. So with everything that's going on, a large hail, if you are east of this, be in shelter in a basement. If you can't be in a basement, be in an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And I missed what warning got updated here, so let me just look. Okay, this is for the Chatham-Kent storm. Possibly producing a tornado. That's it. No more information for you folks. Sorry, you guys didn't pay your bill today. Okay, let me take a look. I'm trying to figure out from Cleveland. Let's take a look at velocities. There's a little bit in here, but this is nothing to kind of get a tornado warning going. Again, we're at 18 kilometers an hour, 19, 40. Like there's nothing in here that indicates any rotation. So this to me is a straight line wind event that is marching through. And as you can see, it's going through Chatham, Kent, Erie Beach, Blenheim, or Blenheim, I can't remember how to pronounce that one, and it is moving eastward, so it's going to come across the 401 south of Thamesville. It is going to go near Ridgetown, and we're getting close to, where was that, the tornado last time? It was up here by Dutton, Glencoe up there, so that's to the north still. But this is just a straight line wind event with heavy precipitation and lots of lightning. Regardless of which radar I look at it from, I just see strong winds in that. So just straight line wind event, but you are in this tornado warning in this box at this point, and that's the problem when we have a radar that's down. So, okay, let me... There's some really strong winds back here. So near Wallaceburg, 100 kilometers an hour. So that's what I'm concerned about, is more of those straight line winds than anything else in this. You can see those flesh tone colors. That's where you're getting 100 plus kilometer hour winds. So again, southwest Ontario, and let's move back to Saskatchewan. Just trying to cover everywhere we can, folks. Okay, so let's take a look here. 741. This is our latest scan, so let's see how this is updated. That circulation has moved off a little bit to the south, so I don't believe that that's a circulation anymore. We just have a lot of large hail in this. It shrunk a little bit, but it's around Pangman. And what else? Moving eastward at this point, so let's take a look at some other storms. Just jumping around all over the place. So north of North Battleford, that other area was the concern there. So there's some strong winds all over the place here. Let's see here. We've got 107, 111 kilometers an hour. This is only 2,500 feet off the ground, so it's less than a kilometer. So at the surface, it'll be less, maybe 80, 90 kilometers an hour. But there are some strong winds here. This is Let me just kind of, this is, there's no locality nearby here. Oh, north of North Battleford, and it is moving, I believe, eastward. Let me just double check that. Yeah, this is all moving eastward, and I'm trying to make heads or tails of what is going on in this storm. Another one slammed into it. There's a couple of couplets in here and it just doesn't make sense. That's outside the storm, so that's inflow into the storm right now, this bright red pink spot here. So we may have something trying to wrap up here soon again. Obviously some very strong winds. It is tornado warned over Moosomin, has been for quite some time, but there's a lot of noise in this radar as well, so a little difficult. And it's apparently it's a very dangerous and potentially life-threatening situation. Again, down here, I would be concerned about rotation in this area. It doesn't make sense necessarily. It's a little bit outside of the storm, but it looks like there's something. Well, they just tornado warned it, so I guess maybe I do know a little bit. So that is concerning to the north of North Battleford because we have these increased winds. The bright pink spot here to the north looks like inflow into the storm, and that is why it has my attention as well. So you can see it kind of feeding in like a little notch in here. So there could be multiple circulations on this storm. It is a very strong storm, has lots of hail on it, lots of rain, and this is to the north of North Battleford. I'm going to show you how this is moving at this point. All storms have started moving eastward. So there's some dynamics at play here. There's a boundary that off this storm that's smashing into it. So this may be what we call a nudger, and it may be trying to produce a tornado. So to the north of North Battleford, we have a rotation along 4 and 378. It is heading eastward. That is what we're seeing right now. They've slammed into each other. They may be even moving a little bit northeast until I see the next scan. I'm not 100% sure. So that's basically what we're doing here. Okay, Jeff giving me some advice on the southern storm there. Gonna see if we can see something here. So let me look from US radar. And the only thing we can do is if you can change your radar to pick up snow, ice, rain for Chatham, that'll be precipitation depiction there, precipitation type. So yeah, it's again, I see that there's a lot of rain and stuff in there, but the winds themselves, I can't make heads or tails of where that would be or where we would have a problem. Again, it all looks like straight line winds to me. So just a nasty storm definitely moving in. I appreciate Jeff trying to help there. Thank you. Obviously, can sense my frustration. Anyways, let's take a look back at Saskatchewan. 7:41. We got about 2 minutes till our next scan here, just monitoring my chats as well. So my concern is obviously for North Battleford, the storm to the north of there. That's the one that's packing quite a bit of wind in it, and obviously a lot of hail and intensity, and it looks like a couple of storms slamming into each other. So we may see something happen here. And again, we have a tornado warning from Environment Canada, just saying do they possibly producing a tornado near Rabbit Lake, Battleford's Park, the Battleford, Spears, and Maymont. That's what they're saying right now, and they just updated that while I was looking at it. So let's see if there's anything. It's back to saying the basics. Let me see here. Yeah, all that information disappeared, so I'm glad I read it before they updated something. So gonna see if we've got any other access to anything. Still says that. And then, yeah, just basically at this point, that information. So hopefully you guys heard what I was saying there. This is 7:47, so let's switch over our velocity scans. So yeah, so give me a sec here. This right now would be a strong couplet. I'm very confident on that. This is obvious at this point. We have strong winds in here. I'm just going to see if this makes sense with the storm. But you've got bright greens and bright pinks next to each other. So that is... It's in the wrong spot on the storm, but that is definitely a circulation, unless I'm losing my mind after 7 days. This definitely looks like a circulation in here. We've got a 73 across from 87. So that is a circulation either developing or is ongoing at this point. Let me take a look what direction it's heading in. It just looks a little off on the storm. You can see it wrapping in there. You can literally see where those pink winds came in and slammed into each other in the green and the pink. So I'm going to watch that area again. That is to the north of North Battleford. There are also very strong winds here to the south. And this is the tornado warning because there's greens next to it. So when they extended that southern end, they were watching this area right here. So multiple areas of circulation at this point. So, yeah, so Jeff saying the storm in southwest Ontario is starting to collapse, which when that happens, the storm collapses down and the winds come to the surface and spread out. So you get increased outflow, as Jeff is saying, for the next 30 minutes. So if you're in southwest Ontario, it is basically going to be very rainy and very windy. Again, very skeptical of, a tornado in that area at this point. So, I'm seeing locations and directions on the EC government site, and my other apps are also saying the same thing. So we may have a problem with the software overwriting things, and I'll have to address that because this is obviously 3 hashtags. I'm not sure what that is. So yes, it's definitely a problem if that's the case. Thank you, Bird, for putting that in there. So I may be frustrated at the wrong people at this point, but we'll go from there. I'll definitely look into it. So right now, again, we're north of North Battleford, moving northeast, and then moving from there. So that is on the North Battleford stuff. No tornado warnings left near Saskatoon. There are some storms in that area. So there's one storm here back to the west considered severe. This is moving just to the northeast, I believe, of Saskatoon. It might skirt to the west side of Saskatoon, but that is just a very heavy rainmaker at this point. And then what else have we got here? Just looking back to Regina, and we're still having that storm south, which is basically west of Weyburn at this point. Let's take a look at velocities. There is some rotation, and there's a little hook-looking thing back here. Let me see if those velocities are outside of that. They're roughly in there, so this storm may be trying to do something. Just looking at comments as well, this definitely has still significant hail on it. So those are our 2 areas. And then back in southwest Ontario, we're talking about a straight line wind event. So we'll see what's going on there. So it's definitely dynamic situation right now, and a little frustrating with the warnings. Whether it's our software, what's going on, we'll have to take a look at that. But I definitely see a strong circulation up here near Moosomin, moving east or northeast, I should say. And then we have another strong area of winds with circulation, 93 kilometers an hour from 76. So there could be 2 circulation areas. I'm just going to take a look at reflectivity. That's outside of it. So I'm not as concerned about that one there. This is a new scan. Or no, it's not. It looks different than I remember it. Am I looking at the right radar? No, I'm on the right radar. Just trying not to lose my mind here, folks. So yeah, so that's what we're looking at right now. Strong winds right in this area. This obviously is outside the storm where the orange circle is to the north of Battleford. Obviously a lot of wind and rain through North Battleford right now with these dark reds and everything. So Okay, so Mark Robinson from the Weather Network is in the Ontario storm, says it's outflow dominant, just like Jeff was mentioning, and isn't concerned about a tornado at all. So that confirms exactly what I was thinking in Southwest Ontario. I'm baffled by that one, but obviously that's the case there. So again, we are looking at North Battleford, this area to the north near Moosomin. That is a circulation. And then back here, we just look like we have some outflowy winds pushing out, and that confirms it right there, actually. And let's just take a look here. Yeah, those are winds gusting out at the bottom. There's a lot of radar noise in there. Let's take a look at our couplet to the north. There's still a small couplet right here. Just going to highlight that in this area. So that roughly at this point, 70 kilometers an hour cross from 80. So that is a strong couplet. It's only 2,900 feet off the ground, so that's less than a kilometer. It'll be less tight and less strong at the surface. This is continuing to move eastward at this point. The bottom stuff here, where you're seeing those bright colors, that is outflow or gusting out at this point from that southern portion of the storm. So very windy through Battleford, and a little bit of rain and hail to the northeast. So, okay, so yeah. Thanks, Veronica, for being here. Appreciate it. Have a good night, and we'll talk soon. Just one of my moderators having to cut out here, but appreciate all her work through the day, as I do for the rest of the moderators. Nobody's better or worse than the other. So let's take a look here. This is Glenside. We still have a hailmaker there. And then south of Regina, let's go back to that. 7:53 p.m. This does have a hook looking. This has got a hook on it on this storm. I wish we had somebody on it, but in this area right here, hail to the north of that, there is a dirty circulation based on the data that we're seeing in here. There's a lot of different pixelation in there. And again, this is moving eastward pretty much along 13, coming towards Weyburn. I will give you distance from the edge of the storm, about 29 kilometers, and back to the hook, 52 kilometers. So still quite a ways away and moving slowly. Got another storm up here by Wilcox that has my attention. It has a bunch of hail falling over 39. This would be probably grape size to loony size maybe. And that would be it in that area. Obviously, rain moving through Regina, but it's very moderate. Everything crazy is to the south of Regina at this point. So they've done something with this warning up north, thunderstorm warning, capable of producing damaging winds and up to quarter size hail. Let me switch to the radars. You can see quite a bit of precipitation up there. And then we're dealing with these three warnings, or two warnings, I should say, around North Battleford at this point. Starting to question whether this is just all a bunch of outflow at this point that's just mixing at elevation, basically, or in that area. So we'll keep an eye on it, but these are the storms that are ongoing. It's now a fairly strong line from North Battleford up to, it looks like, is there, oh no, those are just boxes. There's no road up there, but to the north of the Moosomin First Nation, basically really heavy precipitation with hail embedded in that. So, So yeah, anyways, let me keep up with this, and we'll see if this calms down at any point. I don't think Connor has anything either at this point. What are we looking at here? Just double checking some of my social media accounts to see if I can pull anything up. Let's see. He's got nothing. I'm going to do a search for Saskatchewan. West of North Battleford. Okay, Tracy's out there. Just saw that there's posts there, but I'm not seeing anything for a tornado right now. So, anyways, okay, I'm just looking at all sorts of reports. There's definitely conflicting information all over the place right now for Ontario, that's for sure. 7:53 p.m. Still waiting for our next scan here. Just gonna go from there. Okay, Asquith, where is that? That is right here. There is a funnel on one of these storms just to the west of Saskatoon. There's nothing obvious on radar. I can't pinpoint it, but I'm just taking a look here. We don't have a small funnel on Sask storm near Asquith at 5:54 p.m. That is 6 minutes ago. This would be this cluster of storms. It's just a small funnel. It does not look laminar. It does not look like it's extending far down from the storm. So funnels do happen and they just go nowhere. They just kind of extend down and then retract back up. So right now on these storms to the west of Saskatoon, just a very dynamic afternoon with everything that's going off from there. So what else? Thanks, V-Baller Lefty, for putting that in there. Appreciate that. Okay. Like I said, I'll try and get back into some comments eventually at some point. So this North Battleford setup, I'm definitely thinking they've slammed into each other, and now it's kind of pushing the storm eastward, which this will be more outflowy or losing that circulation. We just got to wait another minute or so here. Still waiting for the latest scan, so I'm just going to see if this is turning into maybe a straight line wind event as this progresses right now. So and then we'll check the rest of things here and kind of go from there. Oh, I think we just got an update. Yeah, so this is turning into a straight line of wind event. Let's just take a look here. This looks like where things are blowing out because that rear storm slammed into it. So you've got winds out ahead of this. So that's what's happened here. The storm from the back looks to have slammed into the storm at North Battleford. You're seeing that strong line or division of where those winds are. There are some strong winds in this storm, heavy precipitation. I'm not seeing any obvious areas of rotation at this point, but it looks like what is happening is we have winds now essentially pushing out in this general direction. So it's going to be windy with heavy precipitation and small hail as this moves. It looks like eastward. I'm just going to check if that's the case. It does look like it's mostly moving eastward and maybe a little bit northeast, but that looks like what's going on. So what else? So that's kind of where we're at with the storm north of North Battleford. I don't think there's any threat as far as tornado is concerned on that. Again, we did see a small funnel according to social media at 5:54 p.m. Saskatchewan time west of Saskatoon near Asquith. And there's hail to the north of there as well. We have a big hail maker here, I believe. So let me double check again. So east of Glenside, that storm is a hail maker, probably throwing ping pong ball sized hail or maybe a little bit smaller. And then let's go to Regina and take a look. Just storms, regular storms around Regina. Again, everything south of the Trans-Canada at this point is the area with intensity. There are some stronger straight line winds in the back line. We've got hail to the northwest and into Wilcox probably. That is a sizable hail core as well. Storm over by Amulet and where else is Pangman to the east. Let's see here. Still seeing some velocity scans in there that don't look good, but the hail core is subsiding on this, so a lot less pink on it. I'm just watching this kind of appendage in this area right here. That's for, oh, the Ontario one. So let's see, are they dropping this? Yeah, they've expired the tornado warning for Southwest Ontario. Again, this is going to be strong straight line winds. Just looking at it from Cleveland. And no, I don't want that radar. I want, oh God, I'm just starting to click stuff here. Detroit radar still showing some strong winds. This is further aloft because it is farther away from the radar. But from Cleveland, it's not the, yeah, it's the closer of the two. So again, we've mentioned, as Jeff said, and as Mark said, this is outflow dominant, this storm now, meaning it's going to push winds out. It's going to be rainy. It is moving out over the water. Let me see. It's going to, depending on how this tracks, it may impact here with Long Point. Depending how it tracks, and if it goes over water, it could pick up intensity because it's got that available moisture. So we're going to have to track that as well in that area. So I haven't even looked at anything in Eastern Ontario, but I see no severe warnings, so I'm not concerned about it. I'm literally going to hear this sound all night in my sleep. Let's take a look here. I was talking about this earlier. They're still extending the tornado warning, and then they're talking about localities in the warning, or in the warning, which unfortunately isn't in the path. So they're saying that is possibly producing a tornado, winds, large hail. So it is south of 13, and it's moving eastward along here. That area I have circled, that would be a hook echo typically. It looks a little beefy, and the storm does have the look to it that we as chasers look. It is shrinking in size though, but if it was going anywhere, it would be north of Radville and heading eastwards towards Weyburn. So you need to be cautious of this storm. Again, probably recommend that you are in shelter if you are anywhere to the east of this storm. We don't have any confirmation of anything on the ground, but this storm has been trying to rotate as far as these things are concerned. So definitely a storm worth paying attention to. And then behind it, this line has some stronger winds in it. Unfortunately, these are not unfortunately, but straight line winds, 80 kilometers an hour behind there. This is 5,000 feet off the ground. So it is going to be about 60 kilometers an hour behind it. Here is our latest scan on the storm. So I'm going to take a look at it. Let's just see here. A lot of noise in this reflex or the velocity scan. This looks less organized at this point. I'm just trying to see if there's anything there that jumps out at me. This would be the storm east of Pangman, or southeast of there, where the hail core is just south of 13. So again, still a dangerous storm. So if you're east of this in any way, I would be in shelter. The last velocity scan does not look bad. Again, it looks better, but we do have all this pixelation in there, which is again corrupt data on velocity scans in Canada. You can see it clearly right here, this Christmas confetti, and it makes it hard when you've got these reds and greens that just show up all out of the place. So along 39 milestone, there is some stronger winds. This is getting closer to the surface, about 76 kilometers an hour. So about 60 an hour on the surface here as the line moves through, which is obviously got some rain in it, heavy precipitation, same repeat of what was last night through exactly the same area, except we have one little storm here out in front to the west of Weyburn, and it is all moving eastward. So that's why that whole line is severe warned with that box that they just put out. Let's take a look at things up by Saskatoon. This a lot of rain in there, a lot of precipitation with those purples and pinks and reds. And again, this is moving northeast. You can see it's recycling a little bit to the south, so this should move to the north and northwest of Saskatoon if nothing changes there. Let's go take a look at the storm by North Battleford. Again, lots of winds blowing out from this storm, so that's why we see those red and green line, and that is pushing out ahead of it. We have heavy precipitation south of North Battleford. I gotta stretch for a minute. My legs are killing me right now. So there's a south of North Battleford. There's a bunch of hail in that pink. That is the area where we would have obviously some probably grape-sized hail, maybe slightly larger, and then directly over North Battleford, there's heavy precipitation. Let's try this again. Okay, North Battleford, tons of rain, and then there's obviously moderate to heavy rain throughout this line, and then a bunch of pink in here, so there'll be smaller hail with heavy precipitation. This will be grape size probably, and it is moving, again, I believe, mostly to the, well, it's moving northeast at this point. It's just shape-shifting, it looks like. And so we're going to watch that as it unfolds, but it is moving northeast to the north of northeast of North Battleford. Just looking what they're updating here, I don't see anything there. So again, if you are in Southwest Ontario, that tornado warning has been dropped. That is a straight line wind event again, and lots of precipitation in it. It is heading out over the lake. And that is maybe going to pick up intensity, but it is heavy rain out over the water. That's why we have a squall warning, and they're going to have to extend that if the storm continues to sustain. Hopefully it's going to miss Long Point. If it does intensify, we don't want it to hit there. And then eventually it's going to go off into the U.S. So it could be Pennsylvania, could be New York, could be Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York, depending what happens. So that's where we're at there. I'm just going to quickly look around here. Nothing happening around the Toronto area. Nothing happening around Ottawa. There's a little storm by Johnstown. This is all good news back here. That line died off. There's some storms at Pembroke, but those are very minor. Nothing to see there. So again, Regina, we do have some severe storms by Red Deer, but these are hailmakers is essentially what these are back in Alberta. And by Red Deer, that's another one as well. That's why they're severe warned. This one down here rotating a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on that. just seeing what's my closest radar to it, and I'm on it. So a lot of dynamics at play here. And like I said, we're keeping an eye on all this tornado warning stuff here in Saskatchewan. So 6:05 p.m. we should have a new scan here in a minute, because it's going to be 8:13. We're 8:12 right now. So every 8 minutes, or sorry, 6:12, 6:13 for Saskatchewan time. So we're just waiting for a new one here. So headset is dying a little early today. Usually it lasts about 7 hours, so that's kind of strange. Let me put my other one on, and we're just going to switch over to a new ear. Let's hope that still continues to work. There's our new scan, just came in. The hook on this storm definitely changed. I do like the way this looks much better. Still a lot of hail in it, but the hook aspect of it has changed. And what are they doing up here? Hopefully they've dropped the tornado warnings. So they're all dropped on this storm system to the north of North Battleford. All tornado warnings are dropped on that. So we're good there. We still have this one by northwest of Radville, west of Weyburn, south of Regina. And again, velocities look much better in this. So we're going to see what's happening here on the backside. And again, moving eastward, this does have some hail in it, very heavy precipitation. And I'm just checking to see if there's anything in the social medias. Okay, and heavy rain into, just to the south of Regina with hail along 39 as well. So what have I got here? Another comment. Let's see where this is. Okay, Braden Morriso reporting a consistent funnel north of North Battleford after they just dropped all these tornado warnings. What time is that at? What? Let me check this. Bear with me because the timestamp on it doesn't make sense. So I just want to make sure. 6 minutes ago. So let me bring this up. This is video from North Battleford. It is a funnel. That's all it is at this point. So mixing in on that leading edge is my guess. So let me pull it up here for you folks. Bear with me. So I'm going to share this. This is from Braden Morriso. You can see the funnel in the center of the screen, and you can see that rotation happening. That is drawing up very quickly. So there's obviously some vorticity in there, but this is just to the north of North Battleford. Obviously not on the ground, but that is something that makes you pay attention to the storm just as it's ongoing. Obviously that it's showing signs that it may try to do something again. So that was 6 minutes ago from Braden Morriso to the northeast of North Battleford. That would not show up on a radar scan. It is too small, and it would be very difficult to pick up anywhere in this noise that we've got here. So very rainy, very windy, obviously, in that area. And we're just getting some more rotation there. So we're going to keep monitoring that as this moves northeast from North Battleford. We're seeing that. So, okay. What do we have left? I'm going to take a look on the Alberta side. Storm on the border here. This is going to be warned for hail and probably heavy rain, and that's exactly what it is. It's heavy rain and hail here. This is what's close by here. Give me a locality. Not much out there apparently. Come on. Veteran is to the west, so this is southeast of Veteran, right on the Alberta Saskatchewan border at this point. So these two storms are warned for a little bit of hail. I'm going to take a look at our storms coming off Rocky Mountain House. Those are just regular storms. I don't know why they're severe warned unless, it's expiring, so that's why. Let's take a look at the warning here. It's still effective for Red Deer. That storm probably weakened after it went through. Oh, okay. There was a little bit of hail here about, this is 5:53 p.m., so this is a little bit 25 minutes ago. It's just for the hail that you saw there, but that has weakened as it's moving east to the northeast of Red Deer, I should say. There are some hailers right here in northwest of Olds. Quite a bit of hail, and Sundre has some hail in there as well. So this would be grape size to maybe loony as well. So it's those are the only storms left there, so I'll try and keep an eye on them as well. Right now, we again, Saskatoon right here. I'm just seeing a comment 10 to 5. You guys had a warning. So that's about 28 minutes ago. That would have been for these storms here. Currently, no tornado warning left there anymore. So you're okay as far as that's concerned. So again, Chatham, Toronto area is straight line winds. That storm has moved off onto Lake Erie. It may re-intensify that tornado warning. We couldn't pinpoint any rotation anywhere everywhere. Mark from the Weather Network was out in front of it saying it was outflow dominant, meaning it wasn't ingesting air and rotating, it was just blowing out. And it did look like a straight line wind event coming from Detroit or from Michigan. So right now, heavy rain in that area, and we're just watching tornado warnings here in Regina. Obviously, the only storm left here by Weyburn, north of Radville. We're waiting for an update on that storm, which just looks like it popped in here. It's still trying to show that appendage back there. So this is what we, like I said, referred to as a hook echo, that little dangly bit back there. The rotation is kind of off, so I'm not going to say that there's anything as far as rotation on that velocity scan, but we do have a lot of hail in it, and it is moving eastward at towards Weyburn at this point. Still got hail and heavy precipitation, but the hail has started to subside in that storm as well, so it looks like it might be weakening. Hail back by Ojima. Let me take a look. Some stronger winds at the southern tip of this, and if you move up the line through here, this is all heavy precipitation with hail, and to the north of Milestone there is a bunch of hail tucked in here. This is going to be loony size, maybe even bigger, going across 6 and 39 again to the northwest of Milestone. Let's take a look at wind in there. Not much for wind, which is good, and it's continuing to basically march north eastward, I want to say. Let me just see here. Yes, it's moving mostly eastward at this point, so we're going to see that storm out front kind of doing some funny stuff here, going east, then going north, then dropping southeast. That's basically what this storm is doing. Just bizarre. And usually when they do that, they are trying to tornado, because it'll grab the surface and kind of pivot around it when it's trying to tornado. And that's why you see storms do what we call a hard right turn, and that's usually indicative of, hey, you need to pay attention to that storm. So it definitely would have been getting my attention as far as the velocity scans and just the way this storm is moving. So now the storm is moving southeast towards Radville instead of Weyburn. So I'm glad I played that loop. Just a lot going on, but you can see that drop southeast at this point. So we'll keep an eye on that, because it's still, like I said, it has a look that it's trying to do something at this point. So I'm not going to say that we're out of the woods yet with that tornado warned storm. And then we're talking North Battleford. We've got some media from Braden Morrisseau showing some funnels in there. Let me just take a look here. I'm going to see if he has anything else, or if anybody has anything else I can kind of share. So I'm going to bring this up as well. This was about 7 minutes ago for this line that's basically moving its way out of North Battleford. You can see it's very shelf-like. So let me take a look here. I'm going to share this, put it up on the big screen. So that is again from Braden Morrisseau. This is the North Battleford storm. So you can see how that is shelf-like somewhat on the front leading edge of it. So not very windy out front of it, but below it, I bet you it is. So again, that is about 7 minutes ago at this point, moving northeast at this point. So okay. What else have we got here? Just watching some more stuff there. All good here in Radville, moving northeast. Well, let me take a look back there. Not according to my radar. This is dropping southeast right towards Radville. You can clearly see that the obviously the anvil is extending to the northeast, but the travel of the storm is dropping southeast. It's very obvious there. So no, it is not going northeast there, Lithium. It is coming down to Radville at this point. So yeah, Honey Rose, definitely no issue. As far as Regina is concerned, there are some storms to the north with a bit of lightning on them. And then the intensity again is tucked in below Highway 1. The same thing as yesterday. When we had that line of storms moving through to the east, everything was tucked in as far as heavy rain, winds, and some hail, all to the south of Highway 1. And again, Milestone area, we have a lot of hail at that. So anyways, it's that's what's going on there. So lots of hail, some wind associated in this line behind this initial leading storm here going down to Radville. Okay. Little bit of a storm still here. This one's been there all afternoon. Glenside into the east, but that is just a hailmaker at this point. You can see it moving eastward. That is heading towards Highway 11, but not too concerning. We've got a couple of storms to the west of Saskatoon. The hail has picked up on this southern storm by Asquith, and there's our latest scan. Sorry, let me just take a look at velocities in here. We've had a few funnels indicated on this cluster of storms throughout the afternoon. They didn't make it to the surface, but we do have a large amount of hail in this area right here. This would be probably grapes to maybe a little bit bigger, maybe up to loony size roughly. So that's what's going on there at this point. And then we've got the storm to the northeast of Battleford. Lots of wind in behind the line, as you can see this line gusting out ahead of the storm. We just showed you guys a video of that. So again, confirming what we're seeing here on radar. This is moving essentially northeast. Let me just take a look here. So we'll run the cycle and you can see how this is now shifted east-northeast. Lots of rain around the Battleford area. And obviously some winds in behind that line of storms. You can see the bright greens. This is 88 kilometers an hour in spots, so definitely very windy behind this line as it moves through, because this is only about 1,600 feet off the ground, which is about 500 meters roughly. So definitely, I don't know what happened there, but while we're doing that, we'll go and take a look at this tornado warning in, sorry, I know what happened. It clicked that for some reason. The tornado warning in Chatham, Kent, that is over with. That was a straight line wind event. I will switch over to the Cleveland radar because our Canadian one is down. The storm has moved out over the water and is dying at this point, according to the radar. We do have moderate to light rain behind this whole entire line. Glencoe, heavier rain, as you can see in the reds and the oranges, but that's basically it at this point. Again, our Exeter radar is down in Canada, so we're having to use either Detroit radar or Cleveland radar to keep up with this. So again, nothing. That tornado warning is done. It expires in 37 minutes. Let me do a refresh, and they've dropped it, so I just cleared it off the board. So that's what's going on down there. Again, this is just, it was a straight line wind event coming over from Michigan, and now there's a lot less to be concerned about. This is just mild rain at this point. Let me swing back all the way to Saskatchewan. They have updated the watch out there. And let's take a look as far as that's concerned. So thunderstorm watch, and they're just saying, obviously they're still extending this for another 5 hours, it looks like. So that would be 11:30 p.m. roughly, or midnight Saskatchewan time at this point. So let's take a look here. 8:23. Has this storm continued to move down? Yeah, it's still marching towards Radville. This is moving southeast. Let's take a look at the velocities. There are some winds in there, but again, the storm is now looking much more disorganized and probably being interfered with somewhat with that line to the back. So that's basically what's happening in that area. So, and then still maintaining that hail along the edge of this line here, south of Milestone. quite a bit of hail in that pink that you see there. That would be probably grape sized to maybe loony sized, and larger hail to the north of Milestone. This is going to be toonie to ping pong ball sized hail east of Corinne, roughly at this point. So those bright pinks, that is very, very solid hail in there. So obviously going to be doing damage as it moves eastward. And again, this is marching eastward. So all the intensity south of Highway 1 as far as Regina is concerned. And then we've got a few more storms back to the northwest at this point. So Saskatoon, still a couple of hailers out there to the west of it. And we've got that continuing here between, this is on Highway 14, it looks like, just to the west of Saskatoon. And these are moving northeast. So they may kind of skirt into the edge of Saskatoon, but the heavier precip looks to possibly miss Saskatoon at this point if it does maintain and nothing else changes. So, and then the line near or northeast of Battleford, North Battleford, I should say, is moving mostly eastward at this point, I believe, with maybe a little bit of east on it as well. So a bunch of rain in North Battleford, but strong winds in behind the line, as you can see here. We've been talking about that for the last few scans, some 83 kilometers an hour. This is off the surface, so down at the surface, 65, probably 70 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit more, but we'll have to take a look at that. That's an interesting little appendage out front of it. I'm going to keep an eye on this as well. Watching what some of the social media that I can. What else? Yeah. And let's keep up with this, and we'll do our best again. Definitely have to look into something with my software, which is a good reminder to make myself a note. Quieter. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at some stuff out in Alberta. Just getting a comment. Well, I can't do that because they've now rewarned. This is getting rewarned to the north here. So we have a tornado warning by Environment Canada saying extra care and attention. This is following localities: Spiritwood, Debden, Big River Reserve, Meeting Lake, and Leask. Tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. We did see a funnel out of this storm earlier on our social media. So if you are anywhere in this box, please heed the warning, take shelter, go to basement. If you don't have that as an option, then you would want to get into a center room as possible in the house, as many walls between you as the outside as possible. Bathroom is a great option with a bathtub because it's metal and it'll protect you a little better. So that's what we're going to recommend here. They haven't put a locality or where it is right now, so we'll keep up with the warning, but this is now tornado warned out front of this, and I'm not seeing any. Let me see if there's a locality here. Mayfair is kind of in the box there, and just going to see what else. Mullingar, and not seeing too much else up here, so probably getting a little bit more remote as we go, but this line is moving northeast at this point, so you can see the motion on this as it moves northeastward. I do know there's a chaser on this storm, so I'm just going to keep an eye on it. Let's just take a look. This potential tornado is about 10 kilometers southwest of Mayfair and was moving towards the east at 40 kilometers. So let's pull up Mayfair, which I saw 10 kilometers to the southwest, which would be this little pigtail, which is what I thought, but then the warning doesn't extend that far back, and the rotation is out ahead of the storm. So what I'm saying by that, I'll pull it up here. Give me a minute. You've got reds and greens kind of in this area right here. But if we flip back, it's ahead of the storm. Like the storm is tucked in back here. So that's why I'm a little unsure as to what's going on. And they're saying 10 kilometers from Mayfair. So let's measure that. And we'll see if we're anywhere in that window with this 10 kilometers. So there you go. It's putting it right in that area. But again, we look at our velocities, which is our direction of wind. It is out ahead of the storm. There is no storm above it. You need to have some pixels of this storm so that you're in it, unless this is, again, the only thing that I can think of is that this is not a traditional mesocyclone tornado, and it's a landspout tornado possibly. That would be the only thing that would explain this at this point. And we have seen them today, so but the weird part is 10 kilometers south puts it out of the box that they put out. So that's also what's got me questioning what's going on. But if you are in this box, obviously you need to take heed the caution and be in shelter at this point. As this is now, again, tornado warned for this line moving northeast, so it's going to travel up in a northeast direction. The tornado warning behind it is expired. That was from earlier on today, so we've had a lot of activity in this area by the North Battleford kind of region. And still some strong winds in behind this continue as that moves forward. So what do we got here? 8:29. So we got a couple minutes. I'm going to look at the storms here out in Alberta. Didsbury, let's see here what these storms are doing. These are very large hailmakers out by Olds. A little bit of rotation on it, but not super concerning at this point. But this is going to be throwing very large hail. With those purples in there, you're probably getting up to golf ball sized hail. Southeast of Sundre, let's take a look. There's a little bit of rotation, but it's out ahead of the storm, it's out below the storm. This will be probably golf ball or smaller coming off the hills or this, just to the south of Sundre at this point. And then a small storm near Calgary. This is just a rainmaker, nothing to be concerned about there. And let's take a look at the rest of our radars right now. So I think the red deer warning is probably expiring. Yes, they've expired the warning that goes through red deer. That is for the storm that has moved off to the east. As it comes off the foothills, they do tend to die off. So that's what's going on in Alberta at this point. So just hopping around all over the place here. We still have a fresh tornado warning on this line. They said that it is to the southwest of Mayfair, 10 kilometers. Again, the only rotation we see on that is out ahead of the line, and there's no storm above it based on this velocity scan. I just don't see anything that's with the line itself. Again, take that for what it's worth. I would be in shelter just to be extra cautious. And we'll take a look here. Yeah, there's... Again, if you were seeing anything as far as velocity, there's some brighter greens and reds in here. But when we switch over, it's out ahead of the storm. So this storm is gusting out. And the fact that we had that shelf on video that we were showing everybody just before this went tornado warned, that is also indicative of an outflow dominant storm. But we can have weird things that happen on these storms. So again, landspout tornadoes, that kind of thing. But I would not basically see anything as far as rotation down here on our velocity scans at this point. So it is moving again northeast and basically heading up into this box essentially, and along 40 it looks like. So we'll continue to monitor that. Saskatoon, these storms are going to get on that western edge of Saskatoon. It looks like they are picking up some precipitation intensity here. You can see that. The hail broke down a little bit actually, but it is moving more eastward at this point. So we'll see if this recycles again, as it's done a few times at this point. So storm south of there is not severe warned anymore, or isn't severe parameters. It has tiny amount of hail in this along 660, but that's basically it as well. So what else? Got to get back down here and look at this. This is getting slammed into with the line at this point. So the storm north of Radville, 8:35 p.m. I'm wondering if this is, yeah, it's getting slammed or interacted with at the line. I think this storm out front is just going to get ingested at this point, and we'll see what transpires after that. There's still quite a bit of hail tucked in here in this narrow swath. This would be grape to probably loony sized, roughly. And we're getting some more warnings. I bet you, is this expiring? Let me see here. No, it's continuing. So we have some storms, severe warned on the Alberta Saskatchewan border, and it's going to be for all this hail in here. So both sides warning it at this point. A loony to ping pong ball sized hail is what they're saying for this storm. It will be moving. Let's take a look here. It's moving basically due east towards Kindersley. So that is coming into Saskatchewan at this point. So we're going to watch that and continue to monitor it as well at this point. I'm going to go back to southern Ontario and see what's going on. You can see they extended the squall warnings out over the eastern portion of Lake Erie. I'm going to look at Cleveland radar because we've got to use the US ones, but these storms are dying out over water. There's not a lot of wind in them, so this is just Petrolia, Sarnia, South Wallaceburg, Chatham, Kent. That is all just regular rain, very light showers, barely anything to talk about. The Glencoe stuff is dying off as well. They've removed the severe thunderstorm watch all around Toronto that was there earlier today, and so we're just basically dealing with a storm out over Lake Erie at this point. There's nothing happening back here anymore in southwest Ontario, so that's good news for everybody there. And the squall warning around Toronto is expiring. So that's the story back east. Right now, we're just looking at Saskatchewan and Alberta at this point. And again, we're concentrating south of Regina for the most part. There is some very heavy precip to the north of Regina, basically to the east of Craven. And it's heading eastward at this point. And then this strong line of precipitation and some wind in there. There's some strong winds out front coming towards Yellowgrass. And we're going to see what's happening there. But there is hail tucked into this, so we've got lots of hail buried in it. And then to the west of Weyburn, this leading storm on the next scan is going to be, it's already becoming ingested into the line. So we'll have to see what that interaction looks like. It's diving for Radville, but now it looks like it has slowed down because it's been impacted from behind, and it may just get shoved eastward at this point. But it could continue to keep going south. So yeah, that's what's going on there. 8:41 p.m. Eastern, 6:41 Saskatchewan time at this point, and we still have that tornado warning to the north. So let me go back all the way up there and take a look at that and see if we're going to get an update here. We're about 2 minutes away from an update again, so this is going to be heading to the east. Essentially, it looks like it's turned mostly eastward at this point. Hasn't moved very much. We're still waiting for that next scan as this progresses. So I think I just covered everything. Moose Jaw, I think there's nothing. This is all behind. So Moose Jaw is back to the, obviously back behind this line to the south. Wait a minute. So that's Saskatoon. Sorry, bear with me. Okay, there's Moose Jaw. So yeah, Moose Jaw's in the clear. This has all moved through. You guys are good. Regina's good. I mean, it's just raining lightly there, and this is heading towards all down 39 towards Weyburn. Again, storm out front, going to get ingested into the line in the next scan. So I'm watching down here by Weyburn and then up to the northeast of North Battleford. Those are the two areas in Saskatchewan that have the most attention. There's obviously a little bit of heavier precip west of Saskatoon. We'll update on that as well, but we should have a new scan here any moment. So I'm going to continue to watch this. This should get absorbed, the storm right in front of it, north of Radville. So we'll see what's going on there. And then we'll continue to bounce around here. So, okay, it looks like it's getting pushed eastward now. I'm just going to take a look at our last scan there and kind of go from there. So, yeah. It's now become somewhat, you can see that it's somewhat stationary. It just drifted a little bit. The rear line is going to slam into it and absorb it. It may re-intensify because of that, but we'll have to watch it at this point. So right now, just to the north of Radville, and this whole entire line is moving eastward, stretching north. It has gone through Milestone. It's coming into Yellowgrass. We do have hail on that there. So that is continuing, but the hail cores do look smaller at this point. Still very dark reds in there, which obviously is very heavy downpours, and this is a saturated area. We've seen rain coming through here for weeks, and so obviously the fields and farmers, I feel for you guys. You're definitely getting more rain than you know what to do with for the last month. So it's feast or famine, no rain, and then all the rain in the world. A little bit of heavy precip here by Sedley, west of Francis. There's going to be a little bit of hail in that as well as this continues to move eastward at this point. That's why all these severe warnings are heading out. So to the south, you can see right here, that's where all our south of there is where all that heavy precip and intensity is. To the north, there's a little bit more to the north of Regina. Let's go back up to the tornado warning storm here, back to the north of northeast of North Battleford, and let's just take a look at that line. I don't see anything in there that, again, unless it's a landspout tornado, which are very hard to spot on radar in any circumstance. This is just a line that is gusting out for the most part because, again, you can see this dividing coloration here. And if we switch over, it's out in front of the storm. So that's indicative of an outflow storm moving out. So that's definitely the situation there. And yeah, Jeff saying concern with Weyburn is the western line merges and amplifies that storm. Absolutely. So you never know what happens when things get ingested or bumped or a nudger from behind. We can see some crazy stuff happen with that. So we are still monitoring it, and we'll see what happens after they kind of interact. But this to me is outflow dominant, this line, because you can see where that line of winds has extended, and it is out ahead of the precipitation. It's out ahead of everything. So always indicative of an outflow dominant system. And that's what's going on here as far as I'm concerned. Again, I don't see the tornado part of it. They still got it here. Saying the potential tornado is about 10 kilometers southwest of Mayfair and was moving towards the east at 40 kilometers an hour. That is 16 minutes ago, just so everybody's aware of that. So yeah. Yeah, just trying to keep up here. It's definitely been an interesting last 2 to 3 hours, 6 hours, 20 minutes into this stream. It is 6:47 Saskatchewan time, 8:47 Eastern. So we'll keep an eye on things. Strong winds packed in behind there, as I've been pointing out while we've been talking here. Obviously some, I want to say 80 kilometers an hour roughly in here. Yeah, 84, 85 tucked in just to the north of Highway 16. So that's an area there that basically north of Rudell. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right as well. So let's just keep an eye on it and we'll see if anything happens here. The motion on this was called as northeast, but so far we've only seen eastward motion on all this. So anyways, we'll continue with this and watch that 8:41 p.m., 7 minutes into this 8-minute window. So we'll see if we can go from that. We should have a new scan here. 8:41, waiting. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Still a very strong line. Seeing some stronger winds again to the south that are tucked in back there. We do have quite a bit of radar noise. Obviously, that's a common problem on the velocity scans. I'm just going to see if Braden is out front of this. He's been posting some photos, nothing since then. Obviously, we will keep an eye on that, but that is continuing to move eastward at this point. You can see that definition to it now. It's organized itself into basically a good solid line, and we'll continue to monitor that. I'm going to look down here to the southeast quickly. Let's see what's going on. Yes, this storm is being ingested, and it could be amplified here down towards Radville. We do have some brighter colors as far as the greens and reds. I'm just a lot of noise. It's always broken up here. It's outside a little bit. It's right on the edge of that. So again, let me take a look here. So this is diving a little bit south. Let me see. Okay. Let me bring this back. Yeah. It's continuing to slam into that storm. Again, depending on what happens here, whether that acts as a nudger or merges and ingests that storm and then amplifies it. So again, in the Radville area, you guys are in a tornado warning. And if we were having anything happen, it would be in this area right here. So it's Sire saying, I just pulled into Saskatoon and got an orange warning for tennis ball sized hail. So I'm going to just get back up there. But again, tornado warned right now, still valid for 40 minutes. This interaction right here with the line to the northwest of Radville with all that hail in there, that's an intense storm. You definitely want to take this cautiously, and it's starting to form the look on it. So definitely I would be in shelter in the Radville area at this point. And then Saskatoon, I'm going to take a look at that. We did have some hailers back there, and it has re-intensified again. So this did, it's been cycling all afternoon basically, or evening. So we've got a pickup of hail. You can see there was nothing here, and now we've got several pixels of pink, and then a very solid hail course indicated on this area here. And as we got a comment in the chat saying just got warning for tennis ball sized hail in this. Hopefully it's going to move to the northeast. It looks to track that way. You can see that, but if you are in the path of this hail, you want to get out of the way. The other thing you want to notice is all the lightning that's picked up on this. So that is a storm showing its intensity, or picking up its intensity, heading up towards Martinsville across Highway 16. That's where we're going to get. So that's basically where we're at. Robert's just saying, will somewhat appear to be not with the reflectivity of the storm due to distance, but it is spinning. And yes, I agree with that 100%. It is spinning, and that storm has been on the radar. We've been watching it kind of all afternoon. And again, it looks like it's trying to form a hook here as well. So we're paying attention, and that's why anybody down here by Radville, you definitely want to take this seriously. I would be in shelter. You are in a tornado warning. So definitely in a basement. If you don't have a basement, be in an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathroom is always a good option to get in a bathtub. They're metal, so it'll give you a little bit more protection. And if you have a small bed, that is also good to have on top of you, so that in case the worst case scenario happens, you've got some protection. So again, the way this is lining up and how this has interacted again. You can see it's trying to swallow it, and it may again intensify that storm. So we'll take a look here and see what happens. So so we're gonna see, we've got 8:47 p.m. 6 minutes as well. So we'll another 2 minutes. There's some hailers back out west here in Alberta. I'm gonna take a look at those. Just see what's going on here. So still in Olds area, we have very large hail still continuing from before. Sundre looks like there's less hail on it at this point, but very large hail in Olds going through there right now, unfortunately. So probably doing some damage in that area. So I'm going to get back to Saskatchewan. I just want to watch these storms and take a look at it and go from there. So we'll see what happens. Quite dark on the east side of Saskatoon, and yes, those would be the anvils coming off those big storms from the updraft. So the big clouds way up would be creating shadows or darkness over Saskatoon, because those extend very far out. They're obviously, it is a very strong storm, again picking up intensity. The lightning picked up on it, and again warnings for I believe, what was a tennis ball sized hail in that. So again, just to the west. We're hoping that's moving to the north east, or they're going to go to the north of Saskatoon, but obviously going to impact the highway up there. And I'm just waiting for the next scan on this to see what's going on. So they're now warning this in Saskatoon. So give me a sec here. We're going to switch to velocities here. Bring me up closest radar. I'm going to kill off that. That was for the hail. And let's just take a look at this. So they are severe warning, or sorry, they are tornado warning this storm. Let me read that to you. Extra care and attention in the following localities: Saskatoon, Martinsville, Warman, Langman, Aralee, Purdue, and DeLille. Basically tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. Damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall are possible. You've got very large hail in here. We've got a bit of a hook look on this. Let's take a look. Winds. Let's take a look how far we are from radar. We're not very far from radar at all. So all this noise in the radar is just makes me laugh sometimes. So again, this is a tornado warned storm to the west of Saskatoon. I'm going to take a look at the track of this, so bear with me for a sec just to make sure. It is moving essentially in this, oh God, too many tools open, sorry. It is moving northeast at this point. So again, potentially a very dangerous storm coming through the area. I would be in shelter. It is tracking to kind of to the north, maybe through the airports, the Saskatoon John Diefenbaker International Airport. Very large hail as well, so that is another danger. Let's just take a look here. Tornado location near Dunfermline, moving northeast at 30 kilometers an hour. Location in the path: Grand Dora, Cedar Villa Estates, Firdale, and Saskatoon. That is the warning. So let me just take a look where... trying to find those names on my map. It may just be Mapbox, because that's not so again, this would be the area moving northeast from there. So again, be in shelter out of an abundance of caution. This storm has picked up intensity over the last 2 or 3 scans, so about 20 minutes or so, and moving northeast into there. So you definitely want to be taking this seriously. It could turn a little bit to the east, especially if a tornado does form. So you do want to move northeast, or sorry, you want to be in shelter at that point as well on this storm. So again, if you are anywhere in the vicinity of this tornado, get to basement. If you don't have a basement, into the interior room with as many walls as possible between you and the outside. Bathroom is a good option, and into a bathtub. And I'm just going to look at the storm to the south, because that is continuing. Let's take a look in there. There's definitely some strong velocities in this again. We have a bit of a hook echo on it as well. So this storm near Radville, again, we would say you're in shelter there. This is continuing to interact with the line that pushed in behind. And you can see that kind of reaching out for Radville at this point. So again, no confirmation of anything, but we do have a tornado warning. And I'm going to go back up to the one by Saskatoon. They've just re-updated again. Going to take a look if there's any more information in that. Just saying possibly producing a tornado. That's it at this point, but nothing more than that. So again, it was said to be moving northeast. So if you are in Saskatoon, take shelter. What else is going on here? Big time rotation over Radville, Saskatchewan. This is from Craig Bohm at this point. So again, if you are to the south, we have two very strong storms, Saskatoon and down by Radville. You need to be in your shelter. We're now getting some imagery on social media, and Craig Bohm is a great storm chaser. Big time rotation over Radville, Saskatchewan. That storm needs to be taken seriously as well, as we've been mentioning. So again, anywhere in this box, but specifically Radville, get into shelter and definitely be in your basement. So south of Regina, we have something, and coming into Saskatoon, we also have a very strong storm. And then as well to the north, let me take a look here of northeast of Battleford. Not seeing anything on velocities too scary, but these can have quick spin ups because whenever you have kind of a QLCS, you can have very quick spin ups happen in them. So they are continuing. I'm just going to double check that this warning is still valid. This was 29 minutes ago. Nothing has been updated. I haven't seen anything else on there. We have the winds behind it have subsided a little bit, but we still have very strong precipitation, kind of from 40 all the way to the north to the 378 roughly. There is some hail embedded in that line, and obviously there are going to be winds with it. So packing a punch as far as things go as well. So this is definitely a lot of activity in Saskatchewan this afternoon. Far more tornado warnings than models we're kind of looking at this point. But anyways, it's not something to mess with. Liv saying there's golf ball sized hail reported on the Radville storm. So back to the south here again. So this is a strong and dangerous storm. There is a lot of velocity on this. You can see those bright colors. We are further away from radar, but again, we're getting seeing on social media that there's very strong rotation. This is 6,600 feet off the ground, but okay, there's our latest scan right now. Still seeing strong rotation in here. A lot of velocity scans, big hail as far as the reflectivity scan. Again, heading for Radville, and based on the images I'm seeing, you need to be in your shelter in this area and continuing eastward at this point. So we'll continue to monitor that and go from there. And right now, we're getting a strong rotation over downtown Saskatoon from Sire. Hella rotation actually was the exact wording. So another dangerous storm here. I'm going to kill off my arrow and take a look here. So we are seeing rotation up here by the Diefenbunker airport. So basically right over the areas that we're talking about through Saskatoon. I'm starting to lose my mind here. I've been talking for 7 days straight. This is 6.5 hours in. Lots of big hail in this. So again, be in shelter, and obviously basement is your ideal situation. So this is for Saskatoon. It is on the western side, the northwestern side of Saskatoon. It is tracking northeast at this point mostly. It may have pushed a little bit eastward on that. That may have just been the storm expanding out a little bit, but it is moving northeast. It's going to cross over 16 and then continue from there. So around the Saskatoon area. And then we have this line to the north. lots of kind of little eddy looking things on there, but lots of precipitation in there, embedded hail, and this is moving eastward at this point. So so many dynamics ongoing at this point. So what else? So those are the three areas. Saskatoon, obviously a very populated city. You need to be in shelter. This is on the northwest side. Very large hail at the very least in this, and some strong winds. And we're getting lots of comments about strong rotation in Saskatoon. And then down in Radville, near the southeast end of Saskatchewan, this line basically interacting with the storm out front and causing it to spin quite a bit. And again, we are getting that information from Craig Bohm, who again is a storm chaser out that way. And so if you are in Radville, be in your shelter. You need to be there now. You won't have time later. So again, this will pass over, and it is moving. The intense portion, I believe, give me 1 second here, is going to pass south of Weyburn at this point, but we'll have to see continue to watch how that interacts with each other. So yeah, that's basically where we're at right now. We're just concentrating on these tornado warnings, all three of them. Saskatoon, very strong. Radville to the southeast, strong. And then up here to the north of Hafford, it looks like, or northwest of Blaine Lake. We're just seeing a very strong line. I'm just looking to see how that's evolved over the last little bit. The northern end might be trying to break up a little bit or weaken, because you're seeing a lot more orange and yellow, and it's widening out. Holy cow. So maybe losing a little bit of that intensity as this continues to move eastward. So those are our three areas that we're concentrating on. Saskatoon, a very populated area, obviously. So moving northeast here, it's 6:59 p.m. Saskatchewan time 5 minutes ago, and we're watching those three areas. So what else? Well, that's up to you, Ethan, what you want to do. If you're swimming outside, I would definitely go inside, but totally up to you. Definitely, we've been calling for shelter up in Saskatoon, especially with this storm. It might throw some, tennis ball sized hailstones into the pool. So definitely give that, a thought. But if it was me, I'd be heading indoors. But to each their own at this point. So again, Radville area still very, sorry. In Radville, take your shelter. We're waiting for a new scan here. We got about 2 minutes as this is going to be right over Radville at this point. So, again, dangerous storm, strong, lots of hail in it. Golf ball, I believe, was what was being called. So it's golf ball sized hail on the Radville storm. So obviously you don't want to get hit by one of those. In Saskatoon, they were calling tennis ball warning up that way. And quickly, I'm going to just swing back out to Alberta and take a look at the storms here. Olds, the hail core still quite strong on the east side of Olds. This might be putting through golf ball size hail roughly at this point. And then southeast of Sundre, that storm is starting to come apart and lose its intensity. And so is the Old storm, the hail core going down on that as well. So those two storms are less concerning at this point. Let's take a look at our radars here to the north. So the storm, going over the airport with a lot of hail. Planes and hail do not mix well together, so that's going to be damaging on more than just one front. So again, if you are on the north side of Saskatoon, you need to be in shelter. This is a very dangerous storm right now moving through. It is kind of turned east a little bit, so that is concerning because a lot of times if you're about to see something tornadic out of these storms, they will pivot to the right. So that's something to watch out for. Let's continue back down to Radville. I need to see that storm, and we're calling you for you to be in shelter. It is right over that area. Strong winds and strong velocities with rotation on this. It is currently right over Radville, essentially. Heavy rain, golf ball sized hail called in this, lots of lightning and a ton of wind. So this is coming through Radville. It is moving very slowly. So unfortunately, this is going to be a situation where it's going to be overhead for a while down here to the south. So we'll watch that. And again, swing back up to the north of North Battleford, and we'll see what that line is doing in there as well. Still some stronger winds. There is quite a bit of hail with these pinks in here with that dark red. So heavy precip. The northern portion of this does look like it is weakening a little bit. So again, the reds have come out of that, and it's mostly orange and yellow. So our most intense portion is kind of tucked in here where you're seeing all that pink in regards to the hail. So that's what's going on there. So again, Saskatoon, obviously concerning there. And I'm just going to make sure. So this is over the airport right now, and obviously going to be causing quite a bit of damage. This will probably be golf ball or larger. They did call for tennis ball sized hail out of this, and it is moving northeast or eastward. Let me just double check here. It is still moving northeast for the most part. So going to cross Highway 16 and 11 right where that junction is, and then move across the northern portion of Saskatoon and continue on from there. So going to be going through the light industrial park. This kind of hail is going to cause quite a bit of damage to vehicles, to farming equipment, to all sorts of crops also. Obviously a very dangerous type storm to go through there at this point. So again, 7:09 p.m. Saskatchewan time, 9:09 Eastern time. What a long day. I'm getting talked out here. Baseball hail on warning now for that from Sire. So that is some very large hail as well. So thank you very much for that update. Let me just take a look here. Just seeing if they've updated. It's still active, obviously. So this storm picked up intensity just back to the southwest or to the west maybe of Saskatoon, and just coming through that area at this point. So we are waiting. We're 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, and then we're watching all of these storms. So again, southeast, you are looking at the Radville area. And that is a tornado warned storm. You should be in shelter. You should have been there a while ago. Golf ball sized hail, lots of winds rotating with strong velocity signatures on there. So again, in this storm interacting with the line behind it. So again, you are in a tornado warning and should be in shelter here. And then we're going to swing back up, just highlighting the areas that are of concern here. This is to the north of Saskatoon, the area of heaviest hail and precipitation is tucked in here. We also have rotation. So again, all of the bad things that you have, obviously Warman and Martinsville to the north. I would be in shelter in there as well, just in case if there was a tornado on the ground, and as they die out, they can occlude northward. They will spin back to the left. So again, Martinsville, Warman, I would be in shelter up in that area as well. And the storm is heading your way, and we'll update you as soon as we have a scan here as well. And then one more area back to the north here to the northwest of Hafford. I'm just going to take a look at some winds here and watch what's going on. This is very close to the radar as well. Radisson sitting right here in the center of it. So some of these storms are going to go over it. So no problem, not famous. Glad I could get you the info. It's like I said, it's been very busy, and just trying to keep up with all these warnings. Even Eastern Ontario, Alberta, we're just jumping all over the place today. So We're waiting for a scan here. This is the hurry up and wait game. Unfortunately, we should have a new scan here in about 1 minute. I'm hoping to see this subsiding somewhat, but the hail has spread out. There's very strong winds here right over downtown. We do have obviously some rotation in there as well. So again, you should still be in shelter. This is all on the north side of Saskatoon. Still a ton of hail through the airport there. Moving off to that industrial park, East Corey, a light industrial park, heading up towards Martensville and Warman. So please, again, be in shelter. If you are northeast of this in any way, it is continuing to track in that direction. Let's take a look at our line to the north. Looks like heavy precipitation in here with all these pinks. The northern portion losing a little bit of its intensity again on that scan. And this is moving eastward to the west of Hayford. You're looking at north of the 40. There's a bunch of hail and heavy precipitation in there, some stronger winds on that. And let me go back to Radville, a storm as well. Let's just take a look at this. Looks like velocities have gone down a little bit on it, but there's still some rotation. Hail core reduced back here to the northwest of Radville. And then Jeff commenting. They've updated this tornado warning, so let's take a look here. 7:12 p.m. Saskatchewan time, tracking a thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, and then the standard damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. Again, we still do have some stronger velocities and a couplet. So again, I would stay in shelter at this point. It is parking itself somewhat over Radville. This is not moving quickly at all, unfortunately. So this is going to be heavy precipitation. Lots of hail to the northwest of Radville still. So again, stay in your shelter at this point until this storm moves off. It's going to be a while at this point. So Tom, are you tired? Yes, I'm 7 days in, as I've been mentioning. I didn't get good sleep last night, unfortunately, and today has been a little bit intense, to say the least. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'll stream tomorrow. It would have to be a pretty serious setup for me to stream, because I need a break. My voice is killing me. My throat is killing me. But anyways, we're here. We'll see if we can push through. So we're still going to keep at this, folks. I'm not giving up, and we'll continue to push along here. So kind of a summary of everything that's going on. We are only concentrating on these areas because they are obviously life safety. So down to the south of Regina by Radville, that is on the other radar. You're seeing this line move through here. I'll show you what's kind of taken place, and you can see how that all kind of turned eastward, and then this storm slammed into the back of the storm out front. So I'll zoom in there so you can see that. This is what has unfolded. This is all to the west of Weyburn. Still hasn't made it into Weyburn. There's a little bit of rain there, but over Radville right now, this has kind of parked itself at this point. So that's where we're going on as well. So yeah. Anyways, right now, right over Radville, that's our biggest area of things that to be concerned with. So, yeah, I'm hoping that's the case, Jeff. Outflow should start in southwest Saskatchewan over the next 2 hours. That would be nice. And again, hopefully these things start kind of going downhill. For people out in front of it, for everybody involved, obviously. So that's Radville area, Saskatoon. I'm going to switch to the close radar there. Still a very strong, dangerous storm on the north side of Saskatoon, heading up towards Martensville, Warman, as you can see here. And it may, again, if there was, I have no confirmation of any kind of tornado or anything. We've seen a lot of words of rotation, but nothing as far as I'm actually going to check one more thing on one of here. Yeah, people, I see posting of some nasty swirling clouds over my house in Saskatoon. Bunch of posts like that. But again, heading up to Martensville and Warman, you need to be in shelter. We are just seeing how this has transpired over the last hour or so. 7:11 p.m. We're 6 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, and that is heading up in that direction. And then this should be the same radar. It is. So these are the storms that kind of went through North Battleford and now are moving basically due east, essentially. And it's kind of along that 40 and north. It does look like it's hopefully going to do a little bit more. It's going to kind of lose a bit of intensity, but that could change very quickly. So again, need to pay attention to that. But right now, Saskatoon, Martensville, Warman, you guys need to be in shelter. There is some large hail in this. Either way, there are some strong wind velocities here. This has probably done quite a bit of damage at the airport. I'm sure there will be stuff surfacing from the airport there. And then obviously Radville to the south is the other storm that you need to be in shelter for. Hopefully this is going to lose some intensity, which it looks like. Where's that warning? Bear with me. They are reissuing some information here on the so this has moved off to the north side. It is coming into Martensville. Let's take a look at velocities. There are some strong winds out to the east here. Let me just show you. Sorry, wrong one. This is 86 kilometers an hour above the surface on the northeast side of Saskatoon. And then you have a whole bunch of hail kind of along. Let me just take a look here. This is going to be 11 merging up there. So it has subsided a little bit, but there's still quite a bit of hail in this from the south of Martensville to the north side of Saskatoon. And this is continuing to move northeast. So going to be going up into Warman as well. Did we get a new scan up to the north here? I believe so. I can't even remember at this point. Yes, this is our latest scan. So this is very heavy precipitation with hail embedded in it. The winds are reasonable in it. They're still elevated somewhat, but that's basically where we're at on the storms. What's here? Hayford or Hafford to the north of there. Those are moving eastward. The storm at Saskatoon is to the north, moving northeast. And then let's look at Radville and see what's going on down there. It has just parked itself over Radville. Heavy precipitation, and the hail core is just to the north right now. The velocity scans, it almost looks like it tried to hand off here. Give me a sec. Yeah, I'm just going to look at what's going on here. No, well, maybe, but right now, a bit of circulation back to the south. I'm just trying to see right in this area here, but it doesn't look as strong. And basically, again, Radville, you need to be in shelter. This is a strong storm, regardless of the situation with the tornado. Even if there's nothing on the ground, this is throwing some very large hail, lots of precipitation, and there are some very strong winds in that. I'm trying to keep up on social media here. Bear with me for 1 sec. Actually, I'm going to do this. See here. Yeah, that storm 58 seconds ago, I'm looking at a storm chaser, Mitch Healy. That storm in Radville is still very organized. I'm looking at it on a video right now. So again, if you are anywhere in the Radville area, you need to be in shelter. That where that hail core is, that's basically your area of concern. So give me a sec here. Trying to erase something. Bear with me for a second. So again, to the north west or the north of Radville, definitely a strong storm. Just looking if there's anything else going on here. Another picture from there at 6:53, so that's about half an hour ago. Yeah, they definitely very, very strong storm in the Radville area, so still be in shelter there. It has parked itself essentially in that area, so let's just take a look here. Still same scan back up here, so we'll wait for our latest one. We're 5 minutes into that 8-minute cycle. So what else? Tons of lightning and rain in Martinsville. Very nasty here, and it's only going to get worse as this moves up to the north, unfortunately. So you've got that storm coming northward. It's going to skirt through Martinsville and Warman by the looks of it. Hopefully it sticks more to the south, but that's what you're looking at this point. So what else? So far, we haven't heard of any confirmation of any tornado through Saskatoon. So at this point, we can't confirm that. We did have strong circulation move through the area, but I'm looking on social media trying to find anything for Saskatoon, but I don't see anything as of right now. Obviously, a large hail in depending what areas you are in there. So let me just see here. They're updating the tornado warning. They're moving it further northeast up into Martinsville and Warman and off up onto that Highway 11 corridor. That's what's going on here. I'm just going to see the box. So they're still tracking a storm that is possibly producing a tornado. They just extended the box, so that's what's going on there. Definitely flooding going on around Radville. That storm not really moved much. Absolutely, it's heavy precipitation. That area, a lot of Saskatchewan is very saturated from all these storms. So any kind of rain or heavy rain is going to cause overland flooding pretty quickly at this point. So it's not good out here in Saskatchewan. We're waiting 1 minute here till our next scan comes in, and then we'll go from there. Stoon, Norm, there's nothing in Saskatoon if you are in the southeast corner of it. If you're on the north side of it, again, the airport, that was not a fun ride. There was a lot of stuff. I'm seeing videos coming from there. So luckily this skirted kind of the southeast of Martinsville. It may skirt to the southeast of Warman, which would be fantastic. Less concerned about the velocities on that, but there is still heavy rain and hail along 11 here through Corman Industrial Park. So you can see those pink pixels. That would be probably loony sized hail, roughly in that neighborhood, maybe a little bit bigger. Going to go take a look to the north of Hayford. That is just looking like a ton of rain and a little bit of hail as this continues to move eastward, as you see here. A little bit of a northeast tract on it, but that's what we're looking at this point. And then I'm going to go take a look at the storm down by Radville, because it's not even moving out of that area. It is moving eastward a little bit. Definitely, pressing the wrong buttons here. Still a lot of hail associated with this storm to the north of Radville, so it can continuing to see that's a very, very strong storm. Also heavy precip to the southwest as well, so got to be careful with these storms right now. Tornado warning ended for Saskatoon. That's fantastic. Again, it has moved northeast from there, so you're definitely good at this point. So what are they updating here? Probably they've just changed. Yeah, they pulled the box out. You can see that. So that's just getting updated on my software. So they've worked the box back again out of downtown and all of Saskatoon. So again, this storm has moved on to the northeast. So that's good. So I was just looking at some questions here. Sorry, Duck Lake. I'm going to take a look where Duck Lake is. I don't know exactly where it is. You're in a thunderstorm watch. This is headed up Highway 11. It may stay southeast. It may weaken as well, but there are two lines here. So if this line to your west at Hayford continues, it looks like it's on a northeasterly track because it's not firing or storms are not popping to the south. This may miss you. However, the storm to the south will probably go through to your south as well, but it's tough to tell at this point, just debating what's going to happen there. So anyways, we'll keep up with that. So hopefully that helps you out. It's not a clear answer, but they're still far away right now. You may see some precipitation in there, but hopefully you'll miss any kind of intensity at this point. So what else? Yeah, Kenton asking me to move the storm away from Crane Avenue, Radville. I wish I had that kind of power, definitely. So anyways, it's not a fun storm to be in. Please just remain in shelter. It's heavy rain, lots of precipitation, and there's large hail in it. Obviously, also very windy as well, but it's continuing to sit there right now. We're going to wait for our next scan here. Give me a sec. I just got some photos here. So west side of Saskatoon, I've got some hail photos. Give me a second here. I'm going to just see if we can share this. Just getting some photos through the platform, so I just want to make sure I'm confirming that we can share this at this point. And then I'll show you guys. This is the west side of Saskatoon. Connor. Okay, he's asking. So yes, we have permission to share this. So this is the hill on the west side by Dundonald. Let me bring this up and zoom it in here. You can see the size of these hailstones. So these are probably around golf ball size, roughly. So in that neighborhood, so some decent decent sized hail on the west side. Again, this is by Dundonald, and we have a few photos here. So again, some decent sized hail. That's I wouldn't want to get bonked by any of that. So mixed sizes in there, but that's what we're looking at right now. So okay. So yeah, so we're continuing to see that down by Radville, probably the same size hail or maybe even a little bit bigger. Again, we have no confirmation of anything anywhere. Let me just double check here. Okay. So Radville area still has that strong storm over it. Saskatoon to the north, we still have the storm southeast of Martensville and Warman. We should have an update here in about 1 minute, and then we have a line to the north of Hayford. It looks like it's kind of coming apart a little bit. Tornado warning on that has expired, and we're going to see if that goes on. Obviously, very heavy precipitation and wind in that. Still need to pay attention to it, but it's not on the highest end going on. So okay, so hail has subsided on this storm to the southeast of Warman and Martensville. Little excuse me, a little bit of rotation, but hopefully this is signs of this storm dying out at this point. So we'll take a look. I'm not as concerned about any kind of tornadic circulation on the storm near southeast of Martensville and Warman. Moving northeast, we'll see if we're going to still keep an eye on it in case it happens to re-intensify, because some of the storms today have been cycling pretty dramatically. The storms to the north of Hayford look to be weakening somewhat. So I'm just looking at this. Yeah, the precip is going down on that as well, so that might be losing a little bit of its intensity. This is going to go through the north side or through Hayford, probably skirt through Blaine Lake and then move northeast from there. So up to Shellbrook and then eventually into Prince Albert. And then down here, I'm hoping this thing has moved off. It's to the northeast of Radville. Precipitation is letting up. This line does look like it's losing its intensity. So let's just watch that cycle here. We'll pull it back here. You can see that, and it does look like this is losing intensity at this point. So it's going to be rainy in Weyburn, moderate to moderate heavy rain at this point on the scan, unless this continues to die off quickly. But we'll keep an eye on that. So, what else? I've got some other questions. Plymouth Racing asking about London, Ontario. Out there, that was just regular rain. There's nothing going on there unless something drastic has changed. I'm going to zoom back down here to take a look. Exeter radar is broken. I keep forgetting about this. Is just regular showers, folks, in southwest Ontario. Nothing to be concerned about. That is just watering your lawn at this point. Saskatchewan still remains the only area that has that intensity to it with some of these storms. So what else? What else? I haven't heard about anybody being hurt. I hope that's not the case. So again, you never want to hear about that. So another hunting group chat submission from Curtis. That's Mark, Curtis's brother. So that's pretty funny. Dude, it's been nonstop storms and you've been covering all of them. Are you going to take a break? I've managed to go 12 hours and 12 and a half hours straight. Right now we're 7 hours straight. And this is day 7, like I've been saying. So I guess I'm made for this. It's definitely been a bit frustrating today, just with a couple of things going on. But again, just our purpose is to get that word out and help people understand what is heading at them. So what else have we got here? Norm saying sent you a photo and a vid in your Gmail. I'll take a look at that. I appreciate that. Let me just get that there. Saskatoon is good at this point. Dark, what is that? Dark Souls, I believe. That is the storm has moved to the northeast from Saskatoon. It is weakening. It is currently near Warman and Martinsville, but again, the precipitation core has gone down on it. It has also lost all of its hail, it looks like. And the winds have subsided in that, but we will monitor it in case it tries to re-intensify again. Maximum exposure, you're welcome. Glad to be here. So my side of the city didn't get much. Yes, on the east side and the southeast side definitely didn't get anything. This skirted through the airport to the northwest side and then through Lawson, it looks like. So Confederation, Blairmore, and up through that area to the north of the university. So hopefully that's all good in that part. But definitely lots of hail moving through that area. Sorry, you sent me a Gmail. See how quickly I can get distracted here. I'm going to take a look here. Let me just pull this up. Oh, it's got to download it. Download. Let me see. I'll load this up. Okay, just a sec. Bear with me for a second here. Cool. That's a lot of. I'm going to show you guys this. This is Okay, let me bring this up. I always review videos before I put them on, just in case somebody wants to be funny and send us something we shouldn't put up. So I always double check it. That's just normal procedure here. So this is a video that was sent in by Norm, I believe, here from Saskatoon. And you can see as the storm is passing through what's going to happen here. I'll walk you through it. You can see the rapid rising motion. So this cotton candy looking cloud, that's chasers refer to it as scud. That is the storm drawing up that air, and as it's coming up, it's actually condensing and getting drawn up in there, and you're seeing it kind of all swirling around. Luckily, the rotation on that does not look bad at all. You know, you never know, but this is what was going through the area, and I'm just showing you guys this video as it's going through. You can see that drawing up motion, which will obviously get everybody's attention. But a lot of motion underneath this storm, essentially. So that's basically what was going on there. So thank you very much for sending that. Let me get back. We've just had a new update. The storm is dying, so we are now down to moderate to light rain in Warman. So that is dying off. There is a bit of rotation in there, but I'm not concerned about it. Again, most storms, most thunderstorms always rotate. It's how much they're rotating and where they're rotating. That is always the question that you want to look at. The line to the north of Hayford is still continuing. A few areas of pink, which is obviously a little bit of hail, heavy red precipitation for rain. It is moving northeast, but you can see that a lot of yellow is making its way into this, so it is breaking up. And then let's take a look to the southeast here by Radville. Northeast of Radville, still a decent amount of precipitation in there. This tornado warning is still ongoing, another 34 minutes. This leading edge of the storm to the northeast is just coming into Weyburn, moderate to heavy rain. And let's see the winds. The winds aren't bad in this. Again, I think rotation for now is mostly over based on our velocity scan, so I don't think there's as much of a danger anymore. And you can see that this is all weakening at this point. And to the north of Weyburn, that line is dying off as well. So we are getting to 7:38 p.m. So later in the day, which obviously the sun starting to go head towards the horizon, which when we lose diurnal heating, storms in Canada can most often will start to weaken unless they are ongoing monsters. Then they will just continue to maintain. We had that actually happen just west of Ottawa a couple days ago. So it is traditionally, that's what happens when we lose that sunshine. It's a little bit more energy for those storms to survive on. And as soon as you start losing it, that's what happens. You can see the line here, basically east of Regina, just yellow. That's regular showers with a little bit of red around Francis dying off. So Weyburn and south, these two cells are essentially where your really heavy precipitation and obviously hail is on the south end through Saskatoon. Again, the good news is that storm is dying. We have other minor storms throughout, but they are non-severe. I'm going to see if they're still maintaining the severe warning for this line. And as you go further north, we're getting away from the radar, but let me see what's my most northern radar. So this is still the right radar to be on. Obviously, it's just to the south of it. So I suspect that this line, again, I don't see strong winds in it, just a little bit gusty here and there, and then heavy precipitation with a bit of lightning at this point. And they've just tornado warned it. What did I miss? Michelin, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. It makes the day worthwhile. So let's take a look. We've got another tornado warning. I can see where this slinky is. They may be looking at that. So let's take a look at the warning and see what they have to say. So 7:39 p.m. Basically, localities are Spiritwood, Debden, Big River Reserve, Meeting Lake, and Leask. Environment Canada tracking a thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail. I'm going to look in the velocities here. You do have red and green here kind of getting close to each other. And sometimes because they're 8 minutes apart, let me just look on reflectivity. That's out front. I don't know. That doesn't look right to me as far as that's concerned. But they are warning this. They haven't given a location. I'm just seeing where else there would possibly be a circulation that would be worth paying attention to. It's the only area, but it's out front of the line. Let me take a look here. I'm going to draw something. Bear with me. This is that little kind of outline of the storm. And sometimes you have to do this. So let's go to velocities. Again, the reds and greens together here. That's the only area where I'm seeing kind of, but it's out in front of that precipitation, and we are close to the radar, so this should line up fairly evenly. But again, obviously, this afternoon we've had a lot of storms attempting to do stuff. So, you know, when you do get a tornado warning, you need to take it seriously. I'm just going to look to see whether it's trying to wrap in. Let me take a look at the last few velocity scans. I don't see it. Yeah, I'm just looking. It's just mixing or motion in the storm. I don't see anything as far as the tornado would be concerned in this at this point. So, okay, there it's updated. And again, we do have a bit of red and green back to the west of Highway 12. This is 9:41, 1 minute ago. Let's take a look at our reflectivity. It just doesn't jive for me, folks, but maybe somebody smarter than me can see where this is. But right now, the only red and greens that would have any idea would be kind of in this area. But again, that is outside of the storm. It's on the leading edge. So the only thing it could be is some kind of quick little eddy or something like that on there. I just don't see it. I'm just trying to see if anything else is trying to wrap up in there. They've updated the warning. So let me take a look here. 7:38 p.m. Environment Canada tracking a thunderstorm that's possibly producing a tornado. It says over Mistawassus Lake, moving northeast at 45 kilometers an hour. Mistawassus Lake, Pelican Cove, and Pebble Bay. So there's Pebble Bay. There's Mistawassus. Where's the lake? Let me turn my radar off. I'm not seeing that, so I'm just trying. Oh, wait, back here maybe? No, that's. So Mistawassus, Pebble, and I'm just seeing is this a lake? Oh, it is a lake, but it's not over there. Lake is that? It doesn't say that. So, oh, I just saw it. Muskeg Lake? No, that's Muskeg Lake. Searching around here, folks, trying to help find this, but let me see if I can type it in here. I'll double check the warning. So it's over Mistawassus Lake. Maybe I'm staring right at it again. Could be just very tired. Mistawassus Lake. Huh. Nope, that's definitely not going to be it. Okay, well, we're struggling to see that. Again, I'm just going to stick with rotation as far as that's concerned, and we will look at it. But, I mean, I can see this kind of reverse comma head, but, I mean, it's, again, it could be something that's trying to wrap up in there, but it doesn't look that strong. But again, Environment Canada warning it. So if you are northeast of this line, you should be in shelter. And it's, again, Pebble Bay and Mistawassus are being called. Where I'm seeing this rotation would make sense with them saying that area is what we're talking about. So again, traveling northeast, which this area that I'm highlighted in orange. So definitely the area to be concerned about moving northeast. So if you are of that northeast of that area, please be in shelter, and we'll continue to monitor as it moves forward. Storm completely dead near Martinsville and Warman. That is just a garden shower at this point. Let me move back down to Radville. Let's take a look here. So just raining moderate to light rain in Radville. At this point, the hail has moved off to the northeast or east of Radville, and it's very heavy precipitation with a couple pixels of pink. The storm back to the southwest of Radville looks to be weakening as well. Going through Weyburn right now, just south of McTaggart, heavy rain. And let me see if the winds, nothing too bad on the winds. Definitely going to be, windy for a thunderstorm, but nothing out of the ordinary. So what else? I missed a couple of Mike Scantlin in the chat. Oh my God, chatted with him today. He's a great storm chaser from the US. So good to see you. What else? Norm saying that was taken as it was over the airport in Saskatoon. The photo is looking to Warman. Understand that for sure. Absolutely. And again, lots of rotation and movement underneath that storm, mixing with that rising scud that was going on. So again, I feel pressure now. Mike Scantlin's in the chat, so I've got to be on my best behavior and doing the right thing. So maybe Mike can point out whether circulation is up here to the north, because I definitely am struggling to find it on this radar, but that's the only area that I can see anything. Again, these can spin up quickly sometimes, but if you want to message me, Mike, I would love to see if you know where the rotation is, because I trust what he has to say as far as this stuff is concerned. So I'm going to watch to see if I get a message here from Mike. Anyways, I'm kidding, obviously, but right now that's the only area that we're seeing here, moving northeast from there along that Highway 12. We'll see what the next scan shows here. We're about 1 minute out from that, so let me close this off. So this was the picture from Kenton Fisher, it looks like. I'm going to show you from the Radville storm. Oh, Shan, thanks for sending out 5 of the memberships, our Sunshine membership. Appreciate that. Let's take a look at our velocities. We just got our latest scan here. Yeah, that is the only area that would be rotating. I don't see a strong rotation in here on this signature. That would be the area. Let me see if that's going to be outside of the storm, but it's right on that leading edge, so it just doesn't make sense to me. I, again, could be just very tired and worn out here, but it's right on the leading edge of that, and normally I wouldn't think that's where it's going to be based on this. So anyways, we'll keep plugging away here in the chat. I was going to say, I have a picture here of the Radville storm. Again, I'll show this to folks. Let me share that up. So this is to the south. This was a serious storm down in that area. Obviously, I would pay money to be in front of that storm just from the storm chasing side of things. So it would be my happy place to be. But again, obviously living vicariously through others. And again, this was sent in by Kenton Fisher. So thank you very much for sending that in. And we're continuing to monitor all of these areas. Let me see on reflectivity. This is moving northeast. We do have some hail tucked in here, maybe pea-sized to grape-sized hail roughly, moving northeast from Hayford. Storm by, again, Saskatoon and Martinsville. That is dead. It is as dead as a doornail. And then let's look back down here towards the last storm making its way kind of around the Radville area. into Weyburn at this point, but this has broken apart. Heavy rain in that area, but that is basically at this point, and it's slowly dying. You can see how the line, that storm was diving. It did a kind of a shuck and dive here. It turned southeast, which again, usually you think when this is going to turn, it's going to tornado. Then it started diving for Radville and got slammed into from behind and ingested right near there, Radville, and then lots of hail and precipitation and wind, and now it has moved off to the east. The hail has dropped off of it. The storm to the south is dying. So this line is dying, and that's good news. To the north, just mild, moderate rain at this point, and hopefully this is mostly over. I'm going to take a look back in Alberta. We have one storm coming off the foothills again. They tend to do that. This is coming to the, where is this? To the west of Didsbury, a little bit of hail in that. It's cycling and the hail is dropping on, and that again is off the foothills by the west of Carstairs. No other storms really of major concern there, and we just have these last 3 tornado warnings. This one should be dropped at this point. That storm is absolutely dead. I'm just going to reset. It is gone. Good. That one is gone. And the one to the south by Weyburn. So we are heading in the right direction here, folks. Let me switch over. So our last line of any intensity is again on this tornado warned line along Highway 12 with a bit of circulation tucked in here, getting tornado warned up towards Pebble Bay and Mistawassis. So that is the last of it, and I'm hoping that's weakening off, and I can get a break. So anyways, we'll see here, 7.5 hours into this live stream. So, oh, it's pronounced Halford. Okay, thank you for that. Sean, I'm glad you could jump in. Tomorrow doesn't look good for the prairies. I'm a little concerned I'll be live streaming again. So if that's the case, we'll be back at this. We're just going to be like Groundhog Day. We're going to recycle and keep going here. So what else? Seeing if I'm missing any comments, but I'm not. Okay, yes. So sorry, Lanark County Scanner, thanks for sending out those 5 memberships. Appreciate that. Lester asking, can you check over in the storm coming in towards Kindersley? I absolutely can. Let me take a look here. What's our closest radar? So west of Etonia. That is the one it's southwest of there, and it's just drifting kind of eastward, I believe, but let me double check for you. It's going southeast, and it's kind of popping hail here and there, but you can see the motion on that, but it is dying off as well for the most part. So Kindersley is just going to be, it's very mild rain at this point. It's a garden shower, so the plants and the flowers will get watered, but it'll be okay in there with 1 or 2 lightning bolts. So Manus, oh, sorry, we're getting a whole bunch of dings here. Thank you guys for sending out those memberships to the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate it. So, I'm in Saskatoon. There was crazy rotation right above my house with crazy fast updrafting scud. Awesome. And we did have some video of that from Norm. So, again, we were sharing that. What is going on here? I'm just tired of hearing that sound. So let's see what they're doing here. Still tracking a storm that is possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. Let me switch over back to that. Here's our latest velocity scan. I can't find anywhere in here that I would be pointing out to you folks where a tornado possibly would be. Again, maybe I'm just super tired or worn out, but there's nothing that jumps out at me. But again, we are being tornado warned by Environment Canada, and That's basically all the information I have. I don't have a location update on that. So you have very mild green and red in here, but let me just take a look, and that's out ahead of the storm. So again, I think we're fairly safe here in terms of this line, and it is weakening. The only area down here with hail would be to the, where is this? To the west of Blaine Lake and moving slightly northeast or east. So what else? Okay, I think I've caught up on comments. So we talked about the Kindersley storm. Okay, there we go. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, so we're doing pretty good. Again, thanks for anybody that's been tuned in. It's been an interesting afternoon and evening. I appreciate everybody that's subscribed to the channel, and hopefully you guys turn on your notification icons for that, so you do know when we go live. We provide coverage across Canada, and we're trying to cover as much as possible. Obviously, Canada, a very, very big country, so we're just a two-man team with a bunch of people helping us as moderators and stuff like that. We can't do it without them, so we really appreciate their help. And again, we'll see what tomorrow brings up. I can actually take a look at that while we're waiting. Weyburn, just a bunch of rain, heavy precipitation to the southwest and down to, down to, where is this? To the west of Goodwater, moving eastward, and it is slowly cycling downward. So you can see how strong and intense things were. And here over the last number of scans, you're seeing a lot more yellow and orange. So this will continue eastward from Weyburn, but it's going to slowly, I believe, die off as that continues to happen there. So I can take a look what the outlooks are from Environment Canada. Let's take a look. Oof. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. So this is for tomorrow for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. We are saying tornado risk in the orange area, 50 millimeters of rain, 4 to 6 centimeter hail, which is almost 2 inch, 110 kilometers an hour for winds. This is from 3 p.m. onward. So the orange area in a tornado risk for tomorrow. So I definitely will be live again. And then the yellow area here, 90 kilometer hour winds, 2.5 to 4 centimeter hail. So just over 1 inch, an inch and a third roughly. And then 30 millimeters of rain in that yellow area. So that's your moderate. And then we have minor areas out for the rest of it. But that's the outlook for tomorrow. But that is based on today's information as this unfolds. Models will change tonight, and tomorrow morning we will post our outlooks on that tomorrow. And again, if severe is on the table, we will be live streaming and we will cover the area as we've been doing all week. So that'll be day 8 of the live streaming marathon. I don't even know how. I'm curious how many hours I've been live streaming. So I'm waiting for a scan here while we're doing that. I'm going to look at my content and my live streams. So let's go back down here. When did I start this? June 29th, 28th, 27th, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait a minute. I miscounted. 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, today is day 8. Oh my God, I've miscounted. So I've got 5, 13, 14, 21, 22, 33, 34, 40, 48, 56 hours and counting of live streaming, almost 57 hours of live streaming in the last 8 days. That's an average of 8 hours every single day. That's nuts. And I'm starting to feel it, but we're still going to keep going, folks. You got to make hay while the sun shines, which is the opposite for weather, but you know what they say. So anyways, so it's 7:53 p.m. on this scan in Saskatchewan, 9:59 p.m. Eastern Ontario. So definitely, we got some storms popping down here. I just noticed that around Radisson, so I'm going to keep an eye on that because those just poof on the last couple of scans. So off a boundary, it looks like. So we'll see what those do. But right now, up to the north here of Saskatoon, Blaine Lake, that's where we've got the line that is tornado warned. I'm, again, not super concerned about the rotation on it. And then south here through Weyburn, that is no longer tornado warned, and it's slowly dying out. So again, we're looking fairly decent on that. There was that one storm back out here in Alberta off the foothills. I'm going to take a look at it. Again, it is dying out as it comes towards Carstairs. That hail core kind of subsiding. A few scans of pink. There was a good one, another one, and now it's reduced down to about 4 pixels roughly. And it's just dropping southeast, and these have all died as they've come off the hill. A little bit of rotation on it, but just one of those tiny beans that comes off the foothills. And then I'll just double check what's going on here. This is for the storm coming to Etonia, and the hail has come off of that, and it is dying as well, as you can see. So another storm dying off. We are 8 p.m., still about an hour before dark in Saskatchewan, or before the sunset, not before dark, but before the sun sets. And I'm just going to look at this thing, watching that boundary. Yeah, those storms are firing off a boundary off the storm to the north. You can see them kind of initiating off of it. So we'll watch those. A little bit of precipitation to the north of Aberdeen, moving northeast, but that is not severe in any way at this point. And we'll see when our next scan, it just came in. Let's take a look at velocities. Again, we continue to have a bit of circulation out front of this right here, but I'm not concerned about that rotation. That is weak. And when I beam by week at 12 kilometers versus 36 kilometers. So that's not something that I would be concerned. Oh, God, I keep hitting the wrong buttons. That's not something I would be concerned about. So, and then let's look back down to the southeast corner. That's basically what we're skipping back and forth between here. So it does look like this has lost a little bit more precipitation slowly but surely. This is going to die out as it moves eastward. So still very heavy rain over Weyburn. Unfortunately, because this is a very saturated area already for the last month, that is going to cause some overland flooding because it's not moving very quickly. So I'm not going to help those Saskatchewan farmers in that area. Last night there was rain through here, so fields are honestly, I've seen some photos and it looks like you think that Saskatchewan and Manitoba farmers were doing rice as their crop. There's so much water in those fields. So Jeff, thank you very much. I really appreciate you being on here and helping out. Have a good night as well. Always good to see you in the chat. Okay, so TE carry to carry. How can you tell if there's rotation? So I'll bring it up here and we'll switch to, give me a sec here. I'll go to the north. There might be rotation in here. This is dirty. I don't like this radar. It's got a lot of noise in it. This one's much better. So let's swing in. So we switch to our velocity scan. What velocity scan is basically tells us what direction the particles are moving. So green is moving towards radar, red away from radar. And then the brighter the pixels, the faster the winds are, or that particle is moving. So when you see reds and greens together, that's what you have as far as rotation. But this is very broad, meaning it's over a large area. When you get it tightened down, that's where you're going to pay attention to it. You need to know how high off the ground it is. So you need to know how wide that rotation is, how high it is, and then how fast it's rotating. Those are three things you want to look on rotation, and you also want to make sure that it's inside the storm, because you will get these things happening outside of the storm. It just happened the other day. Another platform put out a tornado warning for rotation, and it wasn't even in the storm at all. It wasn't even remotely close to it. So there is a bit of a science to reading radar and understanding it. I've learned it over the last 12 years of storm chasing, thanks to guys like Mike Scantlin, if he's still in the chat. I've chased with some really smart storm chasers that really understand fluid dynamics and meteorology and all that kind of stuff. And that's where I've learned it, is in the field. I've been under these storms. So when I see something on radar, I kind of recognize what's underneath the storm, all those kinds of things. So 12 years of experience of basically being a weather nerd would be the easiest way to put it. So, but hopefully that answers your question as far as rotation is concerned. So, love it. This has survived another one. Thanks for the live stream anytime. Appreciate you being here as well. So, yeah. What else have we got? Our Toronto, good to see you, Tony, as always. I appreciate you in there. I'm hoping that I can post that video tomorrow that you made. We'll share the link to it. So I'll let you know. I'll reach out. Will the storms make it to Manitoba? There's these storms might make it to the edge of Manitoba. Let me just take a look here. They're going to be very weak by the time they get there at this point. And let me see if there's anything there's nothing in Manitoba right now. So that's the good news. These storms around Regina are going to slowly move eastward. But this right now already, this is just mild rain. This is already dying off even before it gets to the Manitoba border. So I'm going to switch to a closer radar. That would help. But still, yellow is on the lower end of the scale. So you can see our precipitation scale at the top, the rainbow colors. If you get into dark orange, red, pink, and purple, and all the way up, that is the heavy precipitation side of the scale. Light orange, yellow, green, and blue are on the light end of the side of things. So you can very clearly see that these are very mild showers. The only place that we have more intense precipitation, so moderate, heavy, would be around Weyburn and south of there, with a few isolated pockets back to the west. There's lightning on this, and there's some wind associated with this, but again, for the most part, pretty reasonable storm. And we're going to go back up to the tornado warning up here. There's a lot of hail that just popped on that last scan. So let me just take a look at this. You can see, and then boom, there's a pile of hail coming to Mistawasis. This would be pretty sizable hail where all this pink is. This would be probably loony to maybe toonie sized hail as far as that's concerned. So moving northeast, sudden intensification of hail on that. You can see there's none, and then wham, on that last scan, a lot of hail packed into that little area. The southern portion of it is weakening as well. So that's where we're at. What else? What? A tornado warning in New Brunswick? How did I miss that? There's nothing in New Brunswick. Oh, Nebraska. Oh my God, I was panicking. I'm like, I don't have those warnings turned on. I don't have that stuff turned on, but let's see what storm would be tornado warned down here. There's a wall cloud down. This is in Kansas though. Oh, there's some rotation up here. Yeah, so this is a great view. Thank you, Liv, for that. If you want to see what a tornado could possibly look like, where you have a strong rotational couplet, it would be these bright reds and greens together. That's indication of rotation. The software also detects it on the US radars. Unfortunately, Canada is exempt from that right now. Must be a tariff thing. I'm just kidding. Steve is just working on trying to get that done. But this is what rotation looks like on radar when you have a strong couplet with possibly something underneath it. So thanks, Liv. Always appreciate your input. But I saw New Brunswick. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? What am I missing here? Okay, let's head back to Canada and watch what's going on. But we're almost at the end of this at this point. So let me just pull that, switch over to reflectivity. So right now, just very heavy hail up here. The tornado warning is it's still ongoing. I'm going to see if they've maintained it. Yeah, they have. So we still have strong hail just to the southwest of Mistawassis in Saskatchewan. And then to the south, we are pretty well off on that end. So no name, no face saying you're getting many new fans. Great job. Thank you very much for that. We have been working very hard on this platform over the last year and this last 8 days. Obviously severe across Canada. We've been just nonstop coverage. It's, you know, we've seen the results of that. So again, thank you to everybody to subscribing and, you know, being on board. And again, the memberships and all that kind of stuff. Anybody who's donated, thank you again for donating. All that's going to go towards helping stuff out. Rose asking, what is happening in Saskatoon? There's nothing happening there anymore. There was a storm that moved through there a long time ago. It's probably sunny in Saskatoon based on I'd have to load the other satellite, but right now no storms around there in Saskatoon, and there's just minor showers in the area, but there was a very strong storm that did move through Saskatoon earlier on. Yeah, it's kind of changed into a bit of a line here, Liv. It did pick up a little bit of precipitation, but it's very narrow, as you can see here. So this is what went through Saskatoon. This is what we're talking about. So lots of hail in there. Went through the airport, probably banged up a few airplanes, and then you can see it weakened. It got to those yellows and greens, petered out, and then it popped probably as it was dying. It gusted out and shot that out in front of it, which also created some forcing and popped that line to have some precipitation on it. You can clearly see that's what took place. It collapsed, gusted out, and then popped out in front of it. So that's what took place on that storm, and it's just a line of precipitation at this point. There is a little bit of lightning on it, so definitely gonna go from there. So Mark saying don't jinx myself. I'm going to do my best not to jinx myself because it is 10:12 p.m. I'm absolutely worn out today. Lack of good sleep last night, so that didn't help anything. We're, like I said, we're looking at tomorrow as well. So again, we will be covering, looks like Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. I didn't look for the rest of the outlooks. So this is day 2 tomorrow afternoon. This is today. So, and I don't hope there's nothing on day 3. So hopefully tomorrow, day 9. It looks like I miscounted because I was just looking at my live streams. There's more there than I thought. This is our outlook for tomorrow, but this will change because, again, models will update based on what took place today. So a little bit of a severe warning for the storm for some hail to the south of Hanley. At this point, they've just severe warned that, and it may be just parked there, but let's take a look. No, it's moving northeast, so that's just for small hail. That's why they've severe warned that. So 10:11 is this our latest radar scan. So hail still in this storm between Pebble Bay and Mistawassis. This would be, there's no rotation in there, which is fantastic news. And this would be probably grape to loony sized hail roughly, and this is moving again somewhat northeast. If I move it forward, you can kind of see that, and it almost curling in, so that may actually die on the next scan, just the way that's curling in. And the hail on the southwest corner by Blaine Lake, you can see that pink has re-intensified on this last scan. So that's basically going as far as things are concerned there. So there's more. Let me see if there's more comments in here. Did anybody see a bigger? Did Bigger see a funnel today? I believe there was something on social media for a funnel. I'm sorry, brain is drawn a bit of a blank right now, but I believe there may have been something there. Yeah, Uncharted saying, damn, Saskatoon just dodged a bullet. I don't think the airport did. I'm curious to hear what comes out of the airport, because there looked to be a very strong hail core moving through there. Ontario has a wind threat again tomorrow. Yeah, definitely I'm going to see what I'm going to look at some models after I'm done this. That's the other thing. As soon as we get off here, I kind of relax a bit, but then before I go to bed, I look at the latest model data, kind of get an outlook for tomorrow, and then kind of sharpen or fine tune things in the morning based on the latest data, and then prep for the live stream, do the live stream, and then it's just this conveyor belt. So keep watch in BC, Peace, my area. So I don't think there's anything going out there, but let me see. Peace, BC. Is that I don't see a Peace, BC right now. A Joker. I'm trying to find Peace, but it doesn't seem to. No, it's going down to the wrong part of the world. It's in the Florida. So if you can give me a little bit more information, I might be able to find that and kind of give you more information on it, just to let you know what's going on. I don't have any severe warnings out there, so I'm not concerned too much about what's going on as far as that's concerned. So perfect. So Curtis was out relaxing and fishing, so I can't blame him. If he was up at CBR, that's a great place to hang out. I enjoy being at CBR. I've been there twice now, I want to say. Twice I've been out to CBR with the gang. So yeah, definitely fun there. So. Is there anything coming for Ottawa right now? No severe weather in Ottawa whatsoever. I can just take a look at radar. There is a tiny little storm here. Nope, there's nothing. Thought there was maybe something around Smith Falls, but nothing coming for Ottawa right now. We will look at outlooks tomorrow and post anything if there is anything of any concern in Eastern Ontario, but it looks like we may be covering Southwest Ontario or Southern Ontario and the three prairie provinces basically at this point. So tornadoes are possible tomorrow. We'll take a look and see from there. So yeah, Peace River, that's what I thought in Alberta. That's what I was thinking from Joker, but just wondering if that's what it was. They've updated the thunderstorm watch. Let me see here. They've carrying it for another 3 hours by the looks of it. So that's till 11:30 or midnight roughly at this point. So yeah, we've just got this one last area to the north. Let's see if they're continuing to carry this 8:16 p.m. Saskatchewan time, just tracking a thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. Let me see here. We are 10:11, so one more minute, and we should see a new scan here. Joker saying, yeah, Alberta, I'll take a look at it once this scan comes up, and then we'll take a look at the Alberta side of things if there's anything over there in Peace River, Alberta. Let me see here, 10:11. Oh, Curtis is in the chat. I did have a couple beer and just relaxed, just walked in the door. Stream is on the big TV now. Well, there you go, Curtis. So we got our answer about the fishing. This moved hard right, like east at this point. So let Not what I'm looking to click on. It might be gusting out a little bit on that southern end. There's definitely some stronger winds on that southern end through the tornado warning. The hail has subsided a little bit, but there is still probably grapes in here, grape-sized hail to the north of Mistawassus. Which is west of Prince Albert. So this is coming that way. It's hopefully dying out a little bit, but it is still packing a bit of a punch currently. So they just updated that severe. Why won't the heck is going on here? Click, click, click. Why won't you let me click on anything? The software is like now deciding that it doesn't want to play nice. There we go. There's the severe 8:18 p.m. Tracking a thunderstorm producing damaging wind, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. The standard cut and paste. I'm just going to go back here to Weyburn, take a look at that. So it's moved mostly through Weyburn, and this is dying off. You're going to see that mostly orange in behind it. It is going to continue eastward. There is still some heavy to moderate rain in here, working its way down to lighter rain. I'm going to take a look at our winds in there, and there are some winds in this, but I don't think they're too bad. We're 68 kilometers an hour, but that's 8,000 feet off the ground, so that's 2.5 kilometers up. Surface is still going to be a bit windy, but nothing too crazy. And there is hail right over Bengo at this point, so or Ben Goff, one of the two, but I bet you, well, I'm going to stick with Bengo. We'll stick with that, but there is some hail stuck in there at this point behind the line. So that's an area of concern. And then let's look at Peace River. I had a question about that. So Alberta. Oh, that's way north. I don't even know if I have a radar up here. Oh, we do have a radar. It's way up there. Nothing going on. There's just these little pocket, barely what I would call showers. So Peace River, nothing happening. You're enjoying yourself because they're just isolated storms and they're dying off for the most part. So nothing to worry about up in Peace River as well. So that was for Joker. So what else? Michelle, you're welcome. Same thing, Joker, you're welcome. What else have we got here? 10:20 here. I'm getting close to being done with today. I've got to get some good sleep tonight, so I'm probably going to shut this down very shortly. I don't think that anything is going to come of this storm. I'm going to check some parameters out front of it as far as temperature is concerned. Excuse me. So wow, that seems cold. 13 in Spiritwood. That seems like an anomaly. Everywhere else is like 18, 17, 16. Prince Albert still at 19. So a little bit cooler, still a bit of energy out there. I'm going to take a look at what our dew points are as well, and just see what that's like. 16. So, there's a few dews, but this is just going to kind of slowly die off over the next little bit. So I'll watch for another scan or two, and then I'll probably pull the stream just because I do need to get a break. Otherwise, I'm going to break myself. And there's nothing of concern up here other than the line of storms that is moving northeast. Again, heavier precipitation, some hail in it. The wind is not too bad in it. On the southern end, there's a bit of gusting out here coming towards Shellbrook, but that is the extent of it there. There's a bit of hail again, and then to the south by Weyburn, it's only that's temperature 15 degrees. No, that's not what I want. I want to switch to the other radar, please. So again, we've just got moderate heavy rain down to light rain with only a small pocket of hail back here by Bengo. And that would be it at this point. So what else? Interesting. Connor, why are you going to tell me that kind of stuff? Anyways, he's sending me a message. What was I looking for? Dew points. Oh yeah, temperature. I had that. I'm turning that off. There we go. So The storm up here to the north may continue for a bit longer, but again, I'm not super concerned with it at this point. Um, we'll watch it over another scan here. So we're 6 minutes into our 8 minute cycle. So I'll watch one more scan and then one last one after that. And if nothing is going too crazy, we'll probably call the stream at that point. Obviously, the storms will continue and they'll slowly, hopefully, weaken as things go on from there. And then we'll be playing this over again tomorrow in the prairies at this point. So probably a later start to the stream, but we'll see again what comes out of that, and then kind of see what happens there. So yeah, just looking here, checking a couple of things. Oh, there's our latest scan, so I'll look at that. Okay, let's jump into the scans here. Again, still some hail over Mistawasis. Line to the south definitely looks like it's breaking up. You can see how it's widening out, so you get that yellow behind it with still some orange and red out front. So that does look like it is gusting out a little bit because the winds are stronger on the front edge of that. There is still hail to the north of Blaine Lake, probably pea-sized to grape-sized hail. Same thing to the west of Shellbrook on that Highway 3. And then let's take a look at some velocities. Nothing of concern there as this continues to move northeast. So it's going to go through Shellbrook. It might just catch the edge of Prince Albert over the next hour or so. And then let's look at Weyburn down here. It has moved off to the southeast of Weyburn. And we've got, again, just the rain. You can see it's dying off in the front edge of it. We just have a little bit of it tucked here through south of Goodwater, but that will still slowly peter out. And then this Bengo area has a bunch of hail in it still. So probably grapes roughly in that size there. So just two more areas. I'm going to take a look at that storm out by Calgary. I can't remember if it's still there. Yeah, Carstairs. So there is some hail here in this Carstairs storm. We've had a bunch of little hailers coming through this exact area, through Didsbury, Sundre, Carstairs, and then they just die off. But that is the only thing hanging out back there. And this is the end of it. I'm just going to look back into southeast Ontario. There's nothing happening in that area. There's some showers. That's basically it at this point. And then I'm looking at King City, nothing there. So yeah, we've just got regular showers throughout the area in southern Ontario, and that's it. So again, one more scan, and then I'm gonna call the stream, folks. It's almost 11 p.m. here, and I'm ready to crash out at this point. So we'll do this again tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll be a little more refreshed if I get a good sleep here, but that's basically what we're going to cover at this point. So I'm going to watch for one more scan. Again, I expect down by Weyburn, that in southeast corner of Saskatchewan is going to slowly work its way down here. So what else? Thanks so much. Okay, Kelsey, how's Ontario like southern Ontario? Regular showers in there, and they're barely showers at that, Kelsey. Appreciate that. So nothing to worry about there. Can you check Big River, Saskatchewan? I can absolutely do that. River. We go inside a thunderstorm. Yeah, so you've got heavy rain, so moderate to light rain in this right now. To your southeast, there's some heavier precipitation along that 55, but this is moving northeast. So I'll show you what's kind of transpired here. You can see that. And the rain is dying off to your southwest, so you'll still be in the rain for a little bit as Big River's right there in the center. And then to your southeast is going to skirt that heavier precipitation. So you're just looking at rain, few lightning bolts, and that's basically it. Oh, cool. Let me take a look here. Hayden. Wow. That's a nice looking storm. I love the storms. This is from Hayden out of Calgary. We are looking at the storm. Where did I say was? Near Crossfield, I want to say, but give me a sec. No, Carstairs. So this is a feed from Hayden out in the Calgary area. Let me share this up on the screen. I always love how these storms look coming off the foothills in Alberta. I also love that there's still a lot of light out there. I definitely dark here, but you can see the bottom of the storm, and then you see that lowering in the center. That is basically where that storm, the updraft for that storm, is drawing up air, and that's a little wall cloud on it. And that's kind of some of the indicators you look for as a storm chaser. If that gets bigger and it starts rotating, then you're definitely going to pay attention to it for potential of some storms. So, oh, Connor stopping by apparently my house. That's amazing. Thank you, sir. So Connor is in the hood, as they say. He's going to be here in 15 minutes. So we're definitely stopping the stream at that point unless something explodes here, but I don't think it will. So what time are we? 10:23 p.m. We've got one scan, 1 minute till our next scan. So I'm going to look at that, and then we'll probably call this stream at this point. So Hayden, thank you very much for sharing that view of the storm out in Alberta, and we'll go from there. So again, should have a scan here very shortly. And then I'm gonna, like I said, I need to unplug because it's been a lot. There we go, 10:29 p.m. You can see this line is weakening. There is still a tiny bit of hail north of Blaine Lake, but this is bowing out here. So you can see that orange down to green or down to yellow, then green. That is indicative of it weakening. There's still some hail northwest of Shellbrook, moving northeast. So this will continue for a little bit to still have decent precipitation in it. Obviously, as it moves off to the north east, it will catch maybe the Prince Albert area again as it marches that way, but that is basically it at this point. And then to the southeast of Weyburn, that is, again, you're seeing this completely starting to fall apart, guys. So this is good news. It's still going to march eastward. There's still rain. It's going into that southeast corner, near Estevan, but it's slowly dying off as it does. And again, you guys are, 8:30 p.m., so about an hour from dark. So this is just going to continue to subside as it moves through. So again, tomorrow we are looking at the prairies. You can see this outlook from Environment Canada based on today's data. We'll see if that changes for tomorrow, which I suspect it will. We will look at models tonight and tomorrow, and then put an outlook together as to what our thoughts on this is for tomorrow. And if there's severe out here, which it looks like there will be, we'll be live streaming again. So that's what's on tap for tomorrow at this point. So again, thank you everybody that's been on the stream. Another 8 hours. Yeah, 8 hours, 5 minutes. So thanks again. And we will do this all over again tomorrow. And we'll hang out again, and we'll mostly be covering the prairies tomorrow. So that's basically what we're doing. It looks like tomorrow at this point. So I appreciate everybody. Thank you for all the donations. Thanks to all the moderators. There's been a lot of hours. They help us out a lot. So thank you for all the chasers that have live streamed for us over the last 8 days. Donations, memberships, and subscriptions to the channels. Really appreciate it. So thank you guys. It's what makes it worth it. So have a good night. Hopefully everybody can sleep really well. And we will catch you guys on the next live stream, which at this point will be tomorrow. Have a good one, guys.